I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see us great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win. We play to win. Making sure I don't say this all again. Outside, you can never box me in. We play to win. Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend. We play to win. And if you need the proof, then check stats. I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Stars never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see us great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win.
I hope you guys got a cup of coffee, tea, or even milk, depending on what you like to drink, because we're going to be jumping into more Counter-Strike action today. It is the Perfect World Asia League 2020, the Fall Edition, and my name is Blair, and I'm going to be bringing you all the games which are going to be taking place today here. It is day number 14. 13? 13! And it's October as well, perfect number to start things off. But before we get into the meat of things, we have a small little recap package made for you guys. For those of you who probably missed the games from yesterday, and even if you did watch those games, we had some really cool highlights. So check it out.
Niffy, he's been having a bad game so far, but he might have just saved them here. He's going to find the final man through the smoke. That's such an aggressive play. Just Cause, though, that's huge. He's going to spray down 3 players as they make their way through into middle.
Checkmate are going to look to push into this side in through apartments. Blitz is getting the kills. They're closing in the distance, and he's managing to shut them down. A flash around the wall. He is delaying as much time as he physically can. 8 seconds left. The player's sticking it, and he shuts them down. A 4K from Rolex.
Oh, he's going to push up. He gets a double kill. That's a good start in the round, and this is done again. "21 seconds now. They commit out. That's the bomb going out of the balcony, and Bingo shuts down the last 2. Okay, that's nice from Wine, just diving off, perfectly lining up the kill, gets a second on the picked up AK. Sakai on the double spray down, going for a third. What a performance it has been from Sakai. You know, he gets off to a fantastic start. He hasn't been making mistakes.
The push back in, though, from Neff and Ronan Baby has actually worked wonderfully. No time left, and he goes to fight Neff and loses the battle as well. Oh, Splash K is in a decent position. No trade available. Just, yeah, he actually peeks out again. And they're just going to run through the smoke. One by one by one.
Again, but Dobu's picked up 3. Gorgeous work. And I'm very glad he didn't swing out.
He got a dink as well. He's done so much damage.
I hope you guys enjoyed that, because I certainly did. And once again, who's joining me? The question is that is the question in everyone's minds. Who's going to be joining Blade today? It's going to be the same old bunch of lunatics. It's going to be Dinko. It's going to be Tom. And of course, it's going to be Mitch. Gentlemen, good morning. You guys looking fresh? Mitch, I like how you have a different variation of the same shirt every single time. I love it, Mitch.
Yeah. Basically, I don't change out of this shirt. It just slowly decays into different color gradings over time.
You.
As do I, exactly.
Truly alpha. I can appreciate that. A real man doesn't change his top, just like Tom. I mean, he's just been wearing the black. At least you've ditched the...
It's actually a different black shirt. This one, see, the illusion is that you can't actually see the bottom bits, which is it's a Na'Vi shirt. So, you know.
Well, if we can't see it, just take it off.
Repping the boys. Well, no. I'm a bit paler underneath, in case you didn't know. But yeah, repping the Navi boys. Obviously, they're going to be playing today, facing off against Huatsai. So I think that might be a bit of a one-sided affair.
I'm repping an Easy Parents shirt, so it's
Well,
a little bit of the older branding.
I think we know which is better. You know, you could be their new coach.
I could. Unfortunately, I don't really
That would
have
be
access
one
to
hell
the,
of a twist.
Oh God. It's too early, Tom. It's too early. I haven't had my coffee, so I'm gonna get just for that. I'm gonna get back to you later on that. Dinko,
Cool.
you're looking great. I like the shirt. It's got a very
Thank you.
80s. I don't know, like 80s detective show feel to it.
I think it's I don't know what it's called. I think it's paisley pattern or something like that.
Adam Hawthorne.
Yeah. I don't know. It's blue and I liked it, so I'm wearing it.
You can call me Dinko.
Thank you very much for the voiceover, Tom.
I'm thinking of a good name to go with, like Dinko and Dash, like it's like kind of like a detective 80s manly TV show. But anyway, we'll get back to it later on. Let's take a look
Dinko
at
and the
yesterday's.
Brain. Oh wait, no, that's Pinky. Close enough.
Close enough. I can live with that. I can live with that. We of course have yesterday's results for you guys. You can take a look at it. It was a pretty quick day. Despite Tom trying to curse us all into oblivion, Zigma taking down Checkmate
yesterday.
very, very convincingly. We had After Gaming pull off losses Brent have ever suffered, I feel like 16-10 on Inferno and 19-17 Heartbreak on Train. And then we had Tiger just dismantle Huatsai, where at one point we just wanted the beating to end. Bulbasaur having a rough day yesterday in the office, but he was able to come back and putting on 7 rounds at the end there for Huatsai, saving a little bit of face. But yet, they've been struggling quite a bit. Tiger have been looking good. And on that note, let's take a look at the group standings as it is. We're now in day 13. We have 3 more days of group games to go. Now, I think it's kind of clear here, Mitch, which teams are going to be going on through, right? Like the top 4, Vici, Invictus, Tiger, Tyloo. They have 21 to like 12 points. Everything's kind of looking kind of solid for these guys. But then, apart from that, if you look at the bottom 6, like 5 to 10th position, apart from Huatsai, everything's kind of up in the air.
Yeah, I think it's hard to really decide between those teams at the moment because, like, okay, we know Beyond and Huatsai aren't going to be making it, right? So it's really between 5 and 8. But in that bracket, you have so many head-to-heads to deal with. You've so many upcoming games, like Zigma, I believe, still have to play Bren, for example, which is a match that directly decides which one of those two can go forward. True. If, maybe they could both end up towards the bottom. It can literally go anywhere at the moment. I think that's a very exciting place to be in, even though we already know the top 4. You need to figure out, and it's not just a battle then to, make it through barely, because if you do, you're facing Tyloo straight away. So it's that 5th spot that everybody's really looking for.
To be honest, though, if you look at it like that, realistically, Beyond aren't out, because for most of those teams, they've played 1 less game. So if you're including all the teams that are currently 3 and 5, surely you've got to include Beyond, who are 2 and 5, because they've played 1 less. So if anything, they're technically not out, but realistically, they should be.
Then you include how they've been playing, and you realize, oh yeah, they're out.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they can have a turnaround.
I mean, the fact that After Gaming even have an outside chance of just like making it out into the playoffs, I think that's insane. That could actually happen. That'd be kind of crazy.
After
let's take a look
Beyond,
at today's.
So.
I mean, anything could happen, Tom. Let's be real. Anything could happen. Let's take a look at today's games, though. We have some bangers for you guys. Again, like you said, almost all these games are going to be very, very important for almost all the teams, except for maybe the first game. Huatsai, I feel like they're done and dusted. For Invictus, it's about those placement points, right? They want to be as high up as possible, not to face Tyloo early on. That's the first game of the day, of the morning. Later on, we have Beyond versus After Gaming, a must-win, I feel, for both the teams. So that's going to be a game which is going to be with having a lot on the line. Later on, of course, we have Vici, who, despite being the 4th place, they don't really have too many points. They did have suffer a couple of losses, I believe, to Tyloo, and they also lost to Tiger as well. So they would be looking to make quick work of Checkmate. Checkmate, they've looked good. They've looked bad. I don't know which team we're going to be seeing here today. Depends on the day, it looks like. But let's jump into game number 1 here. Game number 1, it is, of course, going to be Invictus versus Huatsai. Now, we might be saying that, but Dinko, that this game doesn't really matter for Huatai, but for Invictus, they want to make this quick and easy. They want to win this convincingly and get those points, right?
Yeah, it's also just kind of to save face for Invictus because they've kind of looked rough over the past couple of days, and we're starting to doubt them as a team, right? And so coming in and having a close game against Huatai, that's going to be a little embarrassing, and it's going to add more to the fire here. So, yeah, I think Invictus have to come in here to just win this convincingly, just to keep themselves in the high opinion, right? Because right now we're just starting to wonder if they're even a top team in the region because they've been that bad. But they should be having no problems against Huatai. But I do say that, and we did see them just beat Tyloo 16-7 on a map. So who knows if this one's going to go. I feel like Invictus probably follow closely to Tyloo in terms of respect of they just rely on individuals, and sometimes that gets them a bit of a questionable affair in their series. So hopefully they can show up and dominate right now. But Huatai have zero pressure. There's nothing to lose, literally nothing. It's just a game of Counter-Strike. And if they come in here to play against Invictus, well, they might just play stress-free. Invictus desperately looking to get the win just to save their image at this point.
Well, I mean, that's what they say. Sometimes a team who has nothing to lose are probably your most dangerous opponents. And one thing about Huatai are that they do have the individuals. Let's take a very quick look at the map, Vito. I do believe we have this one ready and rearing to go. Overpass Vertigo to classic bans. These picks frustrate me. For Invictus, Tom, I don't know why they keep going for Inferno.
Yeah, I think their pick's interesting. I think Huatai picking Dust 2 when they have a 14% win rate isn't great. But Invictus always lose a map, so, you know, we'll just wait and see for that.
Going to be the 3 maps are going to be played here today. And I do believe everyone's in a server. Everyone's about to jump on in. Look, I don't want to do predictions here because let's be real. We kind of all know which way this one's going. The thing... All right, there we go. Early morning. Tom is already said some wild things, worse than some of the stuff that comes out of my mouth. So on that note, Tom, Mitch, have fun with this one. Let's see if Bulbasaur can just completely raffle stomp the side of Invictus. Me and Dinko going to sit this one out.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one, Tom, you know, because I feel like... gonna have time to make some food after this one in between matches. Invictus should be winning this 2-0. Should be as clean as can be. Huatai been flat. Hasn't been a lot to say.
You are correct. The word should, however, is what worries me a little bit because thus far, Invictus have won one series 2-0.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
they have 1, 2, 3, 4 2-1s, a 2-1 loss to Bren, and then a 2-0 loss to Vici. So I don't feel comfortable with this team. They are better, I will give you that, and they should win this 2-0. But they seem to be almost imitating Tyloo a little bit too much for my liking.
Yeah, well, I would certainly hope that they tighten it up now, coming towards the end of the group stages anyways. But I suppose a lot of teams that we've seen will... they won't really change once they're winning games. And even 2-1, even though it might be a little bit longer, all they care about is that W at the end of the day. It's a little bit concerning at times, but it is how it is. Can't do much to change it. And when I look at Invictus, 2-0 is a statement here. It's something that will give us faith in them. We'll see if they can manage that. Push out towards the B side straight away. Nice nade that went through. Little bit of damage. Couple tickles here and there. Neff, though, he is shredding them on this entry. And this is something that's scary. Excuse me. If you see Neff and Ronan Baby turn up, this series could be in very dangerous water for Invictus.
Ooh. Okay, Xiaosage. That was a nice shot. Round is looking unlikely as Bulbasaur looks to come in from behind. Oh dear, not again, please. I can't cope with another day of this. Well, 001. We go again. No, I'm kidding. No. Neff is going to be looking to close this one out, and he has to get a 4K to do it. It came a little bit too close for comfort after the whiffs from Bulbasaur. But yeah, Neff has definitely been one of those players to watch. So 1-0 Huatai. I think it's a good thing that they are starting out on the T side, which is fairly interesting actually, because so this was the map pick of Huatai, right? So they've picked the best map statistically of Invictus, which is already an interesting one. And then Invictus have chosen to start CT side, which on any other map, I would take that as the norm, except maybe Vertigo. I guess there's arguable cases either way. But on this map, it's fairly common to want to set the pace. Nice kill from Viva. He is a Deeg machine, and they're taking quite a lot of time to kill him off. But Ronan will get there in the end. Bottle sat on the site. 3 players currently towards long, but with Neff on the other side, not spotting anybody pushing through B, they might opt for a rotation, especially now that they're starting to get Juan Deeged by multiple different players.
Well, they're still facing them peaks one at a time. That's not what I like to see. It's a little bit scary. I mean, Rona Baby's at least got a head peak angle, but versus a Deagle, that might not always help you. They're coming over towards short. They're stacking up this side. I think this is a good read by Huatsai to rotate out of here. They've choked up a smoke first just to stop them swinging in and looking for the players on long. Now they come through, they look, and they see, well, nobody's here. They've realized their mistake, but they're on their way back over towards B, and with Huatsai still going very slowly through tunnels. I mean, these guys, surely, they're trying to sell a fake, right? They've sold out the fake towards the A site. Why are you shift walking? Just giving them more time to realize that you're faking it out. And as a player here who's smoked it, that is ridiculous. That is just silly. The point is you go fast from the get-go. Now you've got Flying who snuck onto the site. He's hiding in the corner. Players are distracting from middle, and they're actually getting kills as well. Good job by Destroyer. They have no idea about him. And there he goes, just shredding them. That was silly. That was just bad calling by Huatsai to take it so slowly. I mean, without even seeing the other map, I'm just looking at them shift walking towards tunnels going, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Like, you want the site to be free, right? Well, if you wait 30 seconds between the last time they saw you A and the time you hit the B site, they're gonna go, huh, do you think maybe they're not A anymore?
Maybe that's just your in-depth analytical brain.
Could be. That's why I get paid the big bucks.
You've learned a lot from the Silver 2 matchmaking that you play.
Hey, Silver Elite, let's not undersell me here.
Yeah, you're definitely the elite. I do love how that's called, like, elite. Like, Silver Elite.
Yeah. I was
Sounds
saying
like an
before.
insult.
One of my friends who plays Rocket League, I used to work with a guy who plays Rocket League all the time. All the time. And after a year, he ended up telling me that he was gold. It's like, what? You play this game every day, you're gold? I don't understand that. I can't play a game and enjoy it unless I'm like coming towards the top ranks. Gotta grind it. Gotta watch videos on how to get better.
How's this happening? The pistols are winning this. Like this isn't the saved rifles from the last round plus some extra rifles in this round, and it is coming close. Ronan, he does a hell of a lot of damage. Unfortunately, isn't going to be happening. By the way, Bulbasaur got an assist, so he has already done better than the first half of the last game. Hell yeah.
Fantastic. Wasn't that his CT side, though, that he was terrible on?
Shut up, Mitch.
Oh, no, it wasn't. It was actually his T side, yeah, because I remember around when he was like 0 and 11 or 12, and I remember making the point about how it drives you to do crazy things.
Yeah, and he ran into the B
kills,
side.
and then he rushed B alone. It was like,
what?
Yeah, like that. That's one way to open up a round. Jesus.
All right.
He was triple dinked.
I don't even know. I just know that he got wrecked.
Many dinks.
Fields has got himself a tasty MP9. And they should be able to get a bomb plant here. Unless Viva goes absolutely ham with the taps. Which, no, definitely not. He got wrecked by a P250. This is a after plant position. I'm going to peek and spot out Bottle as well. I really like how they just basically are 5-man facing every single player that they see. And the second I say that, that kind of stops happening. Spiels is going to get another one, though. This is a very successful round, even without the victory. And Bulbasaur in the corner. They've got to check for this. They are going to check for this. Bottle, he's going to check, but he kind of completely opened himself up to short, and Xiao Sage was not covering it. They've just won a round with Glocks at a P250. As Blair said, Glocks!
I can't quite be that loud at the moment, but
Neither
yeah,
can I. It's 8 a.m. My neighbors will hate me. I get angry Ukrainian men knocking at the door, but luckily that's what I like.
Well, I've learned something new about Tom today. When I was actually in Ukraine, Tom, there was
It's
a
like,
leak.
good morning.
There was a leak upstairs in the apartment I was staying in.
Oh, sorry about that.
And they were these random Ukrainian men just came to the door, like two big guys, and started speaking Ukrainian. And I just kind of stood there like, am I getting robbed? Like, I don't know what's happening. Is this the mafia? I don't know why are you here? And then we had to sign language to each other to like be like leak upstairs and all this. We got there.
I don't want to know the sign language for leak. I imagine it's not very nice. How? Oh, I can't cope with a game like this. Today is too early. Oh my god. They've just won one back with pistols. You win a round with Glocks, you get an AWP, you get some AKs, you go into the next round, you lose to a CZ. This is
yin and yang.
makes no sense. Joe, I had a similar thing in Brazil, which terrified the hell out of me. And it was, I was staying in a hotel and I went for breakfast. And I came back up and in my room, there were just 3 Brazilian guys. And I was like, hi. And they went, you have to leave. And I went, no, you have to leave. This is my room. And they went, no, we're doing building. And I went, in my room? Like, I need to sleep in here. Like, I don't think you've got the... And the woman calls me and goes, oh yeah, just move all your stuff. I was like, what? And she goes, this is planned building work. I'm like, then why did you put me in this room? Like, we've planned to do some stuff in this room, so we put you in it for a day. It's like, fantastic. Well,
I didn't tell you either.
Yeah, it didn't tell me.
A team of builders.
That was fun. Especially because I'm pretty sure at that point my passport was in the room, which, yeah, cool. Either way, it looks like the spell has been broken, or maybe you could say the spiels have been broken. Haha, witty banter. It's 4-2 in favor of Invictus. And my expectations were low. They weren't this low. They won the pistol, then they won basically another pistol as they were using just Glocks, and then they lost the next round. And now they've given I wouldn't even say, like, normally we talk about if you win the pistol and lose the second round, that's the worst possible scenario. They found one that's worse and have wrecked their own economy super hard, handed over a load of weaponry.
Put an opening door with a Glock.
No, it's not happening again. This happened too many times. Viva's just like, right, you've had your fun. Now I'm going to wreck you with a Deagle. Viva's genuinely better with a Deagle than actual rifles.
Yeah. I think I'm with you on that one, from what we've seen.
I'd like Blair to do, like, a skybox of that Glock round. That's something that needs to happen, even if it's not on the stream. I just want him to break that down to me analytically and explain how that was possible.
That's the thing that I don't like, though, sometimes about this region is, well, let me rephrase. It's the thing I don't like most of the time about this region is that, like, in order to break down rounds, you actually end up in a spot where you're saying, well, this guy was stupid. What was he doing? Like, this is something you shouldn't do. And it's tough because you don't want to be super negative, but there's sometimes you make these decisions. So, for example, aggression, right? You can get aggressive, you can make aggressive plays, but there are times when you empirically should not be doing it. And yet we'll see these teams do that again and again in situations when they should know that it's not time to get aggro.
Oh, he's in mid. He's been completely caught off guard. Oh, flying. That was a tasty little shot. He's looking good today. He had a questionable performance in their last match. I think that was why they actually lost, because one thing that I have come to rely on in this team is flying. Like, I like him. Solid individually. Decision-making normally pretty good as well. Good player. Jalsargay, We'll wait and see. It depends on the day. He's in a good position here, though. Lines up the first, and even going to get the second as well. Nice couple of shots. Hasn't had much to do thus far in this game. And they will stop the buy of Hwatsai. And while... Yeah, Destroyer's probably...
Oh, wait, did you just say that?
I don't know.
Hwatsai!
I don't know. It sounds so great.
Energetic.
Buy of Hwatsai. It sounded wonderful. I couldn't resist. But yeah, I think Destroyer is the biggest offender of the play that shouldn't be made. Like, he is... Well, it's become a meme on this stream that I'm a big fan of his, and the truth is I am not.
I mean,
solid individual player, but it's like these rounds. I get that, like, you got a kill. You're like, what do you mean, Tommy? Got a kill. This is a round against pistols. Like, if he gives that rifle away, that's silly. It's a round that's not really necessary, but he likes to pad his stats.
And Xiaosage is just jumped
And
down.
they have both died.
They're losing a lot of money. Losing a lot of money for no reason. And yeah, they've got stacked up economy, but if they do that a couple more times, they won't. 7-2 in the lead, I guess they're just seeing confidence. But I actually thought of something there. It's like, so Destroyer is the guy, you know, in those workplace tutorial videos that they give you when you start a new job, and they're like, you know, say it's a building site, and there'll be someone that's like doing
don't eat the
construction.
pesticide.
It's like a guy doing a construction job without a hard hat on, and then like a brick falls on his head, and all that sort of stuff. And they're like, oh, well, he should have been wearing a hat, and all that. I feel like that's Destroyer. He's actually just making one of those videos right now.
Yeah, but except like 9 times out of 10, the brick will hit him, and then he'll get $1 million or something like that. That's how that works. Like that's what's frustrating, is that he gets away with it an awful lot. This round's looking much better though. A couple of entries. Here comes Destroyer running in from behind. He's shooting at nothing, but eventually he does get the kill onto Ronin, baby. That's an important man to take down. Although he hasn't had the best of starts to this game. 3 and 9, and normally someone that they can heavily rely on. Keep coming back in from flying. A bit of a whiff, and that's going to give Spiels an extra kill. Destroyer, the last man left alive. I haven't said that too many times over the past week, and well, it's not going to last long at all. Hwatsai, they've got their 3rd round on the board. I'll be honest, though, and this may sound like a pretty bold claim, I think 7 rounds is already enough for Invictus. Like, obviously, the momentum that would be caused if they did just lose the remaining 5 rounds in a row probably would mean that there's a good chance that Hwatsai could take this. But if we went into the end of the half and it had been a bit more back and forth and it had been 8-7, I think Invictus would do enough on the T side, in all honesty.
I think so. I agree with you there for sure. I believe their T side is going to be much stronger, just because of the individuals that they've got. You know, actually, on the subject of getting hit by the brick and winning $1 million, there was a really just stupid story I heard before about how in America, I'll cut a long story short, woman shot her husband because they were messing around playing Russian roulette but didn't check if the gun was loaded. And so she sued the gun company because on the box it didn't say check if the gun is loaded, even though the gun doesn't come loaded. You have to load it yourself. You have to buy bullets separately and load it. But it didn't say on the box, before using, check that it's loaded. And so she got millions of dollars off the gun company.
Imagine how much stuff you have to write now. Like, don't eat the gun. Like, I don't know. It just, don't put it in your mouth. Like, it's just silly. But whatever. Everything has to be idiot-proof nowadays. Bottle,
exactly. He's
getting aggressive. He's got to be careful because there is still Neff lurking around in middle. The Molotov's going to go down. Xiaosage peeks out on the edge of the smoke. He's only going to get 1, but he has Destroyer. Hold on to the cross. A kill coming out from the AWP. I assume that means that there was a smoke missed, because that seemed like he got that kill from CT. Otto re-aggresses, spotted out by Neff, and loses the duel. Maybe slightly unnecessary peek, and in fact, another player in Viva's gone down as well. They're taking risks that are completely unnecessary, and now the smokes have fallen properly this time. The T's are going to be able to cross to the site. Flying, trying his best, will get 1 back, and the second shot is clean. And in fact, that is everybody done and dusted. It will be an 8th round for Flying. I'm just going to say for Flying.
Trump's got COVID. Deserved. So, for Invictus, you know, the spot that they're at, as you said, Tom, 7's already enough.
What is that? Where were the smokes?
If at first you don't succeed, swing, swing, swing again. Just keep on looking for it. We saw this yesterday as well. Nuke continuously peeking outside without smokes for the cross. Although Tiger were doing that as well. But, I don't know. Some of these decisions, I guess sometimes they just feel it, right? They're like, you know what, I'm a god. I'm gonna swing, I'm gonna kill everybody. Easy. And then it is not easy.
Oh my god, completely blind. Corrects the spray even to get the second. You gotta go back for more. Bottle feeling confident. I can see why. I guess this is the opponent that has not won a single map. What was the point? You've walked into that corner and then reloaded. They know you're there, mate. They know you're in the corner. He's still gonna get the kill. That's funny to me. That's really, because I'd see a lot of people do that in like this is gonna sound like an insult to him, but like really like sort of low level matchmaking games where you just like, or they're just a player who's just bad. Like they're like, I will walk all this way, and then they reload their gun. You're like, you know that makes a sound, dude. That was pointless. You might as well have jumping runned over there and made as much sound as humanly possible. But hey, he gets away with it. They still don't kill him, even though they know he's there. He's managed to get a triple spray down. Nice round in the end for Bottle. But yeah, this made me giggle. The fact that he still gets away with the kill and even gets a fourth. There you go. Not bad, right?
Not a terrible round. I mean, look, I do it pretty much every day, but some people, I suppose they'd consider that an exceptional one. Destroyer, he's opened this one up. It's just Deagles, just the Deggles. I don't imagine, you know, for Hwatsai, it can't be easy to be in this situation. Yeah, they're getting a couple kills here and there, and look at the scoreline of 9-3, and then look at Invictus's money. It is trash. But this late, I don't see it really mattering that much, Tom. I mean, the spot for Hwatsai is that they've won the pistol round, they've won a full eco, and they've won one round since. That's not great. This round, I mean, it's Bulbasaur. He's got 2 kills already. He might do it. He might pull it off, make up for yesterday. This would be huge. This would be them in with a chance to get 9-6. I'd love to see that. The flank is too good. Destroyer picks him up anyways. Eve was about to come up behind him. They save a double up setup, and I guess this is the game that we expected to see.
Yeah, I appreciate your optimism, but unless there was like some serious whiffage coming out from Destroyer, that was never going to be a thing. And yeah, he's been having a fun time. That's the thing. I feel like Hwatsai and Invictus don't match up because Invictus make a lot of crazy plays, and so do Hwatsai. So they're just clashing on an individual level, and Invictus are going to win that game. And I think it's been the teams with a little bit more depth to their tactics that have been able to cause them problems because they set each other up with utility, which is something that even Invictus don't really do. So this is basically the perfect matchup for Invictus. So if they were to lose it, even a map, well, we'd be looking at them again in shock, but we've already had that a couple of times. Viva about to be pressured into middle. Hwatsai decided against it. They're going to be spamming a through shot, a few shots through. Wow, English is hard, especially early in the morning. And with a minute left, they've switched things up in towards shot. They've got to be really careful because they don't actually have any smokes or Xbox or anything. So this cross is actually relatively risky, but they'll get away with it. Now the smoke's going to fall over. Xiao Sage in position. Doesn't have much support here, so there is potential. But he likes to play these sort of headshot angles. He's going to jump over the top of the smoke. Oh, that's one of the boldest plays I think I've ever seen a player make.
For Invictus, man disadvantaged. They got to try to get back in. They haven't got great money though, as we were saying. Yeah, this is what stops you from going for a retake. But with that kill, surely they're going to go for this. See a player? Okay, I don't know where Destroyer was going there. He was just on a little bit of a tour, running in towards the tunnels. Destroyer's down below. It's an easy kill. This should be a save now from the CT side. Almost definitely. Viva picks up another, but Bottle falls. And oh, so Destroyer's not going for this, but Viva is. What's Destroyer doing? Like what? Your teammate's pushing the site, man.
They've all.
Ah, that was weird. You know, I feel like that. I'm getting thrown back nostalgia of my my school days, because I went to school with a guy and he was with this girl, and we all told him, you know, she ain't the one, Chief. You know, you gotta move on. You gotta move past it. She ain't great. He wouldn't listen, and she cheated on him, and then she cheated on him again, and she cheated on him again. And I'll tell you what, the fourth time, he was still surprised. He's like, "Oh, she cheated on me." Like, bro, come on. You know, at this stage, you know what you're getting into. I feel like that's us with this region of Counter-Strike. We're like, I know what's gonna happen, and then we still get surprised. We still get surprised every time when mad stuff happens. I feel like we're turning into Dave.
I really hope his name isn't Dave. It's not the most Irish name in the world.
Dave O'Shea.
Yeah, I believe it now.
Dave's just dummy.
Looks pretty bleak. Flying fell early. A little bit of a mistake with the jump. Xiao Sage, there's no way he's getting him with that AWP. And yeah, the only other player with a weapon is going to be Destroyer. And somehow, yeah, Viva just played Deagle. Just play Deagle, man. He gets 3 kills on a retake with the Deagle. Should have sent him in first. Probably would have won that round. Nice attempt, but it is ultimately going to be a 5th round coming up for Hwatsai. As said, though, like I wanted to see more from them on the T side. The big shock for me is Ronan is having a rough one. 3 kills, and I'm pretty sure I said it fairly early in the half that he only had 3 kills. Hasn't had one since, and well, I think if he was having a better game here, they could even be in the lead.
Yeah, I've never seen Ronan really have that rough of a time, and I think for Hwatsai in general, they're sweating more than Trump right now. This has got to be a pretty tough position to play from. 5 rounds on the board, pistol round. Well, at least that's their forte, right? This is something that they can do pretty well. We'll see if this is going to be the round win, or if it's going to be pretty much RIP on the half. The spray by Splashka, he's getting nothing done. Tapping away on the USP, but he's only finding ankles, and eventually he gets taken down, but there's a gap in the smoke. No one's paying attention to it. Neff's able to pick up one. He's walking through, and they just don't give a damn. And so many angles to cover there, though, with short and long being pushed. And for Hwatsai, 6 rounds on the board. That was an essential round win.
Oh, it is going to be 10-6. Aren't you going to see an investment from Xiao Sage? The rest of the team seemingly a little bit more hesitant to buy into this round. In fact, what is this? Why have 2 of them not bought? I'm so confused with the decision making that comes out from Invictus. It's genuinely like, from an overview perspective, it's like watching a game of matchmaking. Like, two players force, the other goes, "Why are you force? I am going to buy AK next round." Like that's what I'm looking at right now. Like with Viva, I can understand it because he wants to potentially save up for an AWP. But like, other than that, I don't get it. And then the funny thing is, he's probably going to be the one to do the most damage because he's always that beast with the D. They're going to get a bomb plant, Mitch. They're probably going to get a buy in the next round. If not win this one. Oh dear. Spiels. This is getting a little bit scary, but they've killed off Viva, so all danger gone. And yeah, now we have an even weirder scenario where they get a decent amount of loss bonus plus a bomb plant. So who are they? Like Viva has enough for an AWP, and then the other players don't have enough for rifles unless they go Galils. This is just, I'm just confused.
Ridiculous. By the way, Tom, one of my friends has 5.1 hours played in Star Wars Squadrons.
Okay.
Came out 6 hours ago. The hell is that?
Hey, dedication.
I wish I was that dedicated. Although I suppose we're going to be here for like 10 hours, so it wouldn't make sense to stay up all night. Might
I've
fall
done that
asleep.
before with game launches. I just stayed up and then just gone to bed when I get tired if I'm not doing anything.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Depends what the game is. If I'm excited for it.
I don't like the decision of Eva to just run through the doors. It somehow managed to net them a 1-for-1 trade, but
Oh no!
uh,
Oh, I want to see that from his POV.
he was blind as well. Like 2 kills is great in a round like that. They had nothing but the Eagles. Shazake was like 1 HP in that cubby. I feel like it's even better from the CT's perspective, though, because it's like, oh, that's a guaranteed kill, and then he dies. And I could just see him smashing his desk straight away.
Well, if checkmate have taught us anything, that's not a very good idea. What's I back in this one, though? 10-8, 2 rounds of the difference. We've started to see some sloppy mistakes and some weird decisions being made by Invictus. Do you know what the most infuriating thing is, Mitch? Vivo didn't buy an AWP. But why did he...
Why, yeah.
Why did he
got
save all that
2.4K,
cash?
What was the point? Why not force up fully with your teammates and have that extra bit to play off of? I don't know. I don't know, Tom. But as I said, I feel like we're just becoming Dave here.
Confused.
She's cheated on me again. Like it doesn't line up. You know, we know what we're here for. We know what we need to expect. All of our friends have told us you do Nation Counter-Strike. That ain't gonna end well, buddy.
That's the bomb.
You know,
The bomb.
again, you know, Tom, don't be Dave. Don't be surprised. You know what you're getting into here. But it is still heartbreaking when you see her with Roger for the 7th time.
It's not heartbreaking. It's brain breaking. Like we need a new thing. It's brain breaking because like my heart ain't in this. But like my heart checked out a long time ago. And they can't win this round. They gave them the bomb within the first like minute. Oh my god, Viva's bringing it back. It's left all on to Flying. Flying just got a kill with a Molotov. And that both players are low. Both players low. He's got the bomb. He's going to run
They win
away.
this round.
He's retreating. Planting this. He doesn't know he's behind him. Oh, he doesn't know he's behind him.
He's heard him because Ronan started legging it. He started running like a lunatic. Flying's going to get the plant. He's got a head peek as well. He's going to... No, you're going to the one place where he can head peek you. I suppose they can both head peeking away, but he's going to go up higher and Ronan Baby luckily gets away with it. Oh, jeez. That one would have... That one would have been ridiculous for Hwatsai to lose. I mean, like, you get the bomb handed to you.
That round hurt my soul.
Yeah.
What's left of it, at least. Oh. Hwatsai? They're up to 9. They're still pulling this one back. Like, this is a fairly decent streak of rounds as well. Like, this was a 10-3 scoreline. We're now 10-9. So they've won 6 rounds in a row. Granted, they switched halves in between, but even still. Feels is going to get away with a cheeky frag, but the push through long has worked out for now. There's still 2 more players they have to deal with. Neff's position does make me a little bit uncomfortable because he's just hiding behind the smoke. His teammate's gone down.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Okay, they've checked it at least, and they get the spray back through the smoke. It's not terrible. You end up in a 1v3. This should be winnable. It's Ronan Baby. He's looking to up those kills a little bit. Those are rookie numbers, certainly for Ronan Baby. He's going to go around to long. You know, most players I would have said, oh, it looks like he might be saving on this one when he started running towards tunnels, but I know Ronan Baby. But he's going to run into an AWP. And it's a miss! Flying! He goes down now, 1v1. This is winnable. Coming up through long. Bottle has got all the info to play with, though, and no idea for Ronan Baby. Oh, the swing and the kill. That was close, though.
Yeah, that was a nice attempt. Unfortunately, that is the break of the chain, and Invictus will get themselves further into the lead. Their money's questionable. Luckily for them, their opponent's money is worse. It's going to be a fairly awkward position for Huatsai. They lost a fair few players to the Pistols over the last few rounds, and yeah, to have a half start of what, 3-4 rounds in a row and not really make any cash is relatively disappointing. They're going to come in with a double scout and some deagles. This is a round that I definitely think they could win with this sort of investment if there are some mistakes made, and considering they know that this should be some sort of force buy. A fast play into the B site definitely has its risks. And see setup being there. Scout shot completely blind is going to net one. They need to clear the man from the corner. They still haven't cleared him. It's falling apart, Mitch. They've got 4 kills, 5 kills. Just 2 of them. What? I'll be taking I'll be taking commissions on my clairvoyance going forward. If you would like to have your future read, please send 5,000 yen to Tom. There you go.
just gone with yen because it's the more like mystical one.
I just went with yen because we're doing an Asian tournament.
That makes more sense, yeah. So most of the like
a little bit more topical.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that is. How much is 5,000? Because I was going to say dollars, and then I was like, that's a lot of money. So I just said yen. In euros. It's 40 euros. That's not bad for a reading.
Oh my god, that's
I'll take it. I'll take 40 euros. Roughly what I'd charge, I think.
I remember my Steam thing, like, I just logged in one day and it was in yen, but I didn't realize, and I was like, what? And then I saw the little Y. It was insane. Games were 10,000 and something, but they were all quite cheap. I bought a load of games that day. He messed up.
Oh, Splash K. He's going to get one. Now, this is the Pistols again. They've had both teams have had some severe issues versus the Pistols. Every time they go short, they get a bomb plant, pretty much. Viva, please just plant the bomb. Please. Thank you. We got there in the end. They are going to lose this round, though. Although, Viva, that's a nice shot. Bottle, he gets there in the end as well. Again, they make things a little bit more costly, but the scoreline is going to be equalized. Like it's been a weird one because I don't feel like Huatsai have actually made a massive turnaround and like they're stringing rounds together, but they are. It's just a lot of them are weird rounds by Invictus or weird economy decisions. You have to take into consideration that Huatsai have won both pistols. Granted, the one in the last half didn't necessarily go too well. So they've definitely padded this game a bit, but Invictus, this is a classic Invictus map, basically. Like, have it in the bag, be winning 10-3, and then start making silly, unnecessary mistakes, over-aggressive pushes, and just bad decisions altogether. If we speak about the Tai Lu coach, I can't imagine, like, the Invictus coach must be in a straitjacket at this point. That's the only acceptable. Does he exist? That's the question.
Oh, he must do.
Wikipedia. Do they have a coach? Invictus. They do. His name is Spinach.
Oh, well, let's hope he's good for them. As you see, 11-11. There's going to be a lot of work to be done over there in the coaching side and this T side. Invictus, they've given Huatsai the way back in, and now it's time to really stop them in their tracks. And Ronan, he's wrecked them. Bobo comes through the smoke kill on the way. What? Hello? What kind of drugs is Bobasaur doing? He's just ran through the smoke by himself. That doesn't make sense.
And
that was stupid. That was just straight stupid. 4v3, you've players up towards the site, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna just run through this smoke. No.
He's a genius. He calculated it in his head, and it worked.
It was so dumb that it caught his opposition off guard. But, like, look at this. He reloads, 4v3, and just runs in. No flashes, nothing.
I guess the rest of his team were already up on car. So I guess in his eyes, he's going to hell. Going to hell. Well, they are in the lead. Huatsai have taken the lead on the CT side. I didn't believe in their CT side of this map. I was expecting the T side to be the be-all and end-all, and Invictus are proving me wrong at this point. Ronan Baby has had a slight step up. He was 3-12. He's now 14-15. So a comeback of sorts from him. The more confident he gets, the more dangerous he gets. Fact is, though, there's been other players performing for them as well. Neff having a good game. Here we go. It's going to be another short push. Now, they've got the bomb down almost every single time they push short. That's been something that has been a huge success for Invictus. The problem is their after plants have been poor. Most of the time they've done this with pistols, but here comes the push. The Molotov will hold Bulbasaur back. Are they going to check Goose? No. Oh, that's a surprise. It's still only going to be a trade, though. Flying brings it back. Ronan's going to get hit very quickly, though. I don't know if they're going to be expecting it. There is no one watching the ramp, and he's going to spray down 3 players. He thinks it's done, though. There's still another one. There's still another one.
I'll just let Tom recover a little bit mentally from that one. I mean, so well played. I feel bad for him. Hey, we got Bulbasaur up on the board. 18 enemies killed, doing a little bit better than yesterday. And it hammers home the point I was making when we saw him 0-17, which was that he's not a terrible player. He was just dog awful yesterday. Like, as I said, he was having probably the worst game I'd seen, like, in terms of drop-off. Like, knowing that a player is capable of playing. It's not like he's the best player I've ever seen, but he's decent. I don't have any...
They're just going to go short again. Why is the bomb in top mid?
Why? Yeah. That smoke's faded by the time he even gets down middle as well. It's...
Yeah, a little bit lucky that no one really aggressively faces into that position. Here we go. They're going to go for the same again. Why not? As said, they get an after-plant position pretty much every single time they go in this direction. It's not been clean, though. And they keep, like, for example, in the last round, there were 4 players on the site. No one watching T-Ramp. Like, that's silly. That's very, very silly. So, here we go. Bulbasaur, Molotov out. Player jumps into CT, dies. And Bottle... They've actually switched things up. They've jumped down, switched the direction. Jalsage with an entry onto the site. This will allow them to get a bomb plant. And an after plant position here. Definitely not going to be too viable. Beaver takes the peek. Actually decides not to re-peek. Well done. You get a sticker. And now, going to hold in towards... tunnels. Nice shot from Viva. Crossfire working out, and Jalsage is going to close with both. Invictus, they strike back, taking a 13th round onto the board, and unfortunately, once again, Botsite just don't have the money.
That 3v3 retake, considering the money that they had in the next round, I suppose they didn't want to play with 2 weaker weapons, but I was really urging them to save in my head when I saw that, and obviously running into the B site is never easy. To connect anything, even when you've got that utility to play off of and you've got players coming in from tunnels as well. It's just that little bit too difficult the majority of the time, and that's what we saw. As they crumble, it is just pistols for Huatsai, as you said. There's no money, and they stacked up B. I was a little bit worried seeing Bottle standing outside of B early on. However, he's not going to go for a Bulbasaur play and just rush through the tunnels by himself. Instead, they're going to group up and push the A side, which they've already completely cleared out. Now realizing this is an eco stack on B, I don't want to see them challenge all too much, which I say as Destroyer starts inching forward towards the B site, scaring me a lot.
Jalsage is fine, by the way, because he's got Mach 10, so that's okay. If he dies, not really a big loss. They're fully executing onto this B site. Now you know that this is probably an eco. Now if is Jalsage going in, as said, fine. No problems there. Makes sense. Anybody else? Not very smart. There goes Destroyer. Can't say I'm surprised. At all, even in the slightest. Flying, he's padding the stats a little bit.
Look at the AK. Okay. Wow! What the hell was that? Why is he jumping through the door with an AK in the late round? Like, oh, let's stop them saving a P250. You're mental. There's something wrong with you. If I was, oh man, again, this is one of those things. I can't do it because my girlfriend's asleep. But if I was a coach, I'd call a pause and again just scream at them for 30 seconds, and then go, "All right, let's go." That's just all you could do. Because evidently, speaking logic wouldn't matter. You gotta approach it like the laws of the jungle, right? The loudest one, you start banging your chest, stand tall, make yourself intimidating. So they go, "Oh, I don't want to get shouted at like that again."
They do sing nice songs though in the jungle. Either way,
Mighty jungle.
And it's going to go down. Ronan Baby, he's rotated in quickly, but it is just trades. Effective ones at that from the T side. They've entered this B site well. It was a stack. Bulbasaur. You don't want to wait for your teammate. And well, your teammate didn't actually wait for you. So he's now going to run through the smoke. Catches Viva. That's a first destroyer. Goes down as well. And he's managed to just clutch that one out. That was looking like an impossible scenario for Bulbasaur. But he hits the timing on that smoke. Nobody watching the door. Pretty weak after plant positions as well from Invictus. And Hwatsai going to get a 13.
That is the second time this game where Bulbasaur... Sorry, the second time this half where Bulbasaur has just rushed through a smoke. And it was so moronic that the other team just were completely caught off guard. So in a way, I guess he's a genius. It's literally one of those things like... They'll never expect me to do this. But the reason they don't expect you to do it is because it's a really bad play. But it works out. And I suppose desperation. Desperate times, desperate measures, right? That's exactly what we saw. They needed that round. They got it. They stopped Invictus from reaching 15. And now 2 opening duels go their way immediately. Splashk and Spiels to pull this one into the round where it's not only doable for this one, they can put 14-14 on the board with Invictus then having one final proper buy into it. This could be Hwatsai in this round looking to definitely set themselves up for the victory.
Oh, nice shot from Nef. Galsage, he's dead. There's nothing he can do here. And yeah, things are a little bit sketchy now for Invictus. They can still buy. It'll be Zhao Sage who's going to be the only one without a proper rifle, I guess you could say. Not been a necessarily bad performance from them on an individual level. Like, you've still got Destroyer performing fairly well. Flying's been decent. It has just been some of their decisions. And in a few times when they've been caught off guard. I think they could have won this game very easily, but they've decided to, well, basically play silly.
And this is it. This is the last chance. You look, they're going to get 2,900 next round. For Invictus, they have to win this round. Otherwise, you're looking at a likely 16-14 in favor of the Hwatsai side. This is scary. At least a guaranteed OT. Which takes the weight off the shoulders of the team that were down, I think, 10-3 at one point.
Yeah. That was a poor position from Hwatsai, but they have done a great job of turning things back. Some step-ups in the form of Ronan Baby have made a pretty big change. That is a sick nade out from Splashk. He just damaged every single player. Push going to be coming into his position, though, and both players have just been entryed. Nef, he's going to bring back 2. Spiels has caught another one off. Again, they seem to get onto the site, but every single time it goes wrong. Ronan Baby trying to spot ahead over the top. I don't think it's quite going to be revealed to him. Spiels has managed to catch one off already. It's left all onto Viva. It's been alright so far, but this would be a round to remember if he can bring this home. He's pretty much sat in the most obvious place to check. In fact, Ronan Baby's locked onto the angle. Spiels is just going to run round, pre-firing the corner. And Hwatsai have got 15. As you said, from 10-3 down, they have fought back. They lost the first 2 entries in that round, and they managed to slam back down, win that 2v1 situation. Well, Invictus, they got a bomb plant at least. I'll give them some extra money, but realistically, it's not going to be the best of buys. There's not going to be an AWP, and they're going to have to dig deep to win this one.
Yeah, this is a really upsetting position to play from now for Invictus. This should have been their game. Everything was lined up for them, but as you said, you know, players like Ronan Baby stepping it up. Destroyer, he's going to push mid by himself. What are you doing, you lunatic? I really don't like this guy. I don't like watching him play Counter-Strike at all. Bottle, he's come through with an opening at least. The CT side running away quite quickly. Shot missed by a splash K. He's allowed them to get into pit and get a little bit of control there to play off of. This could be dangerous. And he realizes that, just bailing back, getting boosted up to site, where he can play for short control.
He's been having a bit of a rough game so far, but if they win it, that's not really going to be something that matters too much. Trying to take a relatively passive angle onto long. That is where the T's are going to be making their way forward. He's got to be careful because he's almost setting up a headshot angle. The peak's risky. They almost line up for him, but he's found the kill nonetheless. Hoping for a timing shot will fall back into Gandalf, but he's put no spell on the T's. They knew he was there. The HP so low to win this is going to be tough. In fact, I think they're going to need Viva to go absolutely ham. They get an afterplant situation. He's going to be caught by Ronan and Bulbasaur there to close it out. Invictus, they've let this one slip. They've opened the door to the waving cat. And that's going to leave them now having to make a comeback again in a series. It's pretty much been the norm for Invictus throughout this tournament that they have not been anywhere near their best. And I think they've just proven it there.
Yeah, 100%. And you know what, Tom? I feel like Dave. I might text him again. Tell him, I know how you feel, man. And he might think I'm talking about a relationship, actually, so that'd be a bit awkward when I explain it's 5 Asian men. I don't think he'd think what I mean him to think. But anyways, let's bring in Blah and let's bring in Dinko. I wonder if they're as upset and hurt as poor old Dave was. Dinko, not even a morning ritual could get you happy after that one.
No, not even, Mitch. It was quite a disappointing performance, I have to say, from Invictus, but it's one we all expected could happen. We just always hoped that it wouldn't. And I think Tom painted the picture perfectly when you're coming into this. You had said it should be this easy game for Invictus. It should be a 2-0 for them. And it's true, you can't really bank on Invictus doing anything. They drop a map already, Dust 2. I mean, Invictus are just not a good team right now. It's very unfortunate to say. This Bottle player coming into the team, I mean, he hasn't been performing badly, right? And you look at it on paper, it's an upgrade. But something else is wrong with this team. They're starting to crumble overall. The Counter-Strike they're playing isn't as high quality as it was back in PAL Summer. The team overall just making really dumb decisions. And they just need to rework the whole team at this point. Just go back to the practice server. Start watching a lot of demos, maybe get some analysts in or fire the ones that you have at the moment because they're clearly not doing anything. And just
be like spinach anyway.
Yeah, just move forward and just get this done because right now, Invictus, they have the players, they have the individual skill, but they just don't have anything other than that. And of course, they can get a little bit of practice in, and of course, they can improve upon that. But right now, they have zero tactical ability.
Yeah, I feel like the most egregious round we saw for Invictus was that round. It was what, 4 Glocks and a P250, Tom? I don't have Skybox, unfortunately. I don't think I have access to it. Otherwise, I would have broken it down for you in beautiful, painstaking detail. But I feel like, yeah, now Invictus, the fact that the first half went 10-5 should never have happened. But that second half, the T side just fell completely flat. And I feel like we're seeing from Quadzai how they can play where they don't really seem to have any pressure. Like the CD side, the way they're retaking some of those bomb sides, they were losing that A bomb side every single time, right? The bomb is getting planted. But Mitch, how many times have we seen them just pushing through smokes? Bo were just running out without any backup. But they were kind of, I feel like, unleashed, so to speak. It wasn't just Ronan popping off. Ronan actually had a very quiet start, but everyone was having, it seemed like they were having fun in the second half. And in the end, they get the win.
Yeah, myself and Tom were having this conversation yesterday where I was saying how, you know, a lot of the time teams will make some plays where you're like, what are you doing? Like, statistically, this is the incorrect play. And I've asked a lot of players and a lot of coaches, what are you doing? You know, why are you doing that? Because to me, you know, to the numbers, you look at the statistics behind what you're doing, it doesn't make sense. And they're like, sometimes you just got to have faith in the play. You just got to believe in it and go for it. And it might seem like it's the wrong play and maybe you get punished. But if you believe in the strategy, just go for it. And I think that's where Bulbasaur was at in this game. Definitely.
Belief.
Exactly, right? Mind over matter, mind over logic. And Bulbasaur, well, he was rushing through smokes like a lunatic. But Neff, from the get-go, that was something I said, that if himself and Ronan Baby were firing on all cylinders, it could be a pretty tough game for Invictus. Now, okay, we saw Ronan go, 3 for 13 at one point. He definitely bounced back towards the second half.
Yeah.
Neff has been a consistent factor now for pretty much all the games for Huatsai. I mean, he's incredible to watch, and Black called that very early on, and I think he's continued to deliver on the high praise Black's given him.
Yeah, and even like when you look at the opening duels, 10-2, that's very impressive. Look, one thing about Invictus, yeah, there might be a garbage team when it comes to approaching the game as a unit from a tactical side, but let's be real, they have the more gifted individuals, right? They're more proven, more tenured players. You look at Viva, you look at Xiao Sage, you look at Flying and all these guys, and yet he's able to win these opening duels time and time again consistently. You got to give the guy some credit. Now we're going to be heading into Inferno, ladies and gentlemen. It is a map where famously Ronan Baby dropped 38 kills and they lost it. And of course, it's a map that famously Invictus have had a rough time on. Now, can Huatsai potentially win it in a 2-0 fashion and win their first game? Tom says he hopes so. Right now, we are on the side of the underdogs. Or can Invictus, as usual, take map number 2 and 3 and close it out? We're going to be finding out, but that's after a very, very short break.
Well, it was a disappointing first attempt for Invictus, a team that are currently towards the top of the leaderboards when it comes to PAL Fall. However, they will get another chance. We go on to Inferno next, Tom, and Huatsai, well, you called them as winning this one 2-0. I believe there was a little bit of satire in there, but you're not going to let go of that one now, are you?
Well, I don't know. They've lost 5 games of Inferno in a row, so I'm not entirely confident in their Inferno game, but you know, after that sort of performance from Invictus, I'm not confident in them either, so I guess it's just completely 50-50. They lost to Bren on this map, they beat D13, they scraped Beyond, they lost to After. This isn't a confident map for them, so we're into our pistol. Xiao Sage, he's going to kick it off. They are starting on the T side, and that does mean at least that they can dictate the pace. Ronan Baby is going to turn things around, and holy cow, everyone is dead.
Well, not too bad of a turnaround here for the T side. Bomb dropped as well. Shosage's got a pretty tough time. You get a 1v4, and, well, it ain't going to happen. Bobo taking that frag. It said it was through the smoke, but he could definitely see him. A 1-0 we go. Huatsai. They've done what needs to be done. They've gotten the round on the board to win this. Question is, can they win the second? Because their track record ain't great.
Yeah, they haven't won a series. So I'm guessing that's what you're getting at.
Tom, sorry, I just need to quickly interject. They didn't get a bomb plant, Tom. And they're forced buying up. It's just
Why not, right?
It's like I'm all for sitting here and going, well, that is a decision. No, you're wrong. You're approaching this game incorrectly. Like, why would you do that?
Maybe they want the extra utility going into their buy. Or maybe they're just going to win this round and make you look like a fool. They are pretty damn good with these Deegs. In fact, I'd say they're better with the Deegs than they are with anything else. So there you go. It's actually a very smart decision.
I will say the most frustrating thing as an analyst, regardless of broadcaster team, is when you look at a strategy and you say, please don't do this, it's wrong. And then they do it, and you'll have a combination of fans, viewers, and the team themselves go, but it worked. It's like, doesn't mean you should do it. Like,
here we
it's
go.
like jumping off a cliff without knowing how deep the water is.
They've got an entry. It's down to Splashgate. It could be going wrong, Mitchell. Oh, he's gonna die. He's dead. He's dead. They've got the kill.
Jesus.
They're making you look like a fool, Mitch. A fool, I tell you. You know, now like, it's left on to Bulbasaur and Neff, and they should just be saving.
I hate it, Tom. I hate it so much. Like, well, he's got the kill at least. They're not going to go for this, are they? Oh, they're going to go for it. It's a 2v3.
Let's go, Bulbasaur.
You've got barely any time. What are you doing? Oh, I hate this round. Everything about this just kills me. I mean, I feel worse than Dave when you cheated on for the 11th time. He was still surprised. Like, the reality
Dave doesn't exist, does he?
His name's not Dave, but he does. It wasn't 11 times, but it was a significant number. It was I don't even know how many it was, to be honest, because does it count as cheating if like it's 2 different people before you find out? Is that 2 or is it 1? I don't know. We had to ask ourselves a lot of questions on the morality of how to calculate figures.
That's not even a question. It's 2. What?
It's 2? If it's done twice with one person, is it 2 or 1?
I'd say that's 2 different counts.
All right. Well, then it's probably 11.
Okay.
For
Dave is a fool.
yeah. We told him. And
is it Dean? It was Dean, was it?
No, it wasn't Dean. Dean. You don't know. I went to school with them. I didn't go to school with Dean.
Wait, you didn't? I thought all Irish people would like live within like
screw you, Tom.
10 meters of each other.
Well, the thing is, right? It's like diving off a cliff, right? And not knowing how deep the water is, like whether there's rocks there or not. You just kind of go, oh, that's a cliff, I'll jump off. And you land in the water and you go, but I had a great time. It was really fun. It's like, but you should not have done it. Like, there's a decent chance you died. It's like,
YOLO, innit?
I splashed and it was fun. I might do it again on a different
Just keep saying YOLO, it's fine.
Exactly, YOLO.
They're going to push into the 3-man stack here. Now, there's no boost, so they should be okay. They've already lost 1 man. The spam through is not going to do anything, but Spiels does manage 1, and that will be all. I thought maybe there was going to be something a little bit more there. But unfortunately, for the remaining 2 players, there's very little hope in this round. And thus, they shall probably go for it.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy that we found Eminem on
Go
this
on.
one.
Let's go, Ronan, baby. Got 1 kill. Viva is going to be
Please.
down and out. Bottle and flying. Oh, it's getting a little bit dicey. There's only 15 seconds,
Oh
though.
my
They have to
God.
run. Someone needs to get on the defusal. They need to kill off this man in the corner first, though, and they lost the round. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You got the kill, but it's too late. That's a shame.
Congratulations. You played yourself.
Hey,
Yeah, one of them
he
had to stick it.
He got an M4. Why is he throwing his guns away?
He thought he was dead, but he's not. If he lost that weapon because he thought he was dead,
The funny thing is, I'm pretty sure the
cried.
bomb would have pushed it away. So he he lost it. Oh,
I mean, if it was still up in the air, it could have actually flown away. Why are they facing as well with so little time? Like, it's just, I really want to find Eminem. I thought we found him, but no. I want to snap back to reality.
Oh,
This is
there goes gravity.
this is really just mom spaghetti at the moment.
Oh,
Although no, my mom makes good spaghetti.
I don't think that was what the song was about.
But in the context that I'm saying it in, it doesn't make it.
Come on, Bulbasaur. Come on. No.
Here we go.
He's gone backwards. No, he was too far away. He hit him, but it was too far away.
I mean, he went back there so that if he got swung on the other side, it'd be a better chance that he didn't get seen, right? Minimize your view model.
It's not. It's not that he made a bad play. It's just a shame.
Yeah.
Spiels has an AK though. Now they can just save these 2 weapons. Now these last couple of rounds have been fairly manic. Some questionable decisions, but we're gonna get on with it for my mental sanity. Nonetheless, few kills each round. 4 players surviving though this one, so Invictus will have made a little bit of extra cash. And realistically, why is Destroyer the one pushing? He's not. He's just gone. What is it? This man's weird. Don't peek, Spiels. Don't peek. Don't peek. Please. Please. Why? Oh.
It's just... It's not the biggest of deals, and it's not like rounds are being directly decided at the moment because of some of these decisions, but at the same time, it is just a head scratcher. It really is. To try and understand what's going on inside their heads is the greatest task I've ever had.
I felt like it's like trying to get through one of those like laser mazes you see in the movies. Where like you can't really see what you're trying to avoid, so it's very difficult to understand. Interestingly, that works on another level because normally the way to get through it, you need to put down a load of smoke so that you can see them all. And obviously, in this case, the players will just run through it.
Just like in as they would handle such a delicate maze, just
Dun,
run.
dun, 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 dun. Just straight away, all the alarms go off. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, well, I couldn't see the lasers. That means they are not there. Like, no, that's not how it works.
Runs up, smashes the case, takes the thing, runs out the front door, like past all the security cameras. Not wearing a mask, like they can just see exactly who it is.
Destroyer's just like, and I got the case. It's just like, you're not holding a case. You're holding a piece of paper. Like, what did you steal? Like, just stolen something completely. You ran into the wrong building. Either way, Splash K, good position. They half check him. What has just happened? The lazy peek. That's what we call that one.
It wasn't even. It was
as if you've just. I guess he assumed because it was so deep on banana that there was no one there.
This is what I want to ask you, Tom. In what world do you have a player hiding sandbags while the other player is on the back of the site. Because honestly, and I mean this genuinely, if they had have expected him to be there, I would have paused this game so that I could report their coach for Cypher camming. He would be sent straight to ESIC, because that is brain dead. Like, that is not a hold. Why would you hold it like that?
Oh, here we go.
Let's imagine he doesn't find 3
Wait,
kills.
there was no one else there? Why did he...
It's just Xiaosage. He had a Mac 10 though. You wanted to play aggressive entry, but I mean, generally entry, you want someone behind him to trade.
Exactly.
But you know, whatever. They don't play Counter-Strike by the rules. But if you imagine he didn't find 3 kills from Sandbags last round, and then they just go to site, the guy gets 1 kill and traded, he would just be screaming right now about how stupid of a setup that was. And it was still that stupid of a setup. It just worked.
But the thing that's more infuriating is that someone on Invictus looked at Sandbags and went, nope, no one there. I'm going to forget that round. It didn't happen. Bulbasaur, he's setting up the nade. Currently in round number 1 of the match. And he's going to do a little bit of damage. Don't know why they've got guns in round number 1, but we'll move on. And Neff, Bulbasaur, and Ronan, they've shut this down quite effectively. It's going to be left on to Flying. He has got 40 seconds to try and retrieve the bomb. Well, if anything, he's just got to kill everyone at this point. Molotov going to be going down. It will be able to clear Ronan Baby out the corner. It doesn't have much support, but he doesn't need it. This seems to be his map. It's a weird one, because I'll be honest, like... Do you know what? He actually just is somebody. Like, is there a relation? Because it's like, it's not a map that I would put that should work for, like, really puggy players. Obviously, it's one that everybody knows how to play most of the time. But, like, most of the time, aggression on this map gets caught because it's so risky. Whereas him and somebody just seem to be able to perform incredibly well on this map. And it kind of irritates me, but at the same time, it is entertaining. They've smoked their own Molotov, and...
Smart play.
That's twice now on different teams that someone has looked at a player and then looked away.
Mm-hmm. You know, Tom, I feel like, oh, we're rushing down with an MP9. At least the support was there. At least Splash K was peeking. I actually couldn't tell. And he's gone out for more. Alright, I want to paint a picture. He loses that fight, right? Maybe it's a deagle. He gets deagged. A player with the bomb rushes B, picks up his rifle on the way. And all of a sudden, he's got a rifle. He's got a bomb planned as well. And we end up in a spot where that round can be lost quite easily. The alternative is that he doesn't peek and his teammates come in up behind Banana. They box him in and they peek together. Which one of those sounds better? Well, the first one apparently, because that's what we like to do here.
I don't understand why he, like, if someone lazy peeks something, right? It's because they don't expect someone to be there. Why did he think logs was clear?
I think typically when you smoke bottom Banana, you imagine that it's unlikely one guy's going to be tucked in. However, you also have to remember they've got pistols. Like the fact that they have pistols
rushes Banana every round. What do you mean it's likely to be clear?
That's quite true. Also,
if you've watched any game, even this one, you'd know that that's not going to be clear.
Yeah, I think well, I suppose only one guy.
They didn't know it was there.
The difference for me is that when it comes to just typically, you smoke bottom Banana, you've cleared left side, and you've pushed all the way down without a peek. How likely is it someone's going to play completely by themselves? No spams coming through the smoke, like nothing at all. It seems like they weren't even playing bottom mid.
Like, even if you're like,
firstly, of course you check it. Firstly, of course you check it, but secondly, consider the team you're up against exactly as you said. Xiaosage has been pushing Banana every round, and the idea of, oh well, he wouldn't play solo and he wouldn't not have any support here. That doesn't exist in this region. Like, they also missed their molly. The molly last round was meant to go into tree, but it bounced off the left side of the wall and went in the smoke. And I guess they just went, let's pretend the molly's there. It shows a really shockingly low level of adaptation though, Tom. Okay, please don't lose this round. But I just want to quickly say the fact that in that strategy he was not supposed to clear tree because it was supposed to be mollied, and when the molly misses, he doesn't realize I now have to clear tree. He's like, nope, strat says I don't have to clear tree.
Oh dear.
God. You're solo
Everything's
A
falling
holding
apart.
from that position, and you know there's a guy in apartments because he'd already gotten a kill. That's just silly.
Well, this round's looking pretty good for Invictus. Sitting on the positive side of the fence for once, they have a chance to now win themselves a round. They've got a couple of Molotovs on the CT side as they're looking to try and clear out some of these angles. An AWP for Splashk isn't ideal, but he's got Flying peeking against him. That gave him a chance. The backside corner is currently held by Bottle, who's going to go swinging out. Nice shot from Spiels, but Bottle's got the trade, and Splashk is a bit far behind, but he just runs in with the USP. They're going to hold on to the round, and I mean hold on to, as that was one that they never should have been losing. 6-3, WotSi continue to gain on their lead, but their finances have taken a pretty hefty hit, and now we can come in with a buy. Now, bear in mind, Viva's normally my go-to player when it comes to this map. If he plays well, they normally win. There was one game where I think he got 30-plus kills in this map, and they lost. But normally that's enough, especially with Flying performing as well. Currently, Flying has 3 kills, Viva has 1. This is not what we want to see when it comes to an Invictus comeback on this match. Now, obviously, they've got 5 wins. Realistically, that should be enough. 6, I think, is the point of guaranteed promotion into the playoffs. So your Tiger, your Tyloo, they are already confirmed to be through. It just depends. Obviously, it does matter where you finish, because it affects your seeding quite heavily. Flying. Feeling like there might be a potential solo peek. Ronan Baby's locked in. He's got to be careful. They're running through short, but he'll get the first kill for free. There's already a man on site. Molotov's not going to do anything as it lands straight in the smoke. And Neff, they don't know he's here yet. Well, they do now. He just missed some bullets. And actually, it's falling apart a little bit. Somehow, they still managed to get away with the kills, and the flank is coming in. Ronan Baby might be lost, but they've kept control of the pit. The spray coming out from Xiao. Sage, though, a Destroyer's found another one. They didn't need to push that. They've left it all onto Neff, and he's going to fall as well. Oh, dear, WotSi. The thing that's frustrating here is you had a player in pit, and you had short control. There wasn't really a place they could do anything from, but instead, both players just run in.
Onwards and upwards. You know, for a team like Invictus, 4 rounds, they're getting close to their target goal of 6. And without Flying showing up, as you were saying, it's almost a scary prospect. Because like, this scoreline right now is good for Invictus, and they've managed to obviously put them down to an eco over on the CT side, so that should be 5. I don't see any problem with them even finishing on that kind of scoreline. The CT side should be better. We know WotSi are not really capable on Inferno. They're not a great Inferno team at all. And we've already seen that in some of the decision-makings on the fly. Molly misses in Banana, then they just pretend that it's hit. They don't clear it. You solo hold A, pretend they can't come through apartments after spotting someone in apps 20 seconds ago. And it seems like their protocols for when things are going right are fine. But it's when things go wrong, when you lose that opening pick, when you're left in a position where something is left open. Maybe you've lost long control. How do you adapt to holding CT on the B site? Maybe you've lost control over short. Well, do you retake it? Or how do you hold the site itself or pit? Being wary of apartments, all that sort of stuff. And I don't think they've got the knowledge or the comfort level on this map to really make those decisions on the fly. Viva's got 2 kills. Like, this is ridiculous. 3 for Flying. Definitely not the players you'd expect to be trailing on the leaderboard.
And the worry as well is on the CT side, especially, they play the most pivotal roles. Like, you normally see Viva challenge, or overly challenge Banana, and then Flying's the pit player. So if either of them are performing badly in the next half, they're going to be in real trouble. Now, do I think they'll have 2 back-to-back bad halves? Probably not. I think it's unlikely. Splashk is actually going to go back through that smoke. regain banana control, but the rest of the team are gathering up. Now, this is where I would have liked to see a more 4-1 rotation, and they are eventually going to go for it. The problem is it's likely to be too little too late, and the flashbangs have gone over, and Spiels has decided to stay on B. Maybe just didn't want to get in on the fight. Ronan Baby for the pit. He's going to have to hit some tasty shots. He does get one, and Neff's in the pit as well. He's trying to hold the line, and he has to waste an awful lot of time here. He's being pushed from 3 different angles. Chance of survival slim, but he's doing a damn good job of it. Viva's managed to catch another one. The incendiary is going to make things a little bit awkward for him, but it doesn't seem to matter. Again, the rotation from the other side has not done enough. And although Neff put up a hero's round, Viva did slightly better as he goes from 2 kills to 7 in 1 round.
Not too shabby. You know, you got to call a player out to really get the best out of them, evidently. A flying sucks. All right, so he's going to ace this round, and that will be a nice, comfortable spot. I mean, Invictus are already looking good. The reality is, you know, on the T side, the expression, I don't know if I've said it to you before, Tom. I've definitely said it a lot. The T side is like an oven. The CT is like a microwave. You come in, you're expected to be on straight away if you're on the CT side. But on the terrorist, yeah, you can warm up into it, right? You spend a little while figuring out how your opponents are playing and trying a couple different setups, and eventually you make that connection. You hit it. If you play American football, the T side's the offense, same as it is here, the offense. You get your 4 tries to get your 10 yards, as opposed to the defense who have to be stopping you every step of the way.
This round, at least, not looking too good. Ronan Baby, the Deagle King, is dead, and then onwards, it should be easy pickings now for Invictus. I can't say they particularly deserve to take the lead, but at the same time, if they do, I don't think they're going to be complaining too much. Their map choice, one that we do expect them to play better on, but from what we've seen so far this tournament, that's not always been the case, and a lot of that has been down to their CT sides being poor. Obviously, Viva's ace in the last round is going to put the wind into his sails, and anything attempted in this round it's just going to fall flat. Galsage needs to make sure he at least holds onto the rifle. Spiels is going to look to try and hunt him down. Only 1 HP, but he doesn't connect the shot. 7-6, a flawless round will put the money in this. And now they are heading their way to a half victory. In the pockets of it.
And it is the thing that once you see that T side warmed up, right, once they figure you out, you have to go to your B plan. You have to start defending differently. Maybe it's where you start throwing in a little bit of added aggression to catch them off guard. You can test for map control a little bit earlier, but if WotSide don't have those protocols, they don't have the B and C plans, well then, this is where Invictus just kind of steamroll them from this point forward on the T side. And 7 rounds is already too much to give away. I think it's quite likely we end up a little bit higher up, and certainly if they win this round, Tom, you're looking at a 9-6 half for Invictus more than likely. That's really not where you want to be playing from. And look at this A-fake they're selling right now. All the utility coming over. But Spiels has made it to sandbags. I think they heard him go there. They knew exactly what was going. He's going to push the smoke.
Oh my. What? He gets 2? Oh dear, oh dear. Bulbasaur's going to run through the next one as well. Oh, he almost gets a kill, but it's not very clever. And, well, with what was a 3v2, now a 2v2, they had a good chance in the afterplant position. Instead, Viva is going to get an aggressive spot. Nice kill onto Ronan, and Neff's nowhere near the trade. It's all too easy for Invictus, and... oh.
2 maps now. I've seen Bulbasaur do that. He's 5 for 12 at the moment. And I don't know. I'm not enjoying his decision making. I think it's really, really terrible in a lot of these situations. Because I get it from some players. He's like, oh, I'm going to make a play. Or he feels like he has to make a play when he absolutely doesn't. And the risk he's taken never really pays off. As if double openings, MP9, Scout, both tagged up pretty heavily. But considering the AK and the M4 haven't even been involved just yet, This is a... Oh my god. Nice. At least it's a tag. Flying so easy to take down. This round is going so damn well for Hwatsai. Of course it is, Tom.
Makes me very uncomfortable. Nephi's going to spot him, though. They're getting very lucky in this round. Very, very lucky with a lot of timing spots. Bottle, though, he's looking to try and fight this back. Now, both players are very far away from each other. Bulbasaur's going to push down the bottom of mid. We'll see the switch up of SplashK into the pit. A lot of information gathered up by Bulbasaur. Likely tell his teammate that it's going to be a push in his direction. Bottle's been having a fairly decent game so far. SplashK yet to spot him out, and that will be the free kill. The 1v4 turned 1v1 as Bottle has brought this back, and the last man has been a man that we've questioned many a time so far in this matchup. Bulbasaur to try and save them here, and Bottle, it seems like he's completely aware, but he can't quite land the final shot. Save the AK for the next half, I guess, and that will be a 7th. Maybe one that they shouldn't have had, but I feel like that's pretty much the way that this game has been going for both sides. Rounds won, rounds lost that never really should have happened. And while we've ended almost even at the end of the half.
I think, though, you have to take into consideration the fact that that even scoreline on such a CT-sided map does give Invictus the upper hand. And then you combine that with the fact that, obviously, we've seen Hwatsai on the attack. They haven't looked good on this map in general. Their comfort level hasn't been there, and now I think this is it's gonna be a challenge for them. Some teams do thrive a little bit more when they're on that attacking side and they don't have the pressure on their back of trying to make those holds. And I think if you're uncomfortable with a map, actually, it's probably a little bit easier, Tom, to attack than it is to defend. On a map like Inferno especially, where the rotates are so long and you've got to make decisions like what happens when you lose your long player. How do you rotate one from B? Do you give up short? Do you play side? Like, there's so much to do on a map like Inferno, and the wrong decisions can cost you massively. This is just a waterfall out. I don't know how Flying survived so long, but it's not going to net them anything. A bomb plant's certain to come through, despite the damage to Ronan, baby. He's managed to stay alive at least and bring it into a 4v4.
Yeah, the only thing is I'm not sure how confident I am on their afterplant positions. Ronan is already going to drop. Got a man within the apartments. This is falling apart. Nice shot from Bulbasaur, but I think it's too little too late. There's still 3 players to find. He's at least managed to drop the kit, but I don't think that's going to matter much. I genuinely don't know how he's alive at this point. They're going for a 10-second defuse, and that looked really weird, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be a round going on the board for Invictus. That sort of reminded me of the dog in Up, where he just looked in a random direction and just went, squirrel.
He heard a noise. I mean, all in all, that was a really good start for Hwatsai. They get on the site, they get a 4v4 and just gave every single shot to Viva. The wallbang kill onto the low HP Ronan baby from the spam, then those 2 swings onto the site. It was a depressing affair, really. And with Invictus going up 9-7, we should see one more go their way. Now, even with a bomb plant, Hwatsai have decided against force buying in this round, which would be very common. Instead, they've gone for pistols, and they managed to get a 1-for-1. What?
I don't look at them, they can't see me.
That was so good, though. They flashed him. They completely flashed him. They got a plant. They've got 2 kills. This is great. Oh, my... No!
Oh, there's no way SplashK wins this. There's no way. He's actually going to get spammed through the wall. But yeah, that's a very, very good round. A huge amount of money made for Hwatsai. A lot of damage done to their opponent's economy as well. If they can win this round, then they're going to be in a fantastic position. Pulling out where the smoke is. That's nice.
That was actually scary, though. Like, the pushing him one at a time, terrible. I love that approach, though. Once I find the opening on apps, their player is even low, but they call. The flash was already ready. They chuck it over. They completely blind the player on short. And he dives out dives on top of him, takes the kill. That gets them a bomb plant. They get another frag afterwards. Invictus just got destroyed. And now they've invested fully into this round, and they've got an SMG still. This is great. Hwatsai have lined them up, but now it's time to tap those dominoes, knock them over, straight through the smoke. Oh, there was one on long as well. That makes sense then. Ronan Baby had his flash as well, just to cover him on that swing through. Pulled the up. Oh, the angle! Spiels! He's straight onto Viva. He's opened up B, dragging the rotate back over towards the site. And Xiaosage, well, he's playing this alone. I'm actually surprised they don't two-man rotate at this stage, because he could have just been completely overwhelmed. But I suppose the lack of pressure and the lack of utility coming over made him feel comfortable in solo holding for now. But once the flash is popped, Bottle's on his way.
And that's all a fake as well. They've used that flash, that small amount of utility, as an elaborate ruse. The only thing is, it's similar to what we've seen previously. They faked this out, but they've taken too long. They've taken way too long. So their opponents already know that this is a fake, and they're going to have the three-man stack. The spam through does so much damage. Xiaosage actually gets the kill on the other side of the map as well. And this goes from an advantage to a disadvantage in a matter of seconds. Flying from the pit is someone tough to clear, and the pressure onto Bottle eventually nets them a kill. They've still got to watch out, as there's a man in the smoke in the pit, and they're hunting for him. Destroyer has got another kill as well, and it's left all onto Bulbasaur, trying to clutch this out from the corner of the site. He's getting spammed down. The first will go his way, but that is all. And it started so well for Hwatsai, but unfortunately, they overthought things, and they didn't really work too well as a team.
Again, we're seeing elements and attempts from them like that fake up towards top banana, but it is a very half-assed one, right? It's not one that's going to fake out a whole lot of teams into sticking in position. I think just generally what we're seeing from them is the lack of comfort on the map itself. The smoke's being thrown down by Invictus, the angles they're holding. It's not something that Hwatsai are evidently used to playing against. And I think from an objective standpoint, this definitely should be Invictus's map. With an 11-7 lead, I doubt they throw this one away. Not even so much I doubt they throw it away, it's I doubt Hwatsai have got what it takes to actually turn things around. That's more so the issue.
I don't know. I think Invictus have managed to disappoint me so many times, I wouldn't be overly surprised. And while with a double entry coming out from Ronan and Splash K on Banana, they might be about to give it a damn good try, Mitch. As a nade, not even going to reach them. Bottle spam through it. It should realistically just be a save here. Did you know, Mitch, that the M4A4 has tracer bullets, so that if you shoot through smokes, the players can see where they're coming from? That's the difference between that and the silenced M4, which doesn't. And that's actually one of the reasons the silenced M4 can be quite viable, is that when you spam through smoke, it's harder to tell. Now, in the round we've just witnessed, the spam through the smoke actually gave a fair bit of information to Splash K as to where to spam back. So Bottle may have seemed like he wasn't taking that risky a spray, but in fact loses his gun because of the use of the M4A4.
That's really interesting, Tom. I never would have thought of that. I think maybe this is something that professional teams could take into account when they play and make these decisions. I don't know. I'm just spitballing there, but that could be something that would be helpful.
Oh, 11-8. It's a save for the majority of the players, but with Destroyer and Flying on AK still, there is potential that this round could go amiss. And Hwatsai, oh, they've let plenty of rounds slip like this so far. They're making a hell of a lot of noise going into the apartments. The bait's been taken. Destroyer peeks out, but he's only going to get one. And now the push continues on towards this A site. Flying. He's trying to be the lurk at the bomb. The bomb! Oh, he actually headshot Bulbasaur through the wall. Oh, that could have gone so badly wrong. The bomb was so far behind everyone else. Hwatsai have definitely got away with one there.
Rather fortunate indeed. They won't be caught off. They won't be punished, as you said. They get away with it, and the 12th round is stalled, at least for now. Viva on his way up through the apartments looks for an exit, but it's unlikely he gets it. Like, he's got a USP up against full HP, full armored opponents. Good luck. But here we go. 11-9, and Invictus, they might not even full buy, actually. I mean, in a map like this, it's not uncommon to take the weaker weapons to back up your rifles, but I think with the lead they've got, based on those deagles coming out, they're comfortable to take this one as an eco and actually give, potentially, a 10th round over to Whiteside, just so when they do get a buy, it'll have an off, and more importantly, really, on this map, oh my god! Have full utility, and that's one hell of a way to start things off.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they invest into 2. This is a lot of the time Viva likes to throw one up. Destroyer is someone who picks up an AWP as well. Nice trade at least comes in eventually from Neff. Now this double peeking pit is a fairly risky one. They've started to gamble that maybe it's going in the other direction. Xiaosagi going to get some close range angles around the smoke. Of course, their opponents are going to be running through it. This is free kills. It's just free kills. Bulbasaur trying to trade things back. Neff left into a 1 versus 1. The last man's coming in behind him. This was only deagles, Mitch. This wasn't even a full investment. And Neff has to try and save them once again. He doesn't know where the last man's coming from. The timing is going to work out in flying favor, but he hits the tap. Oh my goodness, Watsai, you are scraping by these last few rounds. It's making me so uncomfortable. And well, now there's a buy coming up, Mitch. If anything, this is Invictus's chance to slam them into the ground.
This has been anything but clean, isn't it? That kind of round.
There's a whole really minute on the clock. A whole minute.
Like, those pistols shouldn't be getting anywhere near that much work done. It was a great opening by Viva, and that almost cost them.
Well, that's the thing. They didn't need to run through that smoke. They just didn't need to. They could have just waited.
Yep.
Ooh, those are some nice nades, and Xiaosagi is just running down Banana. He's got to be careful. There is still a man in the logs, but he has a teammate to help him out. And this is a quick cleanup for them so far. 2 players remaining, Bulbasaur and Splashk. Splashk's had a pretty damn good game. 22 kills for him. Even still, I think the likelihood of them bringing this one back is slim. Okay, Destroyer is now just holding the angle, so realistically, now that he's decided he is going to stop pushing like a madman, he should be in a position where this shot, I was going to say can't be missed, but he does miss it. Luckily, he's got flying to back him up. Nice shot from Bulbasaur, but Destroyer will get there in the end. 12-10, Invictus confirm their lead a little bit further, and there's enough money to buy into this round, but this is the end of the finances for Huatsai.
End of the road, pretty much. If they lose as well, Invictus get that final little burst of energy coming towards the end of the game. It's 12-10. You'll be looking at 14 before it's a full buy for Huatsai. That they've been playing so far, I don't feel too confident in their abilities. They do feel like they just... Oh no, Xiaosagi straight through the smoke. What's going on? How is he still alive? He was beside them. I thought they saw him. They haven't lost a single player on this banana push until Splashk comes in with a double. Oh, what a round this is already shaped up to be. It's going to be a B push, but they have no idea about the extra man. Already pushed up so aggressively. This is ridiculous playing with an AWP. And Destroyer gets one. Shuts it into a 1 versus 2. The swing by Neff. And he's so close. He gives Flying a haircut, but in the end, it's not enough to take it across the line. Huatsai, 13-10 down, facing an eco.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think this is the beginning of the end. That they haven't looked particularly good on their T side, and unfortunately, the rounds that they have been winning have been like very, very, very close. And even in the early rounds, we were seeing them get a lot more bomb plants, making a lot more money. At this point, it's not really been going in that same direction. So Invictus back in the driver's seat. They've still got to be careful, though. They can't really afford to lose too many players. I will say that Ronan's bought a little bit more than I would have liked to see. Obviously, if he gets a kill or two, it's fine. They will leave him within the same position of the rest of the team. And there you go. Bottle's been absolutely owned. Destroyer is going to take the reface and we'll get the trade. But the rest of the team, look where they're going, Mitch. They've run all the way back around. Viva and Xiao Sage have given up the site. They might not even realize in time Xiao Sage is going to get into position, but he's going to hear all the footsteps. This should be a bomb plant at least. And he's going to take the fight. Wins the battle, gets the second. And well, now Neff doesn't really stand a chance. Probably just going to allow them to defuse the bomb, hoping that maybe he can catch someone rotating. The fact is, they have absolutely no idea where he is. And, well, he has a chance for a 1v1 against the AWPer.
It's the weapon, even. There's a weapon here for him to pick up, I'm pretty sure. He's kind of presuming that they'll be sticking around looking for it. They've cleared out the site. They're just now starting to defuse, but there's still plenty of time. 5 seconds or so. And I think he just runs underneath. There we go. Picks up an M4. Mission accomplished.
Well, it's crunch time for Hwatsai. All in all, not a bad round, but at this point, they need more than just finances. They need to make sure that they're getting some rounds onto the board. They need to put the pain onto the economy of Invictus. It's going to be an aggressive push from them, looking to try and take the fight. And Viva, he's doing just that, but he's got caught out. Destroyer has found the trade, and oh my goodness, that's risky from Spiels. He's going to get away with it. In the meantime, Neff's trying to make a play back in the other direction, but it seems like Flying's aware of it. The Molotov, however, has gone past. Is he expecting anybody to be this far forward? The answer is no. And that's an opening onto the A side. A missed shot from Destroyer as well. That could be everything. He missed a second. That's 2 mistakes in the space of a moment. And now Neff, is he just going to be handed a third kill? Surely not. Bottle gets there in the end. He's going to throw out a Molotov. He doesn't realize someone's already crossed past. This is just a round of misinformation and misplays from the side of Invictus. And Xiao Sage has made the decision just to hold on to his gun.
I think it's the right call, bringing that weapon forward, but a depressing round, really. Destroyer had that in the bag. If he just hits that, he has a teammate still on site. It's easy pickings for them. They've got balcony covered. He's able to just hold for middle. But a double whiff, and I know you said Destroyer likes to pick up that up, but maybe he should pick up the rifle again. He's 20 for 18, and a lot of that was first half. He was very impactful in the early stages of the first half, especially in finding them all these advantages. You know, here's where there's a little bit of a challenge for Invictus, potentially. I mean, they're on their last dollar and dime. If they lose this one, it's 13-14, and this is a real weight starting to build up on their shoulders. I think this is where the stress really begins if they lose this one.
Oh, fast play from Ronan. There's 3 players at the top of the banana, and the battle has gone the way of the CT side. Bomb in their control. This gamble stack that they've thrown in a few times now has been working massively. Neff manages to avoid the Molotov, but it seems like Flying's going to go pushing. Neff hoping to try and find a trade, but nothing going to come his way. And now the full force of this defense have all come in to just support on Banana. If they somehow manage to lose this round, I will be calling questions. Flying's actually getting wall banged. He's getting fairly low. That's a free kill. They do section them apart, but Viva is very quick to find a trade. Nice shot from Splashgate, but it won't matter. 15-11. Money in the bin as well for Hwatsai. It's looking like Invictus are going to be taking us to a third and final map. And as I said, this is classic Invictus style. They like to copy Tyloo in every aspect, and that includes losing a map.
Yeah, decision making in losing maps to weaker teams. As you said, they've had 1-2-0 in this tournament so far. Everything else has been 2-1s. Not a nice position to be in. I mean, if you're having that kind of struggle, how do you play versus the likes of a Tyloo? But hey, at least they're getting this one closed out fairly nicely. Destroyer in there with a double. So is Xiao Sage. Splash K left all alone. There's not a lot he can do. He's moving up towards long. There's already 4 players on this site, one coming up through mid. This would have to be the nuttiest ace clutch. I think short of a spin bot, he's lost this round. And with that, Invictus do take 16-11 on map number 2. They've made the recovery, and they're bringing us the full distance all the way onto Mirage, Tom. It's been an up-and-down series. I think Invictus, they didn't look too great when it came to map number 1. It was a close one. But they made a lot of mistakes, a little bit less so here, but I think they won this more so because of the mistakes of Huatsai. And luckily, we've got 2 beautiful gentlemen who've been watching that in the background. They're going to give us a little bit more insight into that one. Blah, let's start with yourself. What did you take away from this map now? Invictus bouncing back. How do you feel about Mirage coming up, I think, more importantly?
I mean, you guys didn't believe, but I believed in Invictus. I knew they could take down the superior team there, Huatzai, able to grind it back in a fascinating fashion. Jokes aside, though, let's be real. I don't see Huatzai taking this series, right? Yes, they won Dust 2. Great job. Kudos to them. Got to give them credit. Bobo, especially showing up and playing on that map. This was just... It's kind of weird, even though it was a pretty one-sided affair. What was it, 16-11 at the end of the game over there? For some reason, it felt closer to me, because we had these kind of weird rounds coming out where it did get a little close, but the decision-making, that's what stands out to me. I'm not going to try and break down any of the big rounds, Mitch. For me, it's more about someone's individual plays where it's highly unnecessary. 2v4, you're saving. Right? You know where the T's are. Why do you peek with 2 seconds remaining? I mean, what was the purpose of sitting on your asses for 30 seconds for the bomb to explode, saving a gun, and then you peek out at the last second? It makes no sense. So decision making is lacking, but at least for the side of Invictus, they kind of showed up here, I feel like. What's your take on this, Denka?
I think it was probably a little closer than Invictus would have liked, especially in the first half. I feel like they definitely could have done a little bit more, but I think it comes down to the point you were talking about, Blair, that we've brought up so much with pretty much every team in this tournament, is the decision making is awful. It just is terrible, and it loses them so many rounds, right? Invictus should be able to win this cleanly. They should stop Huatsai from taking 10 rounds, reaching double figures. They should just shut it down, but few mistakes come in here across the board, but it's a better performance on Inferno. I don't really want to take too much away from this because it is Huatsai they're playing against. Invictus, I feel, still have their problems on Inferno. You can definitely see that. It'll take a little bit more work and a few more convincing wins for me to be a little bit more confident in this team. I think a good takeaway, because we know basically we're not going to be seeing Huatsai play much more in this tournament. Neff is definitely the player to watch for me in this team. We talk about Ronin because he's kind of the flashy one, but I think Nev is probably the player just has to go forward and do something better. He's one of the pickups for this team. I think Splashkey coming to form in this final map, well, one of the final maps in this tournament for them is a good sign. Maybe he can get his confidence back. I feel like he's been out of the game for quite some time, so moving forward, I want to see him kind of return to form. But this Huatsai team, I don't see them winning the series. Obviously, I don't see them getting a win in this tournament, and I don't see this team sticking together.
You say that, Dinko, but Top, which team took down Tyloo on Mirage? To remind me, refresh my memory. It was Huatsai. They won it convincingly. So I don't know. If I'm Invictus, I'm going to be attempting to at least close it out early instead of allowing Huatsai back into the map, which is what they did on Dust 2.
That's true. They do need to shut them down.
Honestly, at this point, thanks for that info, Dinko. Honestly, at this point, I don't really know what to expect with either of these teams. I think both of them are poor. I would love to see this Invictus roster completely disband and some of the other members go to other teams. I think they've got great individuals, but I think as a whole, they are a plague within this tournament. That has just they just make awful decisions, and it's frustrating because on an individual level, you can see someone like Destroyer, you can see someone like Flying Viva play to a high standard. Any of the players on this squad can do something amazing, and then the next round they just have zero synergy, and it's infuriating because they're probably going to come out as one of the top teams when in comparison to Tyloo, Vici, and even Tiger, I just don't think they're very good at all. So I don't know. I would love to see these other players in different rosters, maybe under some better leadership, because whatever's going on with the calling, it just seems to be like, I will go and get a kill and see what I can do in this round. It's just not good.
There doesn't seem to be really any calling, but again, I don't know, Mitch. Well, what's your friend's name again? Dean? David?
Dave.
Dave.
I'll go with Dean. Don't get me in trouble with Dean.
Okay, it's kind of impressive, like how I think it's very fitting how Tom, despite after all these games, what day is it today? Day number 12?
13?
13.
Lucky number 13
Three best of threes
on
a
a
day
Friday.
with 13 days. That's quick math. 39 games. 39 games. And even then, at the end of all this, Tom's like, I don't get why they're not making good decisions. It's just like your friend Dave. He just doesn't learn. But at the same time, neither do we, and neither does Invictus. Will they, however, learn and come up on Mirage and close it out, take it 2-1, or with what side? Finally get a win under the belt. We're going to be finding out after a very short break.
You might break if you're fragile. Hit me with your arrows, treat me like a black rose. Break if you're fragile. Hit me with your arrows, treat me like a black rose.
And here we go once more into the fray, Tom. We're going down onto the final map of Mirage, as people just saw on their screens at home. A nice little fly through. I mean, the production quality here with PGL is absolutely insane. I think this has got to be the best production that the Asian region has had consistently, anyways, for these kind of events. Usually it's one bloke on his PC just sat there breathing down the mic. So I think this is it's an improvement for sure. Actually,
and
probably
now it's
screaming. That's two. But I gotta say though, PGL been doing a great job. And for you guys at home, if you're watching on Twitch, which I think most of you are, I'm looking at the HLTV page here and I can see 10 times the numbers on Twitch. Well, you're crazy. Personally, I would go to Twitch as well normally. However, what you probably don't know is that the YouTube stream is in not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4K, 60 FPS. Now, even if you don't have a 4K monitor, you can see the difference. So go and check that out. It is the smoothest thing. It somehow, Tom, it looks smoother than real life. It's smoother than his freshly shaved and oiled up head. It is a position that you definitely want to be in. So hop over to YouTube, open it up. Hell, have them side by side and see the difference, because it is glorious in 4K 60 FPS. And only PGL are doing this. It's only on YouTube because Twitch doesn't allow that level of quality, because why would they, as the #1 streaming platform in the world? So, Tom, we are ready to go with Mirage in just a couple minutes. Now, how are you feeling about Huatsai versus Invictus? Because it's been back and forth, and you called 2-0 for Huatsai in a joking manner. However, they very nearly delivered.
Well, no matter what, here I'm wrong. So, yeah, might as well just stick with it at this point. Honestly, like, they played very well the last time they played on Mirage, but I can't, like, sit here and try and even lie to myself that I think that they're going to play as well as they did last time. Like, they beat Tyloo, for God's sake. Like, that's not something I can ever expect to happen again. We also saw, like, an incredible performance from Neff, who has been pretty good today. Ronan was average, but there were a lot of very, very close rounds. Splash K also came out of the stocks and had a really good match as well, and they pretty much had everybody online. Now, that's something that Huatsai have not had throughout this tournament. Also, I think that was just one of those maps where Tyloo took their foot off the gas, and if we've learned anything from both Invictus and Tyloo, is if they suck in one of the maps, they'll always smash their opponent on the third one. So I'm not feeling great for Huatsai here. The problem is, like, Invictus, even though they're definitely making it to playoffs, or almost definitely, they're going to be one of the teams that will probably get through to maybe the semifinals. I honestly just don't understand how. Like, I think if there were any sort of level of structured team facing off against them, I think they'll get destroyed. And realistically, it's just their individual skill that gets them through a lot of these matches. Unfortunately, that's mainly what Huatsai have as well, playing as more of a mixed team. Bottle, he's caught a man in a very audacious position, and the second player of Neff now doesn't have any support. Ronan has managed to find one, and so is Spiels, looking to try and get themselves through a pistol round. It's Flying and Viva, the deadly duo left alive, and Ronan, he's taken the fights versus both of them. And because of that, he's going to fall. It leaves Spiels in a 1-versus-1. He's not been playing fantastically today or throughout this tournament, but this would be one hell of a round to win.
That it would, a confidence booster for sure. And Viva, well, he's been slow to start in each map. I think that's been the main problem. He's got a nice position towards CT. Now, for Spiels, knowing where this is planted, you're presuming it's either going to be Palace or CT. He goes up on top. He's clearing out Palace, doesn't see the player. Now he knows exactly where to focus up. He's going to fake this. He's going to get Viva to swing wide. It all comes down to this fight. But Viva, well, he's got the escapism. He's got to get away. Got to run into the corner so he can't be chased down. And it's won. It's done. And this is the round for Invictus to start it off. The question is, will Viva survive? Yes, he will. Eventually. It took maybe a couple mags, but they get there in the end.
Well, I didn't want that to happen again. We've already had one 38-second pistol battle.
I don't think anything could be as awkward as that one, I'll be honest. It was just ridiculous.
It's a bit of a weird one. Again, both we see them taking sort of individual duels, like Ronan getting right up in the face of his opponents. We are going to have the force spike coming in, and if I've learned anything from Asian Counter-Strike, it's that even if you win the first round, the second one is definitely not guaranteed. Splashk is going to round the corner onto Xiao Sage, and that's a freebie. First kill going their way, and Viva going to trade one back. Splashk hoping for a little bit more, clearly feeling confident. And a re-smoke to give him that one-way angle over the top. I've spotted Viva up on short. Taking this battle is going to be tough, though. And Bottle, he has an AK. Now, the fact that he's alone makes me a bit uncomfortable. But Spiels is there. MP9, smoke in hand. If he throws this smoke, it's actually just going to give away his position. The element of surprise will be gone. But he still manages to get the kill onto Bottle. He is dead, though. They round the corner. Trade's coming back. Ronan hits another one with the Deeg. And well, they have to cross over to get into... Well, actually, they didn't have to cross over. I thought that maybe the bomb had dropped in that direction. Viva's still fighting. He wants to try and take these faces versus a low HP Deagle. And, well, he's going to connect 3 headshots. Not the smartest way to play it, but he wins the round nonetheless. And Invictus are going to take themselves a 2-0 lead.
It's a round that they really should have had. If anything, probably cleaner. But the upside is, coming into the next, they can build up that bit of extra cash. The question how you approach these kind of rounds is the CT side. There's a lot of debate around what the best thing to do is. I like the firing squad in middle window, though. They've got Deagles to play with, the USPs as well. Obviously going to be decent enough when it comes down to supporting it if you've got the numbers to play with. And a boost in towards ladder room, but Bulbasaur's just being dropped. That leaves it into a 2 versus 5. I think Splashka wants to take the Deagle, but as he swings, he's dead, leaving just the one of Ronan Baby to do it all. And it's a difficult task. He finds one Deagle at least. One more guarantees that they won't be getting a nice, comfy position economically, but he can't get it. And I think they'll just save this MAC-10, like as in continue to use it into the next round, which pretty much leaves their economy in a 1-round buffer. So if they lose a round, they can easily get a buy up for the next. I did like the approach, Tom, but I feel like they were a little bit too spread. Like, you've got 3 players in window, one guy pushes down below, one goes underpass. It's all right for the start of the round, but once they took contact on top mid, I expected them to start fully focusing. And yet, as players were challenging in window, there were 2 trying to boost up through ladder room and not engaging at all. It seems like you're just throwing away the numbers advantage, which is the whole thing that you want in a round like that.
Oh, this round's going to be Neff manning the AWP. Going to see some extra utility being expended. A bit further forward to try and take control of middle. Nectar smoked off, and Molly going to be falling onto short. A lot of space already gathered. Now, they have a MAC-10 on Xiao Sage. The likelihood is, even though he's the man with the majority of the utility, he's going to be taking a riskier stance in this round. He's in the palace and potentially just going to try and jump out. The timing is not bad for Splashk, but he's only going to get one. Neff has not been dealt with. They tried to just ignore the man in the back lines, and now Bulbasaur's in a prime position. Xiao Sage, in fact, was not the distraction. He was the final piece of the puzzle. And unfortunately, that piece didn't fit.
I do wonder, you know, for Invictus, a round like that, it's... hold on. They've gone for a Tech 9 and an UMP. That is a very low investment. A very weak weapons, I suppose, coming out from them. I thought it was they were a little bit more secure. But evidently the damage done was enough, and I suppose without a bomb plan, that's the real kicker, right? So now clean, they get away with it. So when you look at Huatsai, This is their chance to get right back up there, to equalize 3-3. But now they're against the Rifles. We'll see Invictus look for a very direct approach towards B. Tom, to me, this is a bit of a gamble. In a round like this, I'd rather go for middle control, so you leave your options open. You don't know how they're playing B. You don't know what their hold is or what their rotations are like. And currently, they've got 1 short, 2 B, and 1 rotated through kitchen. They've got a clear read on what's going on. This is so dangerous from Invictus, and they might be punished in a round that matters quite a lot.
They've been sectioned off as well. Bottle, how? How's he managed to walk into the site and get a double opener? This is all going wrong for the CT side. It doesn't seem like they even know that there's still 2 players here, though. One of them should have been spotted, and Bulbasaur... Oh, the smoke faded. He falls. Neff has managed to lurk his way through the peek out. And while he now has a chance, he needs to be the star in this match. But unfortunately, things just aren't quite working out for him, trying to dodge and weave around the pillar. It looks like Bottle wants to take the face, and he will, and he'll win it. They had a 4-man stack on that site when the push came in, and they still don't win the round.
It's rare, shall we say, to get that good of a read. I mean, outside of having Mechano Gun as your coach, you're probably not going to be knowing that kind of info every single round. And to then lose it is a real kick in the delicates. Because that should be one where you walk away with it cleanly, if anything. And they managed to isolate the fights one at a time, and that's the most depressing part of it. Okay, it was a good smoke execute through, but... I mean, to not fall back to a position where you can play off each other, and then to get even less done when you have that third and fourth man that weren't spotted, it is upsetting, to say the least. Splash case shut down, shorts open. This is a clear B hit. But again, you've got the stack up there. Oh, why? Why did you do that, Tom? Why? Why would you QQ in that position? It makes no sense.
Oh dear, oh dear. They've got the stack right again, and this time, with the weaker weaponry, it seems to be working out a lot better. Xiao Sage and Flying trying to rectify things. Xiao Sage just runs into the site, and Flying a little bit further behind. Hwatsai can't do it with a 4-man stack with rifles, but give them the same options with some pistols, and that'll do just fine.
Again, it comes down to the info gathering, Tom. We're not seeing Invictus look for a slow round. Even against a weaker buy, they are coming in and saying, we're going B. And that is what they're doing. There is no room for flexibility in it. And even when they went for mid-control, that short pick, it got them excited like Dinko in the morning. They knew what they were doing. They were focused up. They were going straight through for their task. But unfortunately, it was harder than they could have expected. With all those players in position, they just ran straight into the stack, and this is why I want to see them slow it down and take mid-control. It's something that I've heard many people, Dinko will definitely tell you, sometimes slower is better in that regard, because you get to just control the pace, get the information, and make the right decisions.
Well, the T's are back to what is some AKs, MAC-10 and a Tech-9. It worked for them last time. We'll see if it works again. They've realized that Hwatsai have put heavier presence on B in the last few rounds, so the obvious choice is to now try and take a hit into A. But that's the one thing I'm liking about this Hwatsai CT side. Although it's not necessarily been perfect, they are adapting. They are switching things up. And I don't know if it'll be expected that there'll be a player in this close position. Xiao Sage, he's gone alone. Everybody else was much further behind. They've left him out to dry. Destroyer trying to peek out the palace, and Ronan, he wasn't spotted. He gets away with 2 before eventually being slaughtered. It's now left all onto Destroyer, who is that teammate that never quite makes it out of the palace. And while he's now trying his best to tap away, but he isn't going to find anything.
Yeah, unfortunately, he thought he was Prince Ali, but in the end, he got exposed. They wouldn't let him stay in the palace. It's a shame. Not like the ending of Aladdin. I don't know if you've watched that, but spoiler, it works out well. It's like all the Disney movies.
I can show you.
Well, I'm gonna need that clipped and sent to me, please. Twitch chat. At Mitchman on Twitter. I need that exact voice clip of Tom. I will be installing it as a new ringtone.
Okay.
You think I'm joking?
I don't mind.
Just wait till someone calls me next time I'm around you.
That could be a while with the current circumstances, but
True.
I'll hold you to that.
Oh, well, in the current position, yeah, I feel like we're getting a tight, interesting game. Invictus sent a player pushing up through apps. He's being wrecked. I know I said take it slow. I didn't mean kind of go for the same strategy, but one at a time. I meant spread out, get some map control.
Yeah, you walk away, Bottle. You know what you've done. Oh, that's how you do it. See, flying.
Live up to his name.
The bomb is alone on B in a smoke. And I'm hoping that doesn't continue. They are now, they're together in the smoke. Chance for a trade.
That's cute.
Ooh, Bulbasaur, you got to be careful. They're about to put the pressure on flying in a good position, but obviously only with the Glock. And they're cleaning this up quite nicely. Bulbasaur does survive on just 1 HP, but it doesn't matter. He survived. That's the main thing. And Huatsai are going to take themselves the lead. Obviously, from what we've seen so far, both teams have been better on their CT sides, which, I'll be honest, to me, is incredibly surprising with the rosters that we currently have. But all I can really put it down to is that both teams are not very good at calling decisions. That's what this has to come down to for me. Because I think if you have a lot of strong individuals, if you just make simplistic calls, a lot of the time they're going to get you openers. But it's after plants where I think both these teams have been poor. And also just a lot of the time their general synergy. For Huatsai, very much forgivable. This is not a team that have been together for a long, long time. Whereas for Invictus, not so much. Spiels and Neff are going to get the opener. Now, Bulbasaur, it's almost become a trait that he will lose some pretty easy duels. But in this case, it's Xiao Sage, who decided to lurk around B with the bomb. Destroyer is going to run through a smoke and get himself a kill. As said, the bomb is currently in the hands of the CT side. So Splashgate is going to rotate to help out Mr. Bulb. And, well, they've got plenty of time. I guess that's what you can say for Invictus. Realistically, this shouldn't be possible. But at the same time, who even knows at this point?
Oh, well, a missed shot by Splashgate makes this a little bit easier for Invictus, but the lack of map control really screws them over as flying just gets caught on the side. Bulbasaur, well, he's been confident today that he's going to pull back and make up for his performance yesterday. This is the player that almost broke the record of 0 for 18 on Dust 2, set by Masuda. He went 0 and 17, but with no flash assists or assists, which was the most impressive part.
I guess that means that we can call, we can make our own 0018 or 0017 as Bob. And it fits with Bean, Bond, and Bill.
So Masuda didn't go 0018, he went 0118 and had 25 ADR. So he actually had more, when he had no kills, he had more ADR than Bobo did at the end of the game when he had 7 kills.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So it was definitely a worse performance.
Quick push coming in. It's going to be the Tech 9s. They've got to try and clear out Ronan, and they failed. They failed miserably. They get him in the end, but that was a very clean hold. Probably shouldn't have been, I'll be honest. Like, players surviving around that balcony in shadow, it's normally a mystery to me at least, but they weren't able to clear him, and it wasn't much of an investment as said. This is where Invictus are now going to purchase themselves up some wonderful rifles. Got an opportunity here to try and break back. The thing is, though, Huatsai have started to build up some pretty hefty amounts of cash. Well, looking like they're going back to... What? Oh, right, there's already a player up there. I was about to say, from his POV, that looked mental. Did Splashgate just try and fake out the sound into Palace? I think he might have done. I think he ran through to then run back so that they don't think that Ronan's even here. The problem is, in the meantime, they've come pushing out. Bottle, well, that's the easiest kill of Splashgate's life. and he's just looking to try and style on them. Now Neff comes in with the cross, another for Splash K as well, and well, Bulbasaur's there to clean things up. Ronan's flank ends up being meaningless, but even still, that looked way too easy for Huatsai.
He'd already found a kill. Why was Bottle just running out with his back turned to sight? And it seemed like nobody was looking at him. They knew there was an op there, but they're like, okay, let's find everybody before we start fighting. It's like they thought they were playing Rainbow Six Siege. And this was the recon phase. They send out their little drones. They didn't realize they were actually running in with AKs.
Aggression on both sides of the map at the same time. Both AWPers. Ronan playing the re-aggressor, the trader in this case. Destroyer sat in a smoke. No surprises there. And why does Bulbasaur have no support? It's a peculiar play to make. Push coming in. Nice pre-fire. Splash K eventually gets the trade. He's actually going to stick around. He's going to get more aggressive. This is very, very bold. And he somehow still gets another kill. But ultimately, that should be a round going in the opposition's favor. The footsteps are being heard. The window's been taken. Nice shot from Spiels, though. Destroyer's going to go down. Just trying to be the surprise. Ends up surprised. And Spiels going to make his way back into the window. Gonna fake the drop down. Fake it twice, in fact. What an elaborate ruse that's been. And it actually worked? Flying actually fell for that. It doesn't matter. Neff's gonna get the kill anyway, and now it's left all on to Viva. He's been one of the better players so far, the only man to hit double digits, and he's looking to go a little bit further. Has a flashbang to expend, leaves his opponent dead to rights, and Viva played that 1v2 perfectly, saving them from what would have been an embarrassing throwaway. Well, Huatsai, they've got the money. They've got plenty. In fact, Bulbasaur with 16k at the beginning of this round. But at this point, it more matters about getting those extra rounds on the board.
I would love... I think there's a whole show, instead of commentary... I think there's a whole show idea that we're missing, where round on round, you just get a panel of experts to predict who's going to win the round. And then we just watch them pull their hair out as they watch what they said and made sense completely fall apart. For example, in this round, a double op setup, and they've not found a single kill. Ronan, baby, is now the last alive, 1 versus 5 to win. He takes down Xiao Sage. You cannot predict a round like this. This was full frontal aggression. Invictus went across the map. They had a line drawn. They followed that line and took every single kill along the way. In mid, in connector, on short, into apartments. This has just been a disaster of a hold for Huatsai. What do you think, Tom, of the panel idea? I think it'd be fun. Have a little cam down the bottom. And like you'd have Blair on that panel, and he'd be the only one that is like everyone else is, you know, that like little meme of the room on fire and the guy drinking his tea is like, everything's fine. Like everyone else just running around going, what the hell? He's like, yep, it's all right.
I think he would have to have like, he'd have to be holding a whiskey.
Oh yeah.
Well. Just like swirling it a little bit, like giving it a sniff, and then just being like, yeah, this is just another day in Asian Counter-Strike.
Yeah. So welcome to my world. He's like the villain in a movie.
I've been expecting you.
Now you know what I've felt all these years. The swirling. And has a little cat on his lap. He's just stroking it.
I've been 2 steps ahead of you the whole time. I knew they were going to push that smoke. They always push that smoke.
He's just stroking the cat on his lap and smiling. Dingo's doing the same. He hasn't got a cat.
And then he, dear Lord. But then he like opens up this little panel, and it was actually the whole time he had an anti-switch that actually just turns on everybody's W keys. Why do they keep forgetting that there's AWPers in this? Oh god. Somehow, is Bottle gonna do it again? We saw him almost win a 1v4 earlier. It was a 1v3 that he, 1v4 that he lost to the 1v1. Now, 2 kills already. Try and get them an 8-7 half. Which, considering it was 8-4, that wouldn't be a bad situation to come back from. They're looking to try and peek this one together, but what? They missed the shot. SplashK, no! 12 HP. That's all he has, and he's going to nail him this time. Too close for comfort. That's the second time that's happened, but look at that streak of rounds. A pistol win, the conversion, and even an upset in round number 5. And since then, Invictus got just 2 rounds.
It's definitely been upsetting. I think if you're Invictus, you cannot be happy with the scoreline you've walked out of that half. And in fact, the early half served as a lifeline, if anything, as the buy rounds have looked good for Huatsai, which is not something I expected to say. And even if I said it, not something I expected to believe. It's, I'm quite impressed with what these guys have been able to do, but I do feel like it's way too much off the back of the likes of Ronan Baby and Neff in most of these games. But then we're seeing Splashkish, Spiels, Bulbasaur. These guys also have potential. I think this team just needs time to really gel. At the moment, they do appear like a mix. And, well, they're just getting wrecked on the run out, but there's the kill to flying that actually gets them the site. Bulbasaur, he's continued forward to take down Bottle, and with that, a 2v3 retake for Invictus Destroyer. He's trying to get it done. His teammate's coming behind. He just needs to distract and buy him a little bit of time. Viva's on his way, but he actually stopped. He completely stopped where he was and didn't push forward.
Well, the bomb has been planted. Star of Huatsai facing off against one of the young talents within this Invictus roster. Kit's been found. Smoke's been picked up. He tries to bait out the shots. Neff's going to face him, and Viva! He must have painted a pretty picture of his head on the wall behind him. Huatsai are going to take the second pistol round. It was close, but Invictus can't quite get it through. I honestly think that in this series, we've witnessed more 5v3 losses than any other. Like, it's ridiculous how many times that seems to happen.
I think it's ridiculous how often a lot of things happen, Tom. In all honesty. 10-6, it's a boost for Huatsai. They're already in the ground. Oh, they've not spotted him on the boost! Neff, he didn't have the peripheral vision on that one, and they've allowed for flying to just sneak away as well. He was sat over on top of the van, and he's wrecking them with the deagle. It's all down to Neff. He knows what's going on, but it doesn't matter. And Huatsai fall victim to exactly what Invictus did. They come into a round like that where you're versus pistols, and they just have a strategy that they're going to stick to, and it's a fast play. And Tom, there's one thing I hate versus pistol buys, and that is fast plays, especially when you don't check all these cheeky little angles like a guy lurking over towards van or boosted up on the site.
I can throw you around.
And then force buy without a plant. Interesting. Very interesting approach.
Oh dear, that's the bomb down. Ronan is going to get one, and Neff, in the meantime, is lurking on A. Might get the kill onto Viva at least, that's something. Only a UMP, so picking it up won't really help him too much. They're going to face him together. 10-8, Huatsai not going to get on the board for the next round at least, as they will only have some Glocks. Except maybe Ronan, who seems to buy Deagles in these rounds, even when they don't really have the cash to do so. Yeah, they've basically just thrown away their golden ticket. They had the chance to visit Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. And, yeah, well, I guess they ate it.
They ate the ticket. That's
yeah,
interesting play. Destroyer. Oh, there's the spray. All good. And he's not going to survive, but if they only lose one player, it won't be the end of the world. As you said, you know, that is a man who has accepted his fate. Don't mind me, I plant bomb. I know shoot. Unfortunately, he no plant bomb either.
Yeah, putting your hands up doesn't really work if you have a bomb in them. I surrender. Just don't look at my hands.
Yeah, never really a good play.
Oh, of course, that was just an eco. They actually didn't invest really anything at all into that, so just trying to make sure they have a good buy here. Neff has just like run through every piece of utility, and he's gone down to 22 HP because of it. Interesting play. Not quite sure the benefits of it, but, you know, clearly there's something I'm missing. Let's just say that. Ronan's trying to sneak into the connector. They currently have 1 smoke and 2 flashbangs left. Bulbasaur and Destroyer in a standoff. And Bulbasaur wins the standoff because Destroyer can't sit still. Nice shot from Viva, though. This AWP into play already, and he's styling on them. Ends up getting a 3rd kill, but Bulbasaur's come in from behind. Gotta be okay, maybe Xiao Sage seeing the feet, I would assume. I hope so, otherwise that's suspect. And then Ronan, baby, does the same back to him. Facing off against Flying, and oh, not quite there with the spray control. Flying will convert the round. Again, having one of his rougher matches, but winning them a crucial one. And now, well, we can see a bit of investment into pistols for Huatsai, but again, it can't be a full buy.
I do feel for Huatsai, and it's one small mistake going into that second round, and it cost them everything. The lead that they had, what would have been improved lead as well, and the potential to close this series out. Invictus, they came back and won the previous map. Now they're close to taking the lead. They are up against Pistols, but an opening duel traded back, an M4 retrieved. I mean, it's not the worst start for them. A head peek for Splash K, so even the lack of armor doesn't really matter. Why is the bomb going A?
The bomb's going A, and there's a... You don't have a Bulbasaur. Oh.
Why are they not moving faster through CT? Oh my god.
Why? You had B. This isn't the... You guys go A, I go...
That was stupid. That was just straight up stupid. That makes literally no sense. You just safe rotate through T-spawn. They've lost the round now because of it. That was a 1 round. It was a 3 versus 2. It was an easy bomb plant. It's just ridiculous. Whoever's called that needs to get their head examined. Call a pause right now and just shout at them. What a joke.
Everything up until that point went so well. Like, it just... Like, I kind of understand the logic of... You would have thought everyone's rotated at that point. Like, that's the reasoning behind it. But you had B control completely. So it's not even like you needed to take that gamble. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, Viva. I needed to land that shot, that's for sure. And... What? Why?
The CT's pushed them one by one. Hurrah. Hurrah. Destroyer is dead as well. Hurrah. Hurrah. And Neff's going underpass again, and it looks like he might be finding himself an ace in this one. Flying, the player looking to stop him, and he can't. Neff aces the round. Huatsai, well, they've pulled back into that one. Obviously upset at their absolutely atrocious decision-making.
Imagine acing the round without having to leave mid.
Yeah.
That's what we've just witnessed. The furthest he went was connector.
It's just silly.
This is the furthest point. The stairs, He never made it to the site, and he got an ace. And it wasn't an eco. I can't. This is stressing me out now. Those are two of the worst rounds back to back I've ever seen.
Yeah. Brain dead from Huatsai. Brain dead from Invictus. And now we've got the CT side just on pistols. Got a scout. Nothing really going their way. A kill here or there. It's a 2v3. Okay, low HP on Splash Kid. It's doable with the bomb down in the open. That's the main thing. But the peek up on top of the stairs screws them. They know where flying is. They heard him spraying away. They know there was 2 players here. They've got him boxed in. A good read by him on the positions they were holding, but it doesn't matter. Huatsai retake the lead, 12-11.
I'm gonna start a new campaign. So we had the save Urcast campaign. We get the save Neff campaign. It's like he's a decent Counter-Strike player. Ronan's got decent aim. Then the rest. It's actually going to be another pistol round. And flying... Okay. He's dead. That's the bomb as well, so that could have been a hugely impactful kill if he'd found it. Bottle has managed to deny for quite a long time. It's allowed for a bit of a rotation. Stop fighting this! You have the bomb! Why does he not just push the site? He's now made... It's the same situation again, where Bulbasaur's put them in a spot where they can genuinely lose this round. Because he's taking battles in positions he doesn't need to. This is now a position where Viva's managed to retrieve himself a rifle. Neff's had to save the day again and give them a path onto the site. But he's hesitated. And rather than jumping into the window, he changed his mind and went for the battle and connector instead! Oh my god, I can't be loving this. I can't be bothered. He's the worst player. He is the worst player in this whole league.
I'm really enjoying...
He's thrown 2 rounds. He's actually thrown 2 rounds.
I'm really enjoying watching Tom just lose his mind.
Check him. Check this man. See if there's money going into his accounts. Because this is a joke.
Well, Tom, I have to say, myself and Blau were wondering, at what point were you going to completely lose your mind? You know, you're the new guy in. We all suffered through Pal Summer. We all saw this happen. And you thought we were joking. You thought we were messing around. Well, this is what we're here for. I don't think it's anything malicious. I think some of these players are genuinely just...
I just don't
unaware
get it. That's
of how
all it
Counter-Strike
is.
works.
They would have won this game by now. If in the decisions he made in the last few rounds, like if he just didn't do them. I don't get it.
I would love to have a little series where we sit down with some players and just go through their plays and say, please, like genuinely, please explain what you're doing.
He could have got the bomb down on B. Then he goes to go window, and I don't know if he missed a jump or what, but he changed his mind going window and delays enough time that Viva comes in through short. Like, he lost that round in 2 different positions. It's mental. And then they've won the next one straight back. I think there should be a rule within this team where Bulbasaur's not allowed to have the bomb. Like, just, he's not allowed to have it. Because otherwise, like, the plays he's making, if you remove the bomb, they're not great, but they're not awful. But there have now been 2 individual rounds where he's made a decision while holding the bomb that has lost them the round. And that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable from a professional team. That's just unacceptable, definitely from a team at a $100,000 tournament. The worst thing is they're winning. Like, they're winning versus Invictus, who should be easily winning the series. Huatsai haven't won a series yet. They are 0-7, and they are literally throwing away rounds, and they are still in the lead. It's unreal. They're going to push into a stack here. Every player, Spiels has got the opener. There's still 2 players, one in Ninja. Destroyer's going to get 2 kills. He's still in this corner. Eventually going to clear him out. Invictus, not a bad idea.
Good execution.
I think I'm going to need therapy.
I think Bled feels he's been doing this for years. But no, I've come up with a better idea, Tom, for the show. Right, we get a panel of experts, and what they do is they have a slider in front of them, and
do you know what I want? I want Orca to do a breakdown video of the 2 rounds that Bulbasaur lost. Because Hawker is probably the calmest person I've ever met. Like, he starts off his videos by saying, like, oi oi Savaloy or something.
Oi, oi, it's your boy, Hawker.
That's it. Oi oi, it's your boy. Like...
Savaloy.
Oi oi Savaloy. That's like a... It's a type of sausage.
Alright, okay. That was a British thing.
Yeah.
But no, my idea, right? You have this panel of experts. They're watching the game. They've got a slider in front of them. And as the round goes on, it's not the map, it's just round by round. They have to use the slider to show the percentage they think that a team will win. So it's like a tug-of-war thing, right? And so they put it over in one favor. Because I want to see them, like, going left, right, non-stopping around. Be like, well, they have to win now. Oh, no, never mind. They have to... No, never mind. They have to win.
Do you know what I want?
And then I want Blair to just be sat there on 50-50, and he's just like, I don't fucking know, lads. Like, it's impossible. Like, there's no way to judge this. But Blair, it's a 1v5. No, I'm not falling for that. No. But Blair, he's got 1 HP. No, I don't care. I don't care. 50-50.
I would also like next to that, like one of those meters that, like, you know, does pressure where it goes like red at the end, and that's the anger meter. And when it gets to the end, it just starts steaming like.
Well, no, what you do is you get them blood pressure monitors as well, and it's just like after the second round, everyone's on max. It's like.
Well, here we go. They've run through a Molotov. They've got an entry kill, Destroyer. He's still holding the line. Bulbasaur wasn't prepared for him. And Invictus are bringing this back. Neff's have got 32 kills at this point.
I know what's happened there, Tom. There was an issue with the... If we swap to the T side for a second, if we just look at them, you'll see a lot of them have got schmogs on. So when I was in Egypt, this happened a lot. We were going on quad bikes through the desert, and the schmog, sometimes the top of it, if you haven't tied it tight enough, it falls down and it'll block your vision. I reckon that's what's happened to them there. Because no one looked at Destroyer.
Maybe they're like wearing their face masks for obvious reasons. You don't want to catch anything. That would be silly. And they're wearing glasses and they breathed and it steamed them up.
True.
Either way, Neff is... Okay, like we've been joking a lot in this match. Neff has been unreal. Like, he's on his 33rd kill. And I imagine a lot of them... I'm sure Blair will probably have this stat at the end because he loves his entry frag stats. I imagine a lot of them are entry frags. Like, he deserves the win. He's the only person in this server that deserves the win. Because he has been great. I genuinely hope he finds a better team. I like him a lot. And, yeah, he deserves the victory here. He definitely deserves one in this tournament with the way he's been playing. I don't think it's fair. I think, to an extent, Ronan deserves a win in this tournament as well. After losing a map with 38 kills, I would say he deserves a win. And they are now 15 and 14. They need just one round to get us out of this hellhole.
Can I just point out that the strategy they went for, the one player they lost, was Spiels and Bulbasaur went for trades on short. Yeah, and the strategy was genuinely that Spiels went, I'm going to jump through this smoke, and you run through and trade me. And it worked out. And that was seconds away from disaster. I don't know if you've ever seen that TV show, but it could have appeared on that for sure. Luckily,
that's what I would call this map.
That's what I call this region.
15-14. It is an A setup. Now, Destroyer is in the same place as last time. In theory, they should know he's here. That is in theory. Smoke's going to be falling. He's going to be hiding within one. It helps him avoid the Molotov, and he's going to get the opener. Looking for a little bit more, but SplashK has found the trade. GL Sage is already on the flank. They're taking too long. They're not going to realize that he's here. He should get a multi-frag. Oh, it's a bit dicey. It does so much damage, but they're still standing, and it's left on to Viva. They've won a series. Hwatsai have managed to get some points. It is a miracle, and the match is over. Oh, even better. Oh, I can feel my heart rate slowing down a little bit.
Oh. They did it. They did it, boys. We are proud of you. They got a map win versus Invictus, who, I mean, they've got to be upset about that one. That's a disgrace. And I mean, we've been talking about Invictus. We've been saying how they've just played terribly. And, well, this just exemplifies it. Hwatsai with their first win of Palfall. They're not going to go out with 0 on the board. I'm happy to see Neff and Ronan, baby, get those wins. And I know that Bleh and Dinko have got to be happy as well. Look at Bleh. That man he's ecstatic right now. Bleh. What a fun map it was to watch.
Tears of joy. Like,
such clean
honestly,
Counter-Strike from start to finish.
Look, screw you, bitch. That was, oh my God. It's like, who was worse? It's so hard. How did Hwatsai win that after throwing so many rounds?
It was terrible from Bulbasaur. What is that guy?
Save Neff. Save Neff.
Exactly.
He's good. He's
Save
solid.
Neff, yeah.
Everyone else on the team are brain dead. Like, literally.
Ronan, baby.
I mean,
whoa,
this is double-digit IQ Counter-Strike.
Probably one of the
Double-digit. And no, that's not average IQ.
I'm glad it's just not me. I'm genuinely, my eyes are watering. That's how upset I am.
How did Invictus lose to, well, basically 4 bots and a good Counter-Strike player? How?
All right, Ronan Baby's not a bot.
When I say bots, I mean like you have those Valve expert bots who can aim really fast.
Ronan's on super export mode, right? But it's like
he's one of those.
He's like
aimbot bots.
Yeah, exactly. His decision making is terrible. He needs to definitely work on that. I'm sure if there's a player out there.
He's 17.
Exactly,
I can forgive
that's
him.
forgivable. But the rest of the team, what the hell?
Bulbasaur they played minors, man. They played Asian minors. They qualified with DreamHack Masters. I mean, Jesus Christ, what did you learn from that?
Yeah. There's not a lot going right for Hwatsai.
This round made me so upset as well.
Yeah, we can see why they're bottom of the table.
Display.
For sure.
Display. What's he doing?
Nice
you
shot
can see why
from
this team are bottom of the table, right? It's pretty evident coming into this match, but again, Invictus, they lost to them. That kind of just proves how bad Invictus are right now. Where they're at, it's unbelievable how much this team has fallen. Grand finalists last time around, this time losing to Hwatsai at the bottom of the table. This is kind of ridiculous.
Tom, it's hard to really look at positives here because, okay, on the other hand, all sarcasm aside, we're happy for Hwatsai. Well, you know what? Screw everyone else. I'm happy for Neff. I'm happy for Neff. There we go. Yeah. We're happy for Neff. Kind of for Ronan as well, considering how hard he carried them a few games in the past. I'm happy for them, but we kind of know they're the weakest team in this tournament, right? Like they have the firepower. We've been able to glean what's good over here. This team's not going to last. Like there's no way they can continue to play Counter-Strike like this and hoping to be a top 6, top 7. They're not even a top 9 team in this tournament. Just let that sink in.
ADR.
However, Invictus, Tom, I don't have a beat button, but yeah, what the expletive is going on here? What is wrong with them? How have they sunk so far down? I know they've pretty much qualified to kind of safe, but this is just a terrible show.
I kind of look at that and go like, Bulbasaur really tried his best to give them the match, and they just wouldn't take it. Like they didn't want it. They clearly didn't want that victory. I genuinely have no words to describe how upset the 2 rounds that he lost his team made me. Those are the
sounded like
2
you were gonna
worst
cry,
plays.
Tom. It sounded like you were going to cry.
I just don't understand. I never will, because there is no
His eyes are actually watery. If you're watching on YouTube in 4K, you can actually see the tears.
I am annoyed. I am very unhappy with what we have just witnessed. But then there were just rounds that were even worse coming out from. Well, no, they weren't worse. Okay, I can't give them that.
There is no rounds
but
that are worse.
just equally as bad. Like they would just make ridiculous plays. I don't know if they were just overly cocky, and that seems to be potentially what it was. That in other matches they've been that cocky and got away with it. but they deserved to lose that game, and they did.
Yeah, well, I feel like that game just set back Asian Counter-Strike by 2 more years, ladies and gentlemen. But hopefully, the next game will probably kind of revert that particular change. I do believe we have, what's the next game over here? I think we have After Gaming play. Oh, no. I take that back. This one's headed back a little further. But it's going to be Beyond, battling for life. This is a must-win game for Beyond. And you know what? Even for After Gaming, they've been showing a little bit of resurgence of late, a couple of upsets going the way. And right now, these two teams are going to be battling in, I believe, a must-win game to see which team is going to make it to the playoffs. That's going to be coming up after a very short break. If you guys enjoyed the wildness, the insanity, the absolute ludicrousness that is Asian Counter-Strike,
Lie down.
you're in for a treat. We'll be back after a break.
Coming up next. We play to win. Making sure I don't say this all again. Outside, you can never box me in. We play to win. Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend. We play to win. And if you need the proof, then check stats. I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Aim for the stars, never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see it's great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win. We play to win. Making sure I don't say this all again. Outside, you can never box me in. We play to win. Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend. We play to win. And if you need the proof, then check stats. I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Stars never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see it's great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win. has been planted.
of this dream, flying through the stars, flying past rich, undiscovered worlds, impossible wonders that leave me lying awake, breathless. And in this dream, I hear this voice calling my name. When I turn to look, I used to have this dream.
Welcome back, everyone, to more action here in the Perfect World Asia League 2020. Game 1 is done and dusted. It was a prolonged series, a hard-fought affair, but finally, we can congratulate Huatzai for getting a win under the belt. We, of course, have, as usual, I can hear a little bit of sound in the background. We have, as usual, we got Mitch, we got Tom, and I believe Dinko managed to make it on time. There he is! He made it!
No idea.
You left your mic on mute, so we hear is.
Just for context, for those who are wondering what the hell's going on, Dinko wasn't here all this while, and I could hear him just running back. Oh, I'm running late! Just getting on his chair.
I dived into my chair and just skidded across the floor.
He's so red and he's so shiny. Dinko, how are you doing?
Easy. I'm good. I made it. And I'm ready to go.
Ready to go.
Never a doubt
yeah,
in my mind.
Okay, we're definitely ready to go. I hope Mitch, Tom, you've had a little bit of like, I don't know, like a therapy session after in the 5 minutes we had, the 10 minutes we had, you've kind of like calmed down a little bit. You know, logic has somehow managed to enter your minds. Tom, are you feeling okay? I'm genuinely worried about you right now.
Sure. Let's just say sure.
Okay.
Keep the anger in. That's what my dad always said. That sounds really bad.
Okay, let's not pull off a Jason joke here.
Yeah,
Oh,
you've
that's
been already involved in one of these before, Tom. Let's.
my dad is a wonderful man. Just for context.
Okay, Mitch, I'm sure your dad's wonderful as well. Would you have anything to add to that? Mitch has pulled off a Mitch.
Probably for the best.
God damn it. Yeah, probably for the best.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
I was
It's
I was
all
just
gone
saying,
wrong. This segment has just gone wrong.
Yeah, let's
But I
move
love
on. Let's get into the game.
It's still better than the previous game, though. So yeah, it's all
It's
good.
going to be better than this game as well. Let's be honest. It's unfortunately, I don't think they'll have the decency to make this game look like Dinko in the start of this segment, just running in. Most muted caster. Oh my god!
Oh, they
I love
haven't made
PGL.
that just on the fly.
I love
they have got
PGL
that prepared
so
because she's
much.
so.
No, the fact. Okay, here's the thing. They couldn't just cook this up immediately, right? They would have had this prepared and ready.
They knew it was going to happen again.
He's done it again.
I'm
He's
joking.
Pretending.
I'm joking.
He's pretending. Of course he is. Oh, all right. Let's rein it in. We've had our, giggles and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the game here. And before we start off, I want to take a look at the group standings. I hope it's been updated. Maybe producer can let us know if it's updated. I want to take a look at the group standings to know where. There we go. To know where these two teams are, Beyond and After Game. Right, they're right now in the bottom four. After it played 7, Beyond had played 7. After have 3 to 4, and now here's the thing: if Beyond are able to win this match, they're going to be 3 to 5. After's going to be 3 to 5. Bren's going to be 3 to 5. And then Zigma's in 3 to 5 as well. And if you take a look over there in the 5th position, it's going to make things way more interesting. So there is still, Tom, an outside chance, a tiny little outside chance that Beyond can maybe qualify for the playoffs if they get this win. If they lose, though, they're out of here.
Yeah, the only other problem with that, it sounds like a wonderful fairy tale, and obviously I'm the bad guy in a lot of these situations, it seems. Beyond still have to play Vici. So even if they manage to win this game, they have to beat Vici. It's not an option anymore. Like that when we were talking about this other scenario where if they win all of their games, there was a chance if they lost to Vici and maybe they kept it relatively close, they could have got through anyway. Now there's no option because even if they're 3-5, there's already a load of other teams, as you could see, that are already on that scoreline. One of them has to win a game because some of them are playing against each other. So Beyond have to win this game and they have to beat Vici. Whereas for After, they're in a much better situation. Obviously, if they win this game, they then face off against Checkmate, who have been one of our sort of favorite teams, but at the same time, have not been great. So I genuinely think they could take that game. So if After win this game, they then beat Checkmate, I think they're pretty much guaranteed through. That'll be them on 5 wins and 5 losses, which I think is enough to get them through at least within the top 6. So realistically, Beyond have to win everything, and for After, well, theoretically they could get away with losing one match, but I wouldn't want to be the ones to bank on that.
Yeah, and of course they have, like you mentioned, that game coming up later against Checkmate where there is a distinct possibility they could make it. Let's talk a bit about these two teams, and rather, let's talk a bit about the map vetoes. I do believe we have it ready. I believe the teams are almost joining the server, about to enter the server as well. So let's take a look at the map vetoes and see which way this might play out. And Dinko, I want you to try and like make sense of this. Overpass getting banned, Vertigo getting banned. Notice, not too surprising there. I guess it's kind of what we expected. Nuke from Beyond, that's going to be an easy pick for them. For After, I don't know. Like Inferno's a map where they have had a little bit of success, right?
Yeah, I think for After, Inferno's probably a decent map for them here in this series. I think Beyond, you know, when you look at it on paper, it should probably be favored across the map pool. But something I've been talking about quite a bit recently is the fact that Beyond's map pool's completely fallen apart. So Nuke, obviously, their comfort pick. Inferno is going to be After's pick, and that's probably going to be where they have their best fight. I think we're going to go to the third. I think we're going to have Mirage. And then there, I think it's a bit of a 50-50. Usually, I would heavily favor Beyond in the past, but now I think it's a 50-50.
I have to agree with you on that. Let's quickly jump into predictions, gentlemen, because I do believe the game's about to go live in a minute or so. So, Tom, quickly. This one's a little bit of a tricky one, but your favorite team after gaming?
Yeah, I'll never predict them to win. I was close just now because I think they genuinely could, but I'm going 2-1 to Beyond.
Okay. Mitch, quickly.
I'll keep it short. I think Beyond should be taking this 2-1. I agree with Tom. You can never predict After.
All right, a little bit of logic seeping into this particular panel. Gentlemen, thank you once again for joining me. I'll catch you guys later on. You know, yeah, I do believe that you guys deserve a breather, Dinko. I was really worried for their mental, I don't know, like...
Especially for Tom there, it did feel like he was going to cry. I
think he was crying
I think he was. He got up and left. He maybe was getting a tissue or something. But coming into this series, got to predict Beyond 2-0. I feel like they are good enough and should be winning 2-0 against After Gaming. Yes, they've sucked in the last couple of games, but I'm still going to have faith in them. I think they're not haven't fallen this far, Blair. They're going to beat After Gaming 2-0.
All right. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna side with you on this. I really feel Beyond have this. Like Nuke is, I believe, a foregone conclusion. Unless Beyond decide to unplug their mice, unplug their monitors, they're going to be taking this map. And Inferno, I just haven't seen enough from After. Right? I know they have a pretty good win rate, but it's out of 4 maps played. And let's see here. They beat Brand, who have looked atrocious recently. They beat Invictus in overtime, and we all know how Invictus's Inferno can be. They beat Watsai in Inferno, again, not that great an achievement in my opinion, and then they lost to Tiger pretty convincingly 16-11. And Beyond, yeah, they've had a terrible run, but you got to remember, this is a team who reached top 4 in the previous RMR. They have been widely regarded as the best team in Southeast Asia as well. So yeah, I feel it's going to be 2-0, but here we go. It is going to be After Gaming starting on the CD side, having the choice of side. We have Bingo with the dualies. I like that. Bingo's going to drop him the dualies. Or never mind. We have a DC coming in. That's an unfortunate start. Hopefully, it shouldn't be a problem later on. I don't know about Beyond. Like, they're a team who I was so invested in, and I'm like, look, the only teams they need to beat to crack that barrier, that glass ceiling would be maybe a Tyloo, maybe an Invictus, maybe, of course, Vici, right? And even Tiger. And they come so close, Dinko, so close. But now they're losing to teams like, maybe not After, but teams they shouldn't be losing. They lost to Sigma, for crying out loud. That's just such a shocker.
Yeah, that is. That's a bit of a problem for Beyond, who now I fear that their mentality is going to be absolutely shattered, which is why I just hope they can win today against After Gaming. It has to be there for their mentality. I don't think After are a team that will be able to win this. I'm glad the rest of the guys agree that Beyond should be taking the series overall. We haven't lost complete faith in the team, although they do think they're going to drop a map. I think that only can be Inferno. I don't think they're going to lose Nuke to the likes of After Gaming, right? So Beyond, yeah, they're in a weird spot, but I think we got to continue to realize what sort of skill ceiling this team have. Okay, maybe a bad patch of form, maybe a couple of wins not going their way, maybe a couple of these maps starting to creep out of their map pool. But we got to realize the skill ceiling of this team, and it's much, much higher than After Gaming right now. Yeah, you've got Wang here. You got Bingo, who played well yesterday. But I feel like Oi had a bit of an overperformance in their previous series. And he was actually an important player in terms of the firepower being delivered for After. So, yeah, I feel like that's going to be inconsistent. I don't think that's going to carry on a couple of days in a row. So, for the most part, you've just got to favor Beyond. STK, he's been actually playing really well recently. You know, he's actually been one of the shining lights, I feel, out of this team. Olivia's had
there.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Yeah, I feel like STK is generally one of the players who look to at the bottom of the scoreboard. You know, he's not exactly the player we talk about, always being put in the best positions, always being set up for success on the individual front. But the fact that he's showing up and he was delivering across a lot of the series, maybe has a quiet map here and there, but in the end, he generally performs quite well, is definitely a positive for Beyond. And then Olivia, he's also been playing pretty good in this tournament, you know, not quite the heights that we've usually seen him. He's usually got very high clutching numbers. Not quite sure where they are right now, but I don't recall many big clutch plays out of him in this tournament. So maybe that's something that's kind of fallen off from his play style coming into PAL fall. But for the most part, Beyond, you know, they have the pieces working. It's just little small bits that are falling flat, like inconsistencies from, say, May Rolls, who has actually been a pretty important player for them in the past. He's had maps where he's gone and got 5 kills, right? And that's just not good enough moving forward for this team. They have to consistently have the same performance over and over again so you can say, okay, this is what we can expect from Beyond. Because right now they're a little bit up in the air.
The good thing that we're going the way is like Olivia is actually in the top 7, is 7th highest rated player so far in the tournament, right?
I mean, that's what you have to expect. He's just such a good player on an individual front.
Absolutely.
You just got to expect him to be up there.
I'm just taking a look at where the players stand right now when it comes to their the stats so far this event. So Olivia has a 1.17 HLTV rating. Closely followed by KNTZ at 1.10, Merylton 1.02, and STK and QQ, right? These are the two players who they struggle a little bit. STK on 0.98, QQ on 0.97. But for me, it's the KD difference. Olivia at plus 73, KNTZ plus 39, Meryl minus 13. Yeah, that's how it is. But QQ is on minus 63. Like he's had his moments here and
in
there.
This tournament.
He's been looking rough, hasn't he? Oh, we have everyone back in the server.
I have to say, Blah, I have been very critical of QQ for good reason in this tournament, but also the fact, I will admit, last time around he looked a bit better. You know, he did have moments where he was making less mistakes. He was definitely an important player for them. But the problem there was for Beyond, no one else really showed up, so gotta expect a better performance out of QQ today. I think if they're going to be overconfident and if they're going to be sort of just slapping around, then what are they doing? I mean, they've had enough reality checks, right? They even had the reality Jesus check.
Yeah, and also overdosing on some PP energy as well, as we do have what is looking like, excuse me, a hit towards the ramp area with 2 players lying in wait. Wang playing very safe. We have 2 raid bosses on either side. We have Olivia with a P250. We know what he can do with a P250 in the T side. And of course, we have Bingo, who has been dropped to duelist by Marek. And here comes a hit at Olivia. There we go. Take his name. Immediately strikes. What are they going to be expecting? The big Wang hiding behind. He spotted everyone out 1. Oh, he does so much damage. He's going to find 2, looking for the 3rd, runs out of bullets. And Meryl has to run for it. There's no way he can take the duel, and Wang has just been massive. But Meryl spins around, takes his head off. That's good revenge from the side of the Thai player. And now it's a 3v3. Bomb has been retrieved. Marek barely alive at 11 HP, and Olivia, he's sneakily, quietly on the hunt with a P250 of his.
He's got to go towards heaven. We've got Marek just sitting up here with the USP. He's got a good chance because Crosshair's looking down, and Olivia gets the good timing. A follow-up kill could be available to the star player, and that's exactly what goes his way. 2 kills picked up, and now Oi looking to arrive from the bottom of the vent. He's come up to the top, and Olivia taking another fight will win himself the battle. 4 kills into the pissed around from the star player of Beyond, and that's exactly what you want to see from them. Olivia, such a crucial player He's going to be looking to try and continue that rating. That's the best thing that Beyond can salvage out of this tournament, I feel, Blair. Maybe they can beat Vici, maybe. I really doubt it. The last time around, they were playing them really close. Probably should have won that series. So we know they can do it. It's just based on their recent results, we've kind of counted that out as a possibility. But I'm going to go out here and say something. I personally feel like Beyond are going to surprise us against Vici. I feel like this team have performed brilliantly against the top teams, but terribly against the bottom. I don't know if they've been focusing on the top teams way more, just kind of thinking they're going to beat these bottom tier teams. But there's something about Beyond when they play against those top teams. They just play better. They just hit their stride. They always choke.
It's also like the classic tale of a team playing at the level of their opposition,
Exactly,
right? Where they're like they struggle against lower tier teams, so yet they put up a hell of a fight against these top dogs. I feel this game in particular is going to be the kind of like the metric by which we're going to be gauging, or rather predicting the performance against Vici, right? If this is a dominant win for Beyond, I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to start believing and having a little bit of faith in Beyond at least having a very close series against Vici. And here comes a hit, though, and it's going to be Sakai. Wide, quick swing from STK with the MAC-10 as they're going to be going for ram control with 50 seconds on the clock. Wang going to be holding towards Hell with the Deagle, and Bingo sneaking in from behind, but the flank has been spotted out. And there's nothing Alpha can do. What they could potentially do right now is dive down towards defense, just lay a trap. Because with 35 seconds remaining on the clock, Beyond have to make a move. And the move is going to be made towards ramp. Wang waiting for the smoke to dissipate. And there is Olivia waiting around the corner with an AK-47 of his.
Oh, Bingo with the Eagle at the decon door. Not much of a chance for him to really do too much in this, though. So we are going to be looking at a Beyond second round picked up. And STK getting a good bit of money. QQ as well. Bingo presented a kill, but whiffs. I think it's important that after get off to a good start here on the CT side, and unfortunately losing that pistol round, it's not been the start they've been looking for, right? And they lose the follow-up. They come into this round, they're probably going to lose this one as well, or they should lose it. And Beyond coming into this one, they've got the AK-47s out in Olivia and Mayrolls, the Galil for KDZ, so those rifles can be the insurance policy to ensure that they win this round. And then the MAC-10's obviously in play to get that money built up. So Beyond, they have another clean round, which they shoot in this round. That's going to mean a lot of money going their way. And a good, solid start onto their map pick. And STK, he's taken down Sakai. Man advantage opened up here for Beyond. And well, there's a couple more players around the corner, and if they can get rid of this push, that's the round done. STK, a lot of money, a lot of bank made, and QQ doing the same.
This has been a very, very clean couple of anti-ecos coming out from Beyond. I mean, they've only lost 2 players. There was Wang getting the double kill towards ramp. Apart from that, they haven't dropped a single player in any of these anti-forces and anti-ecos, which is fantastic. Look at the money for STK. Look at KNTZ. They're just flush with cash. The poorest player in the team is Olivia at 5,100. And we're entering the first gun round. This has been some very, very clean Counter-Strike being played by Beyond. And that's what we want to see. It's a nice way to kind of wash away some of the rounds we've witnessed in the previous game, Dinko. And I, for one, I'm happy. I'm glad. Beyond are bringing their A game right now. Although, this is going to be the first test here against After.
Marek getting a good start. An advantage picked up as QQ gives away yet another opening kill. I would love to see an overall statistic when it comes to this tournament and how many opening kills Olivia has given away. Across every single map that we've seen played, because it has been ridiculous. Mayrolls and STK into 2 versus 2. A couple of kills have come in between them. Olivia has saved his team and given them a chance to pick up a round win. And Sakai, he's come in from behind. He's got a kill on the Mayrolls. Now STK with a MAC-10. He's going to get a headshot, but he'll go down. Sakai picks him up. And then that's just a scrappy round. Expensive round for After.
Yeah.
So Beyond actually come out on top there. Even though they lose the round, okay, they lose the round. They obviously would have liked to win it, but they come out on top when it comes to the economy. Look how much money this team has, Blair, in comparison to the CT side, who are going to have nothing going into this one.
It's ludicrous, isn't it? And that was unfortunate there for the final. I think it was STK there with the MAC-10. Like, if he had gone for the player in the HUD, it would have been a 1v1. MAC-10, I mean, if it won the duel, of course, that's with a big assumption over there. It would have been with a MAC-10, and it would have been against an AWP, right? He could have maybe even pulled it off. So even though it was a round lost for Beyond, was it really, though? Sakai, the only man surviving, AWP salvage, but again, money not looking that great, like you pointed out. And the opening stats, the opening kill stats for Beyond this tournament has been Olivia with a 62% success rate in opening duels. The second highest is 45% on KNTZ. It's ludicrous how good this guy is. Ooh, nice flash there. Oi is going to be tested. That's a nice crossfire. Bingo from above, Oi from the bomb side. And even though the trade does take place, Oi picking up a couple. Bomb drop out in the open. Olivia, though, is still alive on 5 HP. And it's got to get the ace 1v3 clutch to pull this one off. But if there's one man I'm going to put faith in this server to pull off something as ludicrous as that, it has to be our man Olivia. Oh, he sees the barrel. Oh, he sees the barrel.
Oh, he knows he's there.
God.
Wine. Goodbye, Wine.
Oh.
Oh, the barrel coming through the wall.
From
That's
his
so
back.
unfortunate.
Oh
CSGO,
my
what have you
God.
done that to him
Valve!
for? Fix that, please.
Please.
Olivia. He's going to have a big chance into winning this now. Going to go for this smoke. Allows into one way over the top and drop down into what's heaven. He's used to drop on the platform, and he's won this round surely at this point. He goes for the shot. No, boy. He's
Nice
going to
try.
find it. I started to believe, I started to hype it up, but Olivia,
Nice
very
try.
nice attempt, but Oi, he's quick to react there. You didn't see or hear him drop, I'm pretty sure. So he was quick to react and pull that crosshair down because he was still looking at heaven.
That was such a smart play from Olivia, using the flashbang to kind of mask the sound of him dropping down.
Yeah.
And just so well played. But my God, Wang, I actually feel bad for him. That was just
Nothing he could have done about that, right?
yeah. That's not his fault. And for a moment I thought, like, why is a barrel sticking out into the wall? Is he like thinking anti-flash or something? Then I realized it's out of his back. That is just so unfortunate. But again, Dinko, Beyond, they make it expensive as Bingo going for a very aggressive play, and he finds QQ. So that's an important look lost towards a hut, but Beyond, they're wasting no time. They have the default smoke setup, just smoking off towards the lockers. They have heaven smoked off, but they have lost a couple of players. Meryl should be taken down as well, but Meryl's, never mind, spins around, 2 quick kills, make that 3 quick kills, and somehow it's become expensive again. And Olivia's still alive, Dinko, but he will be found by Bingo. And considering how low Bingo is, this could easily become a 1v1. One bullet. One random bullet. I don't know why Bingo was even looking to attempt that duel through the smoke, but luck will favor him. He'll be able to triangulate Meryl's position through the smoke. And that should finally be Beyond's money being kind of depleted. And we should be seeing just pistols coming out here. But honestly, Dinko, if I'm Beyond, I wouldn't mind going for a force buy here, or at least a little bit of a heavier investment rather than full eco, because the money for after is still very, very precarious.
Yeah, it's on the ropes. The economy game is still up for grabs early on into Nuke and Beyond. It's pretty crazy how they're down to this buy already, Blah. Considering a couple, like, let's show a previous round, we've seen 12k in the bank. What's going on here? How's this happened so quickly?
Full investment.
3-3. Yeah, it's just unfortunate for Beyond, and their good start is kind of squandered. You know, they could have set themselves up for a dominant first couple of rounds, but now it's tied up yet again. And what? Oh, that's a nice shot from May Rolls. You know, he's a player that has been very inconsistent for this team, but this is a good start here on Nuke. Marek trying to hold on, but he goes down to the Deagle, and they've lost this B ramp setup. Now Sakai is the only player down here who can do anything. And he's towards the back of the site, up in the rafters, peeks out to the left side. Well played. Using the cover of the bomb site itself to take down Olivia. And Beyond, well, they've picked up an M4. They've got an AWP in the hands of QQ. They can certainly win this round, especially with that kill from QQ. And now KNTZ catching out Oi. The last remaining player is Bingo, and he is down on this lower site. 45 seconds. He'll reapproach from the vent. QQ sprinting through heaven to get this bomb down. And Bingo. Oh, has he just spotted QQ? He has. It doesn't really matter. He knows it's going to be the A hit anyway. He moves closer. QQ peeks out, and it's KNTZ. Well played from QQ and KNTZ. That's a round that Beyond shouldn't have won. It's a round after Gaming will be kicking themselves about losing, that Beyond will be extremely happy with.
That was, and again, I said I wouldn't mind them going for the force buy. They didn't go for the force buy. They just went for the light pistol investment.
They don't have
and
to.
They break the money. They break, and they didn't even need to go for it. Also, okay, 2 things that happened there. One, Marek continuing to take that fight towards hell, unnecessary. fall away, maintain the man advantage, don't give away an extra gun. Number 2, the play from QQ and KNTZ, as you pointed out, so smart. They were really posturing really hard towards the ramp area. The new rotation is going to be taking place, and KNTZ used that opportunity to head towards Heavens. Of course, the timing works out wonderfully for him, but he made that work. That was so well done by Beyond, considering the buy they had, considering the disadvantageous position they were in as well. Just great work overall from the Thai side, as Olivia, he's got his hands on the big green Zoom banger Dinko, and he's going to be feeling very, very happy. QQ gets taken up at Bingo, but a quick reply from KNTZ should make things pretty comfortable here. AK picked up, though, by Sakai, and Olivia's dropped on down. That's information being gleaned by Oi. But yeah, Sakai's done for. There's no way he's going to be expecting the player over here, and the aim punch comes in, and that's going to be another round for Beyond, unless Oi... Yeah, never mind. SDK, the cleaner.
Just clean it up, sweeping the floors. 5-3 up now. Beyond. I did say it's such a volatile game because I can say something 2 rounds ago that is null and void in the next 2 rounds, right? We said Beyond could have just blown a good start. The answer back with a pistol win, and now they're right back in that driver's seat. They're right back into the position where they can step up and have a dominant lead out of the T side. And it should be the case. I mean, look at the guns they've got here over and after. It's 5.7s, it's Deagles, it's not a whole lot. And over here for Beyond, it should be a round that they find pretty easily. And QQ, he's behind this smoke. He's going to be looking out to the right side, and probably best you don't go into a smoke against these kind of buys. Just a little thought there.
Still dangerous. Still very, very dangerous. These pistols in these in the hands of these teams, and it's all across a lot of the teams, right? It's not just about Invictus or Tyloo. It's, you name it, any team, any of the players on any of these teams participating in this tournament are so deadly with the Deagles. And I guess it kind of goes hand in hand in a weird way that most of the teams are pretty terrible in anti-ecos. But if there are 2 teams who I'm going to believe in playing the anti-eco or anti-force buys the right way, it has to be Vici and Beyond. Not even Tyloo. Not even Tiger.
Yeah, I agree. I think these 2 teams, even though Beyond haven't really shown it in the last couple of games, we can't really take it away from them. They do play, most of the time, the most fundamentally sound Counter-Strike alongside Vici, so hopefully.
I mean, look at this round, right? I mean, they know that it's going to be a very sparse buy from after. They should have a read on the money. They should also be aware that, you know, there is a lack of any presence at all. And look at the way they're holding this. They're holding safe angles. They're not being caught off guard. They're using the utility well. This is just clinical. I love this. I love this. Look at this. That's scary. They're anti-force buy, anti-eco so far on this T side have just been pristine. Like, you know, just imagine a chef's kiss. Although that maybe wasn't necessary from QQ, but yeah, no guns will be salvaged by the side of After Gaming. At least they'll have a full-fledged buy coming in here.
Well, 6-3 up now, and Beyond in a position where they're very, very comfortable indeed. After are going to be doing everything in their power to try and win this. They lose this round, they're right back down to the half buy again. Beyond will probably take 8 rounds. They've already won the half out of the T side. You're just asking for more problems as it goes on. And well, oh, QQ a little bit unlucky on the timing there. Marek gets by towards Secret. QQ has a decision to make, though. Does he just continue walking down into this B-bomb site, or does he go towards Secret? And the call is to continue the control room, take the control of the site. That window is broken open, so that should let him know that someone has passed. He's going to use that to get in towards ramp, and now he goes forward. They're not going to be expecting this. Good headshot. Now they know the B-bomb site is conceded. QQ knows with the window being opened at the start of the round, there's likely a player still here in the lower site, so he walks with caution, and you'll find Marek. Good plays here from QQ, opening up the round completely, and probably has done enough already to win Beyond this round.
It's going to be Wang's position here. Unless they present themselves and... Okay, wait, what? Bingo just got a couple of kills, and now Wang's like, wait, it's a 1v1. Okay, I can do this. That's just chaotic. Wang was already saving Dinko, and suddenly Bingo just brings it back, and now 30 seconds on the clock. Wang. Oh, he's chosen the wrong bomb site, unfortunately, but he should hear the sound. Yeah, there we go. He's heard the sound. He's going to be dropping from ramp. Now Meryl's versus Wang. Oh, spots him out, misses the shot, though, and now Meryl's is aware. And he can play the time, but he runs out, expecting the flashbang to give him the opportunity, but Wang's going to clutch it out. But that wasn't Wang, that was Bingo. How did he find 2 kills? And also a little bit of a TK coming in. That's such a strange round. That wasn't Beyond's. That round was Beyond's. It was a 5v3. They had the bomb site, and suddenly it just fell apart. Replay, please, PGL. I'm lost.
That is a little bit strange. How the hell?
He went
How
from
can it start-
saving
How
to
can
clutching it
Yeah.
out.
But how can it go from QQ, getting into the lower bomb site, taking one player down on the ramp, to taking another player down towards Secret, and how does that not end in a B bomb site pick and a round win from Beyond?
I don't understand. Maybe they overcommitted, I feel like, to the fight. But I want to know what Bingo's position was. Maybe you can take a look at a replay later on. But yeah, round number 10, that was confusing. I can't even, like, hypothesize what went wrong because I didn't have enough information. I was just looking at Wang saving his gun. I'm like, yeah, this round's done. But if I'm after Dinko, I'm taking these wins. Doesn't matter how you win the round. As long as you win it right now, they're going to take it. Because it's not going to get easier when they're going to be heading over to the T side here in Nuke.
You gotta take everything that comes your way. Why he's gone out and got that for them. Be really careful on my phrasing. I know Mitch is listening. Maybe he's not. Probably not. Knowing Mitch. But the one time he will listen will be when I say something that he will pick up on. What a life we live, blah. Well, 45 seconds, it is Beyond, who currently sit outside of the A-bomb site, taking their time into this one. They're going to leave themselves a very limited time to do anything in this round. And now they go forward. It's Mayrolls, the first man out of the hut. And Oi, well, he's up on top. They haven't checked him. That's one. And a second kill from Oi. The old Invictus player. Trying to make something work, and well, he's done enough to keep his team in it and give them the man advantage, in fact. But Olivia has found himself on the lower bomb site. He's going to get that bomb planted. STK, they have no idea, but he's coming right behind them in the footsteps mid. Now he has to win the clutch in a 1v3 in total. He's found the first, and now 2 more to collect. They spot him to decon, and now the flash goes out. His smoke comes in and disrupts his vision here as well. He's going to smoke himself off, and now the defuse can just come through. Full 10 seconds. Now the lineup is there. STK with the kill onto Wang. There's no kit left in Sakai, and there's only 5 seconds. So he hunts after STK, and he is going to win an incredible 1v3 to deliver a 7th round for Beyond Esports.
How has he won that? That is just mental. Okay, he had to make a little bit of haste. He catches the player pushing down vents, and then, well, great spray through the smoke. I like what he did there. He gets smoked off. He's like, well, fair enough. I'm going to smoke you off as well. No one can see anyone. And he just sprays on in. Can't really blame Sakai for going in for that push there, but maybe I thought he'd take out his MP9. He had enough time to go for the reload. But, well, whatever was going the way of After Gaming a couple of rounds prior, it seems to have been just snatched back by Beyond. Just the pistols here for the side of After. And I gotta say, so far the anti-ecos have been spectacular from the side of Beyond.
Yeah, they have been really solid. As have Beyond mostly here. And Oi, he's gone and got himself QQ. 3v2, a man advantage in play for the attacking force. Well, STK, good kill and follow up as well. Hit 4 on the board. Beyond, absolutely no problems there. STK, 20 and 6. Let's just point that out.
Yeah, he's really popping off. Olivia was the star initially, the pistol round. Can we just appreciate how composed the players were? They lost a couple of players to the Deagles. You saw the player push out hut and die. The second player didn't run out. He did not run out, Dinko. He waited. He waited for the flank coming in from heaven. Fantastic stuff. And this is me being maybe a little sarcastic because of how we haven't seen this from many teams in the past, but this is refreshing. It's a breath of fresh air. My lungs feel good. My mind feels good. I'm happy again, Dinko. I'm happy again.
And no one's made Blair happy in a very long time.
No.
In Asian Counter-Strike.
Miserable human being as Bingo. Oh, he's hunted down. That's a nice spray. Almost gets a second kill. But Marek and Oi reply back. Oi spotted out a second player as well. And this one's actually going to not go the way of Beyond unless Olivia delivers. There's a player right above. Oh, he's so low. He's aware of the flank, but Crossfire is perfection. Marek's going to get the kill. Nice hold there from Aftergaming. Maybe Beyond getting, I wouldn't say ahead of themselves. They were trying to speed things up. They haven't really gone for a fast hit towards upper, and they were hoping to catch Aftergaming off guard. Doesn't pan out, but they still, of course, have money for the buy. It's going to be 8-5. Can After get to 7 rounds, nigga? Because even with 7, I don't think it's enough on there for the T side to kind of make up.
No, I don't think so. I think, honestly, After needed to get 9 to 10 rounds here to feel comfortable against Beyond going into the second half. I don't think at any... Oh, Olivia! Oh, that's a little bit awkward. We all have those moments. We all see them. Quick switches. I have it unbound. I usually do it with my mouse, and I sometimes even do that. So
Imagine,
yeah, it's a bit unfortunate.
Imagine if you see QQ keep quick switching. like,
Yeah,
it's in my name, guys.
Real quick. Look at this Tech 9. It's like Mitch. SDK's Tech 9 looks like Mitch.
What?
There's a little face on it.
SDK is fantastic, dude. He's 20 kills, and he was the bait. There was no flashbang. He was the bait. The Tech 9 bait just runs out. Sure, he dies, but the trades are immediate, quick, and ruthless from his teammates. And now they're going to be wrapping up towards Heavens. Who's there? Who's there, Dinko? I don't see anyone. Oh, there's a player towards outside. And... Oi! Oh, my lord. The reaction a little too slow. QQ strikes as well. The timing on this upper bomb site hit so far has been perfect. It has just been brilliant. You can get an atomic clock or whatever, like a Swiss clock to kind of like time it, and it wouldn't be off by a microsecond. It's just been brilliant stuff from Beyond. Sure, they're having a couple of hiccups here and there. That 3v5 comes to mind. But apart from that, this has been just a clean, solid T side from Beyond, showing what they can do on this map. And unfortunately for After, apart from some heroics like a double spray or like a 3K coming in, it really hasn't been working out for them. And the money's shattered as well again.
Yeah, it's out of there, and it's been a real rough showing, I have to say, coming in here from After Gaming at the start of Nuke. Here and there, a couple of good holes, a couple of crossfire rounds to kind of shut them down, and probably Beyond dropping the ball in a few of them as well, to be honest. But Beyond winning the majority of the rounds, and that's all we can ask of this team. They need to win these rounds. They need to find success, and they need to take this series 2-0 in a confident fashion for them to regain that confidence heading up against Vici. If you can't beat After in convincing fashion, you're never going to beat Vici. So that's kind of where Beyond are at right now.
Yep.
A lot of stuff has to go Beyond's way in this tournament. A lot of it. And they've kind of messed themselves up. They should have been in the playoffs probably already, or at least, a win or two away, or maybe just one win away. They should be a team in the playoffs. And unfortunately, probably not going to be the case, which is kind of scary.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Beyond, if they don't make it to the playoffs, they only have themselves to blame, right? I mean,
yeah, exactly.
They had such close series against the top teams. They almost got it, and then you lose to teams you have no business losing against. I mean, you only have yourselves to blame, guys. But like we said, it's never over till it's over. They have Vici coming up after this, of course, later on over the weekend. As Beyond opting to head towards the lower bomb site. This could actually fall apart here. There are 3 players lying in wait, one towards the fence, and Marek, is he going to get checked? Yes, he is. That's a messy spray from Marek. There's another player. Meryl's going to burn Sakai alive now. Are they going to be aware of the second player? The third player, it is Wang. He's got a short gun. He's going to pick up the AK-47. Bombs dropped at his feet. The player checking him is going to be SDK, but SDK is so low, but so brave. He gets the kill. It's now a 3v2. Bomb will be planted. It's a safe plan for him. He can't be seen from the angle for Bingo towards ramp, and Bingo and Oi all to do in a 3v2.
Well, 30 seconds still in play here. Oi up in the control room. He's going to spot down towards Olivia. Smoke is going to deploy towards the decon door. And now it's, 2 versus 1. It's gone. It's out of there. 10-5 half coming in from Beyond. Out of the attacking side. And 22 kills for SDK Blood in the first half.
I want to take a look at his entries because I feel like he was entering like an animal alongside good old Olivia. Let's take a look here real quickly. So Visual TV. SDK, yeah, well, he went 3 for 1 in opening, but that's still a very good ratio, right? Everyone participating in opening duels. QQ, he took part in 7 opening duels. He went 3 to 4. Olivia 1-0. Meryl's 1-0. KNTZ 1-0. But SDK, yeah, he's like very good opening duel ratio, 20 kills. And again, you got to say, even though it was top fragging, remember that round where he had a Tech 9 just running out, being the bait for his team. So solid T side coming out here, not just from SDK, but from Beyond as a whole, as now they're going to be switching sides. CT side, the more favored side, the easier side, some people might say, here on this map, and it's going to be our play towards Ram. Meryl sticking around a little bit too long for my liking. He's got to stick around further, though, but oi, he's going to get a kill. And as Meryl's refacing out wide, I'm not a big fan. Olivia trying to use that timing to get a kill, but they're getting picked apart here. This pistol round, this one's gone. SDK left alone, and there's nothing he can do. A flawless round from After Gaming.
Yeah, that's a pretty good start. They need that coming into the second half, and they step up with it. It's 10-6 now on the board, Beyond. Well, the pistols are going to be coming out. It's going to be the CZ out for KNTZ, the Deagles, and Olivia Mayrolls. Not going to be a great round here for Beyond's Spy, but again, it's second round 4 Spies. They're pretty deadly. As you said, any team in this tournament can compete in these rounds. They're just so good on their individual level. There's a few players that are kind of bots, but, you know, they make up for it otherwise, I suppose. But everybody in here just seems to just have this crazy aim. And while 10-6, it's going to be a quick play towards outside from After. Marek is going to be front running this with the MAC-10, but he's caught through the smoke. What a start for Beyond. Mayrolls getting the opening kill, and he does damage onto the second as well. If you're After, you're just slowly walking down those stairs, just hoping to hell that bullet doesn't come through that smoke. And now KNTZ, he is the next player in the defensive line here for Beyond. Can he do anything against this attacking force? After look to penetrate this Beyond side, but KNTZ stopping them from moving forward. In fact, it's Mayrolls with 2 on the Deagle. KNTZ doing a little bit of work on the CZ, and now it is just Oi, the last remaining player in a 1 versus 3. He's the most tenured player in recent past from this team. Going from Invictus to After Gaming has been quite the drop off for this player. What a time it would be to step up and show his caliber, show his individual performance is still that against QQ, Olivia, and STK. Mayrolls has set them up for a round win here Beyond, and set After Gaming up for heartbreak.
Talking about it, Meryl's has been a little quiet, Dinko. Well, that's a rude awakening.
He's loud.
Oh, that's just a kick in the nether regions for After Gaming. They win the pistol flawlessly. Like, all right, guys, come back to real. It's happening. And Meryl's like, yeah, no. Look at this. He wasn't even like lighting it up, just like randomly just spamming. What is Sakai doing switching at the corner? Sakai, half your body's exposed and you're just switching, you're QQing and switching weapons, like switching to your nade. You should have a teammate with a gun holding that angle while I don't. That's just terrible protocols from After. Terrible protocols. How are you not expecting a player to be up close there?
That's unfortunate, to say the least, for After, because we just talked about it, Blood. We just mentioned how this is such an important round for them. Got the pistol, then the follow-up. Well,
that works.
QQ with a double nade. Yep, he'll be happy with that. The double kill coming in. He will go down, but Wang got to do everything at this point. Always running forward. He wants to try and take this fight, but he goes down to Olivia, and now it's just Wang, and Olivia will take him away. 12-6 on the board. We're 4 rounds away from victory for Beyond. What a different performance this is from Beyond. Much better. I mean, they've had a few hiccups here and there, but for the most part, it has been clean and clinical from the Thai team.
I have to say, look, okay, we, all of us, Tom, Mitch, myself, you, Dinko, we've all been fairly critical of a lot of teams. Disappointed, I guess. For me, personally, mentally and physically broken as well, because of some of the games we've seen so far. But this is beyond focus. This is beyond pissed off. This is beyond just, you know, that they have that cold, steely gaze in their eyes like Clint Eastwood, and they're like, well, we got 2 more games, punk. Are you feeling lucky? And right now, after not feeling lucky at all, they are just getting dismantled. Oh, never mind. Olivia gets dismantled. A little bit of overextension there, Marek. Making things a little bit more expensive, but it is going to be... Oh, there we go. Rifles retrieved. 13-6, Dinko. And even though the buy is going to be coming in for after gaming, I don't... Considering what we saw from them in that second round of this half, I'm not expecting much. I feel like Beyond just going to make this a very, very quick affair.
Yeah, I'm expecting this to be over pretty soon. As miserable as that is from a caster's perspective, it's just the realistic answer for you. And Beyond, I'm glad. I mean, this is kind of what I wanted to see after. Yeah, okay, they've impressed me in the previous match, winning the map, winning the series. I was kind of expecting them to eventually show up. But Beyond, they've been incredibly disappointing. They have not met my expectations at all. In fact, they have fallen way below them. This is nice from QQ. A little smoke to play with over the top. Probably not going to be that viable, but it's starting to fade away already, and these players haven't even walked around the corner, so QQ's going to have to drop. Oh, you risk. What is it? This is such a risk. He can be peeked from red. He can be peeked from silo. He has a nade in his hand while doing all of that. That's really risky, but what are you doing? This is just crazy. He goes forward with, and he gets 2 kills.
You were saying?
It doesn't really matter. The decision-making there is probably not good. It just isn't a good idea to do that. But it's worked out. He's got 2 kills off of it, and probably enough now to put Beyond in a comfortable position to win this round.
I agree with you. That was dumb from QQ, but that is just
dumb plays work.
Nutty aim. Just nutty aim. KNTZ, yeah, not exactly a good spray there, but this could have been much more cleaner if KNTZ hadn't overextended in that fight. He got the first kill, just fall on back. Now it's a 2v3. Bingo, good recovery. Good recovery. And that's a well-placed nade as well. Unfortunately, doesn't find anyone. Suddenly, Dinko, this is winnable. This is doable.
Well, Meryl's towards heaven. Dropping down into 30 seconds on this bomb timer. Plenty of time still to work with for Olivia and Mayrols to work their way back in here. And Mayrols, he's up in heaven. We've seen this position before. Wang taking damage to the bomb side. Mayrols diving down. He will die. But it's Bingo versus 1. Olivia versus Bingo. And it's Olivia that comes out on top, of course, for Beyond. 14 rounds, 2 away from securing victory here on Nuke. And that was a very important round that doesn't go after Gaming's way.
That got a little messy for Beyond. Can we just take a look at a replay of Mayrols dropping down and getting the kill? Was that midair? Please tell me.
I think he might have got a kill before, right?
I'm just looking for my Asian CS:GO clip of the day, Dinko. All right. It was midair.
There we go. There we go. How the hell does that happen?
Val, can we get like the midair like jumping kill?
My logic there is like I'm hanging on to everything black. It's like, please don't have killed him while falling out of the sky. Mayrols, what is it with you and heaven on Nuke? It just doesn't make sense.
Well, he's had a fail. He's had an oh my god that damage. Jesus, what was that? A tactical nuke? Oh, this is getting slaughtered. Wrap it up. This one's done. Beyond have just bodied. It's like the people's elbow. Just completely the entire nation of Thailand have just like given their power to Beyond and just dropping the people's elbow onto after gaming. This one's done. What was a nuke? Was it a double nade? What was? Okay, here we go. The replay. Clip it.
That's so sick.
I got to appreciate how Mayrols does drop straight down to the slope, the thing over there, so he doesn't
he's
die
like,
from
I've
impact.
learned my lesson.
I want to really see. What was that? What's wasted nuke? Wasted. I think it was a decoy. What was a nade stack though? What was that? I'm so confused because the amount of damage being dealt. That wasn't just one nade in the previous round.
Well, possibly the last round here. Beyond have not really showed any signs of stopping. It's got to be an incredible step up from after gaming going into round number 22. It has to be flawless from here on in on their attacking side if they want to pull it to overtime. And that's just not going to be happening because Mayoral saying no, gets a double kill. He's been fantastic in the second half. So many big rounds from him. And QQ as well. I have to say, I've been very critical of this player. He hasn't made the best decisions so far, but he has been performing really well. And it's going to be a 16-6 win for Beyond. I'm sure glad we predicted 2-0 for Beyond coming into the series because they have shown up today. And I'm expecting more going into the second map. I think that's just a clean and clinical Beyond performance. And they've focused up. They've stopped making these stupid mistakes. They've started to realize, okay, this is embarrassing. Time to try and recover some face here. We've got Mitch, we've got Tom, and we're going to talk about this game. And when we take a look at it, there's not much to talk about, really. It's just a classic Beyond performance.
Well, you set us up nicely there.
Yeah, there you go. Have fun. Have fun.
Yeah, appreciate it, Dinko. On the back of that, I'd like to build on all the points Dinko made. It was a very, very quick game, very clean. I think for Beyond, you look at the control that they have on a map like Nuke. We never really thought that After we're going to be a team to come in and challenge them on this map. And from the get-go, they just kept their foot on the gas pedal. I think there's definitely an element for Beyond that they realize it's go time and they need to show up in this tournament. In fact, I would argue, probably 5 days ago was go time for them and they didn't show up then. But at least now in a game that they really shouldn't be losing against this sloppy team, they're able to turn up, they're able to deliver, and it's not even with, I suppose, the same parts that we've seen consistently. I mean, Olivia has been the only performer that I can rely on when I look at Beyond coming into the games in this tournament, and to see STK jump back up there, off the top of my head, this is the first game where he's actually done well to the form that he was on in the previous PAL.
Yeah, 100%. And I don't know about you, Tom, but for me, this was a nice cleanse of my palate, so to speak. Like it was just so clinical, so good. Apart from, there were a couple of rounds here and there where the 3v5, for example, we didn't get to see it from the POV of Beyond what went wrong there, which Wang managed to clutch out. But apart from that, just there was not really making any mistakes. They were working in tandem. The spacing was perfect. They were just toying with After, it felt like at one point. And not just that, individually, everyone was on fire.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's been the difference, though, is that this Beyond team are very scary when we get the individual players on their squad actually performing well. The problem is that hasn't been the case. And I want to slightly disagree with Mitch in the sense that there have been other maps where STK has performed, but the issue with him has been that it's not been consistent. That's why it feels like he's not had a good series, because he hasn't. Like, you even just look back to the game against Tiger. First map, he was -13. Okay, that's awful. Next map, he's +11. It's like, well, okay, that's kind of weird. Then he's -1. Okay, he averaged out at the end. Then you look at the match versus Invictus, +9. That's pretty good. Next map, -6. It's like there is no logic to him at all. That there'll be a series where he can go completely minus, and then he can come into a match versus Tiger and drop 25 kills. And that's the problem with this roster, is they do have a consistent star in the form of Olivia, but that's never really enough to actually get them through matches. So he can be getting 30 kills and they can still lose. And I think he needs to have either STK or more consistently Mayrolls is the one I'd look to.
Yeah.
And then one other. So it's those two and then one other. So it needs to be either STK or QQ having one of his good matches. Otherwise, we're still in that sort of world where, okay, sure, you can win Nuke, sure, you can win like the odd map here and there. Ultimately, they don't win any series. So sure, they've had a fantastic first map, but I'm going to wait and see how they do it in the second one before necessarily saying they're back, or this is the team we've wanted to see the whole tournament. Because they've done this throughout the tournament. They've won one map really well. We've got excited, and then they've been shocking in the
What a
net.
negative Nancy you are, Tom. But I have to agree with you on that, though. But you know what? Looking at the stats very quickly, you have a 75% win rate for the side of After, but that's, again, they've only played 4 maps. Meanwhile, for Beyond, they have a pretty terrible win rate on this map, but they played 18 times against the best in the region. So, the numbers can sometimes be a little misleading. But we're going to be going to a very short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back with more action here. Map number 2 is coming up. It's going to be an Inferno. The madness continues. Welcome back, everyone, to more action here, the Perfect World Asia League 2020, the Fall Edition. My name is Blair, and joining me, as usual, it's going to be Dinko. And it has been a surprising day. It was a close game day. Well, I mean, the first match of the day was back and forth. WotZai finally breaking the curse and getting a win on board. But right now, Beyond, they look focused, they look dangerous. And if I'm after gaming, I'm going to be sweating a bit here in Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Beyond being inconsistent. Tom brings up a very good point there in the post game, but I feel like that performance, for me personally, I've seen enough of Beyond to hope that they can. I feel like they're going to keep it up going into Inferno. I know I've been critical even of Beyond's Inferno over the past couple of weeks because it has been terrible. It has not made sense at all. I think a big part of Beyond's Inferno performances or their Inferno wins in the previous PAL was also off the back of some Olivia clutches. And as I previously mentioned, I don't recall as many huge clutches coming in from just Olivia, right? So this is definitely going to be a scenario in which I feel like Beyond are going to have a little bit more of a difficult time on Inferno. I feel like they're going to be pushed a little bit more than they were on Nuke, but I feel like they're going to take it. I think they're good enough to take this over the line. I don't think anybody's really showing up over on After Gaming at the moment, but I guess that might be just map based. So we'll see within the first couple of rounds how this one's going to play out. But I'll make my prediction now and say that I think Beyond are going to take this maybe 16-11, 16-12.
Okay. I wouldn't really be questioning on that. I feel like I have to agree with you. And for me, what boggles my mind is you look at a map like Nuke, which requires those right protocols, right approach. It's a tactical map, right? For me, it's up there with the likes of an Overpass, for example. You can literally take the fundamentals of how you approach your Nuke T side, your CD side, and just copy paste it onto Inferno. Yeah. It's one of the oldest maps in the Counter-Strike franchise. It's been played forever. It's a map where, yes, the map is different, but the fundamentals, the idea of the rotations, the timing on the hits, it's the same thing. And for some reason, Beyond, they're so good at Nuke, and then they don't show it on on a map which should be a little easier for them. It really does make me surprised.
Yeah, I feel like Beyond such a strange team because they change from map to map. They change from map to map quite consistently as well. It's not just a one-time thing, and I feel like that's probably just because, like I said previously, their map pool is actually kind of weak. Now, we consider them to have a deeper map pool than some of the weaker teams. That's for sure. You can definitely believe that. But the fact is that they're just not very good on a lot of the maps. I think Nuke is their staple. We even said that was maybe even counted out because of their performances previously. A little bit of a field run boost here. But against After Gaming, I think their weaknesses in their map pool don't actually come to light as much, right? They don't punish them as much. Because when they go up against some of the better teams, you really do see the cracks in their map pool. But up against After, it should be okay. And now After on the T side, they're going to be charging up through Banana early on. And Mayrolls, he was fantastic on Nuke, but he's been ousted straight away here on Banana going into the pistol round in Inferno. And Olivia close to going down as well as on 3 HP, but he peeks again, the balls, but it's Oi with the headshot. STK now trying to hold on, and Beyond, this is a non-starter.
How blind was Oi there in the flood? That was actually a perfect flashbang. And unfortunately, yeah, Olivia not able to land a shot, so After should have this pistol round. I believe the pistol rounds have been split, right? The first pistol round on Nuke being won by Beyond, and After winning theirs. And now, Inferno, it looks like it's going to be After off to a pretty good start. Nice shot from KNTZ, but it's a 3v2. There's a long flank coming in as well, Dinko. This is unwinnable. There's no way QQ and KNTZ can bring this back as Bingo's going to get the kill, and that's the opportunity for Sakai to strike. A clean round from After Gaming, especially thanks to Oi, with some very, very clean openings. Taking his duels against the USP at an angle, Dinko, it's not easy. And he was just out-dueling the two players from Beyond.
Yeah, that was a nuts round coming in from Oi. I want to see this flashbang. He's fully blind. He's kind of wipes his crosshair across the screen. I think it's a little bit of a panic from Olivia because he's psyched himself up. He's on 3 HP. He knows he has to get the kill. And sometimes that can play into your head a little bit. You don't go around the corner looking for that headshot. You just start wildly trying to land bullets. I feel like that was the case for Olivia. And After Gaming, they get a very important win. And Beyond, if you remember back, they were able to win these second round force buys easily enough back, and there was Mayrolls, the player that did all the damage, and he's going to go back again, trying to do it to them. They line up, but he doesn't get a single kill. That could have been an absolute nightmare for After. They're all setting up their nades for this attack into the B bomb site. At least Mayrolls is going to grab some info, but as soon as that information is passed on, they'll rotate off, but STK through the smoke, taking down Oi. Oh no for After here. All of their plans have been thrown away. They have to try and figure out what they're going to do, and they head back to the A bomb site, which is completely empty right now, Blair, I have to say. Beyond are going to go through Banana. Now, this is a weird attempt. This is a weird approach to this round, and it might just work out. They're going to go back, though. Oh, Beyond, they've just given so much time for After to take this A site.
Yeah, they're just going to save, and might as well, you know.
I mean, you can carry over in the next round, right?
Yeah, indeed. And they don't have a single kit. They're too far away, and holding onto a side with these guns, with these pistols, the scout, that's a different thing. Retaking, it's a whole different matter altogether. So, yeah, they at least get a constellation kill onto Oi. It's a very, very lucky shot by STK through the smoke. And can we get a replay of... who was it? I think it was Mayrolls peeking towards Banana, and there were 3 Ts at Dinko. It was so perfectly aligned. All 3 holding utility. All 3 of them. That would have been hilarious if that played out. Yuki's just going for the hunt because he doesn't really have much to lose. He just has the nade and a USP. So, you know. No Kevlar, no nothing. And he's going to be found out. A little bit of extra cash for After Gaming. There you have it. It's going to be the second round. Back to back. Could we please have the replay of that? I really want to see it from the POV of Mayrolls just walking out and 3 guys just lined up there. There we go. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh, they were perfectly lined up, Dinko.
They could have literally lined up 1 bullet through 3 heads or something
that
like
would
that.
have been the highlight of the tournament if that happened.
That would have been so sick. Unlucky for Mayrolls. Quite go his way. Very lucky for After, though, because they're the type of team that would happen to, right?
Ooh. Almost giving a haircut there. For After, they know it's going to be the safe pistols, the scouts, and they're going to be sticking around with the SMGs. A lot of them, in fact. 3 MAC-10s and the UMP. Wang with the Krieg. Not a single AK. And they're posturing towards the B bomb site now. They're taking a sweet time. Just feeling things out. And I'm not a very, very big fan of the setup from Beyond here. You've saved for this. You know, you want to take advantage of the... of trying to group up together. Of trying to maybe go for a gamble stack. Instead of... Like, if Olivia had walked up Apster alongside K and TZ, I feel like it would have given him a better chance, at least of a trade. But, ooh, nice tag onto Bingo. And he just turns around and Sakai's there to give him the kiss of death. All on KNTZ Dinko. CZ finds one, but that's all he's going to get. And it should be round number 3 here for After, although Mystic and Mayrolls will just be going in for the hunt. There's no point really saving these guns. They're going to be having the money. STK probably could, you know. He has the Kevlar and the helmet, but Mayrolls probably is going to be going in to find a couple of kills.
Holding on for a couple of exits, trying to get rid of some of the weapons here for After. Their money's in a good spot, though. The only player without much cash is, of course, Wang, who has invested into the more expensive rifle, so this could be huge. If he can find him, Wang going down, and well, he's going to go and get himself such a good kill here, Mayrolls. That's a bit of economic damage done to Wang, but the rest of the team will be able to follow up and purchase up for him. Marek obviously was in the pit with him, so he carries over the SG. But still, that's a good bit of damage done onto Wine. Good kill coming in from Mayrolls. This is the important round coming up, though. We got Beyond purchasing up. After Gaming are off to a similar start that Beyond got off to back in Nuke, if you remember, where their economy was in such a good spot in the first 3 rounds. Let's see if they lose control of it, because Beyond coming back and they'll be swinging. They've got the AWP out for Olivia early on into Inferno.
Yeah, it's looking pretty. Oh, please don't show yourself. All right, there we go. After taking it much slower. I gotta say, though, like, for After Gaming, as critical as we've been about how they approach this game that we all love, their Inferno has usually been pretty solid. We haven't seen much from it. We've only seen them play 4 games. They've won 3 of them, and well, let's be real, they haven't really been tested by some of the better teams in the region. But they look so much more comfortable on this map compared to any other map. You go back to Nuke and you see how disjointed they were. They're going to be walking in straight, and that's a free kill for Mr. Olivia. There's a player up towards Heavens, and it's going to be Olivia's going to get a kill. Now, Katie's position is known. They're going to be pre-firing this angle, but Meryl's going to join the party, and they're getting shut down one by one. Wang and Bingo left in a very rough situation. Wang with 2 HP. Nice flashbang, though. That's going to be Olivia found out. Wang looking for another kill. How have they pulled this one off, Dinko? It's now, all of a sudden, a 2v2. Wang on 2 points of health. The AWP picked up and is looking for the hunt. Bomb still has to cross on over. Wang spots the player out. He's won't make his escape. And Bingo in the pit. QQ, the savior. But that got unnecessarily very, very, very close for the side of Beyond. It was a 5v2.
Well, I feel like there were a couple of rounds over on Nuke where they set themselves up for a lot of success early on in the round and actually ended up getting a little bit too close for comfort. But that's important for after, because now they've actually put themselves in a spot where, okay, they win the round, but they lose the round, but they come out better across the board when you take a look at it. But actually, when you look at things, it's not too bad for Beyond. It could have been far worse when you take a look at the economy. They've actually been able to get something out here. MP9 is the only real weakness. I thought it was going to be a far worse scenario for the economy, but we've come back to the round and it's not bad from Beyond, actually. So that could have been far worse. That could have been a bigger nightmare.
Yeah, the AWP and the AK being retrieved definitely helping matters out. I just want to point out something as well. For Beyond, it's not just about winning the series, which, let's be real, we're all going to be favoring Beyond to take the series if it does go all the way to map number 3, right? If it is going to come down to tiebreakers, where the teams are going to be tied up to decide which team is going to be knocked out and which team is going to make it to the playoffs, the first difference maker, Dinko, it's going to be the map difference. And Beyond, they need this to go their way. STK finds Sakai, spots the second player a little too late there, a little blind was STK, and Wang finds Meryl, but Olivia has arrived. Molotov on top of the grills, flashbang. Are they going to be going for the boost? That would be such a cheeky play this late in. He's going to be boosted up, but they're expecting him, Dinko. They're expecting him, and always going to find the both of them. And KNTZ was looking for a potential flank. Well, he'll have to call it a day. He's going to head for the hills, and after gaming, they're going to get round number 4. And just to finish a wrap up the thought I had there, if Beyond, even if they win the series, it could come down to the map difference. If they're tied with, let's say, I don't know, like, let's say they win this game, right? They're going to be tied with After Gaming. They're going to be tied with Brent. They're going to be tied with one more team. I forget which team that would be. I think with Sigma as well. They're all going to be tied the same number of points, below which their SWAT's eye. And the first thing that's going to be considered in the decision making process for breaking the tie would be the map difference. And right now, Beyond's map difference isn't looking that good. So they want to win the series 2-0. Because let's be real, the next game is against Vici. I don't expect that to be a 2-0. Heck, I don't even expect that to be a 2-1.
Yeah, I don't expect that to be a win at all for Beyond. It's just very unfortunate. So it's all coming down to small factors. And unfortunately for Beyond, that's the way it's come. And they don't want it to be that way. A team coming in of Beyond's caliber, they shouldn't have to worry about tiebreakers and map difference. They should just go on and get to the playoffs, hanging out some of these weaker teams. But Beyond, they've underperformed, and this is where they are at. And what a start it's been for after. Looking to go 5-1 up. And an M4 out for KNTZ. A little bit of utility. The fuse kit for out on him as well. There's a chance at least for KNTZ to stand tall. And I feel like he has to be another player that kind of steps up consistently for Beyond. He's the second highest rated player on this team. The player you look to below Olivia. And for me, he hasn't really been impressive in this tournament. Personally, from what we've seen from an eye test.
Olivia?
No, KNTZ.
Sorry, KNTZ. Yeah. I don't know. I think you could use the same for everyone. It's like everyone else is so in. Someone check.
Hello? QQ?
Check the
Hello?
boost. You lunatic! Someone. Why is no one peering with him?
Why is QQ not going to kill there though? He's got one, but he should have got a little bit more than that. And while KNTZ, he's got the one M4. He's been set up for a good bit of success here. Beyond have a chance. Damage has been done. Olivia needs a kill, though, quickly. He's going to find it as well. He spots the player down in Barbecue, and Olivia getting a double kill on the CZ75. And we've got Oi and Bingo, 2 players that have been tagged up by the Deagle of QQ. And the Kit's still alive here in KNTZ. There's still time to play with, but no utility apart from that one flashbang. Olivia's got the AWP in his hands now. KNTZ moves forward. They need these kills quickly. They know the position of 1 and the second now as well, but the kills, they're not coming through. And Bingo drawn into the open. The kill comes through and the round is lost. But Olivia secures a 4K. KNTZ was a non-factor in that round. He should have delivered so much more than he did. And he was just so tentative in his approach. He goes down without a single kill. And that's still going to be the round for after. But Olivia,
That round, I mean, how much more can Olivia do? How much
literally
more
nothing.
can this man do?
Katie's sitting there doing nothing. Literally nothing. That's so unfortunate. Just allow Olivia to watch Dark from Banana as well. You focus that player on New Box. It's, yeah, I think Bingo plays it well, though. You have to give that to him. You know, the smoke going down really puts the pressure out. He peaks at the right time. Bingo plays it well, but KGZ also plays it pretty poorly.
Also, no one checking. No one checking the boost. And even after the shots are rattled off, like the players weren't pushing up behind. Like, I get it, the first 2 players maybe are going to be walking in, looking into the site. Why is the 3rd player not peeking with them, right? Like, at least have one eye on that boost. It's such a default position. It's one, perhaps the most common boost spots in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and yet we see it time and time and time again, not really working their way. We do have a little bit of the technical timeout, tac timeout. I don't know. But we have a buy coming in for Beyond.
It's a timeout of sorts, and well, yeah, Beyond desperately need to figure out what they're doing right now because this is by them. Unfortunate that there has been such a step off. The nuke performance coming into this, at least the start. I still have faith in them. I don't think it's going to be one of those scenarios where Beyond completely fall apart. I think they're going to be able to pick up this map still. No, obviously it's not going to be the same clinical performance. We knew that coming into this map. We knew it wasn't going to be that same level. They need a little bit more than what they're doing right now. This output is not enough.
Slowly days.
It is indeed.
Average aggregate HP left at round end. Yeah, kind of paints... in fact, I'm a little surprised it's over 100 for Beyond. Well, I mean, you have to consider the fact that they did save a couple of rounds, which could be skewing that number in their a little bit in their favor. But right now, yeah, it is looking very, very good for After Gaming. Off to a very solid start. They've been able to survive some of these Force Spy scares coming out from Beyond. But now they're going to be facing the second real test. The rifle's going to be coming out. The worrying thing for me, for Beyond, is Wang hasn't even done much yet. They still haven't given him the AWP to work with. And one thing we know about Wang, his AWP, his AWPing on this map is just spectacular.
Yeah, he's really impressive. One of the players we talk about actually possibly having a success story in the future, coming out of this After team. And that's something, 2 words we don't really put together when we talk about After, right? Success and After Gaming. But Wang certainly could be a player that goes on to do some good things. I think Bingo is being pretty impressive as well, honestly. I think he's a good individual player so far in this tournament. They have individual skill, we know that, but they do lack a lot of other aspects of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, just a lack of cohesion. And I guess they are kind of a PUG team, you know, they qualify for this
it's to be
event.
expected.
Yeah. But you would expect a little bit more, right? You know, you see teams of the caliber of Tyler and Vici playing, and you're like, okay, who are these new guys? For example, the surprise for me this tournament has been Checkmate, right? It's not, they don't have... I personally don't believe they have the raw individual skill compared to a few of other teams. Like, for example, D13 comes to mind. Annihilation scored those kids from Mongolia. They don't necessarily have the raw firepower, but they play like a unit. And that's been such a pleasant surprise for me. And this A hit's going to be coming in, Dinko. It's going to be the waterfall of death at KNTZ. One checks him. He finds one, finds 2. Not able to get a 3rd. Will the trade take place is the question. There's a player on the side. Oh no, Olivia gets aim punched into oblivion. And the bomb's going to be planted. And it's going to be a 3v3 post plant. Post plant? Post plant. Oh, tongue. So thick.
Well, 3v3. They're going to try to get back into this. Mayrolls coming in from the apartments. He's got a good position. And STK on short moving forward. Mayrolls checking out to the right side of the pit. Now the left side of the bomb side. No one peeking from After Gaming. No one giving a fight up until this point. And it's going to be Oi and Bingo taking 2. And QQ tries to deliver for Beyond. But it will not go his way. It's After Gaming with a 6th round of the board. 6-1 up. And a goddamn good start here for After Gaming. And for me, the biggest weakness on Inferno for Beyond has been the CT side, as it's been for so many teams. It's weird.
It's also weakness for After Gaming, honestly.
True. But if they get enough rounds of the T side, maybe they can scrape a few of the CT.
Maybe. It remains to be seen, Dinko. One thing I've learned.
I hate CT sides in Asian Counter-Strike.
Except, let's see. Let's think of a good CT side Asian Counter-Strike. Vici on Nuke.
Yeah, it's good.
Solid. Really good.
Tyloo on Nuke's okay too, I suppose.
Well, Tyloo and Nuke is literally a bulldozer. Like, what is CD side? We are T side. But no, you're defending. No, we're not. We're pushing in and killing everyone.
It's like when I first played on my, I had a Smurf account like a couple of years ago, and I hadn't played like the lower tier CS like Silver and Gold Nova in a while, and so I joined in the game, and the first thing I hear is Rush B. I'm like, well, wait a second, I'm on the CT side. What's going on here? It's like Tyloo haven't progressed from that point. Like they're still there.
But they've gotten much better at it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like Furia on crack.
Is that generally looked at as something that improves performance?
Like, you just get better at it. Like, that's true, though. You keep doing the same thing over and over again. You get somebody keeps pushing smokes, but has gotten better at it, you know?
I suppose that is true. He has he's certainly elevated his performance. Well, not really. I remember back to that point, but I still can't forgive somebody for just a round where he walked through the smoke when they should have won Inferno.
Oh yeah, that did break us. But then again, what doesn't break us here, Dinko? Almost everything does. Mayrolls, oh, he has to be checked, doesn't he? You're gonna walk on in through the smoke. Oh, this has to be a free kill. Olivia's gonna get a kill. This has to be a free kill. Ah, there we go. There we go. He at least gets checked though, so I'll give him credit. Ooh, there's a chunky nade. And I don't know why Meryl to take that fight, Dinko, because that range would 100% be favoring the AK-47, and Marek is single-handedly bringing this round back. 4K from Marek, 4 individual 1v1s given over to him. It looked a little scary. It was a 3v5 there, a 3v4 they're favoring Beyond, but after gaming, they've been kind of composed here, Dinko. Everyone's looking sharp. Everyone's looking very, very on point, and seems like a very different team from what we saw on Nuke.
Yeah, it's a really different performance coming in from them, and they're just much more comfortable on this map, obviously. And fair enough. I mean, they're a team that, when we look at them, we know they have not like some maps look okay for them in terms of how the decision making, the individual showing up, but we know this team are not going to have a deep map pool. We talked about it already. They're a mix. And so when you look at the map pool across the board, a map like Nuke is probably the worst map that you could go towards for a team like After, right? There's just so much going on, so many moving pieces. Inferno's T side, I mean, you can't read it. There's not too much room for deviation, right? You can just kind of play up Banana early on. And that's exactly what Oi's going to do. He gets 2 kills. Mayrolls and QQ going down early on. I mean, Inferno, just by its very nature of design, is a map where you can't really stray off the beaten path, right? It's very simplistic in terms of how you approach the T side. You can go up Banana, up mid. There's a couple of lanes available to. There's no crazy individual plays that's costing you too much, right? You kind of realize what you have to do, and after gaming, at least know that. Something they know.
They do know that, and what they know right now is that tantalizing prospect of map number 3 coming up, because this is I feel like this is far gone, and it's not because of the scoreline, because 8-1, we've seen so many games where teams have come back from being down like that. It's just the fashion that Beyond are losing these rounds. It's not coming down to the 1v1s, the 2v2s, the close rounds. No, many rounds of loss have been just after gaming just completely destroying their defense, meaning that Beyond they're gonna have to go way above and beyond. I don't think they have the right approach to this map to make that happen. After just seem to have woken up So I'm expecting this to be pretty lopsided affair, as it has been so far. After should take this, but map number 3 is when I believe it's going to get a little interesting. Although Dinko, there have been many times where I've been wrong. Many times. I'm just trying to be logical here, but logic has no place in some of these games.
I was just hoping that Beyond to get over the hurdle. It's unrealistic, I know, but they're not. I was just kind of hoping. You know what, that a theory I have is just will everything into existence in this tournament. I'm just going to say things like Tiger going to make the final and Beyond are back. You know, I'm just kind of hoping that when I say these things, they're going to happen. And, oh, that's a good nade. STK is down to 6 HP.
It's lucky to be alive.
Coming through as well. Mayrolls is going to walk around the corner. Oh, he's on the opposite side here. Let's see what he can do. He crosses through the smoke. Mayrolls with the kill. Oh, it goes down, but he's down to 6 HP as well. Beyond, I really don't know how these two players are still alive in this B-ball side play, but they are.
Get out of there!
Oh, so you haven't killed me yet. I'm going to give you a couple more chances. I'm still here.
Yeah, Meryl and SDK. Imagine like 6 HP, combined 12. Well, SDK has left the site. As we do see Marek leading the charge. He's got the bomb. He does have backup, so everything's fine. We see the other two players gather up together. I'm scared for Beyond here. It's a 5v4 Dinko. It's 12 points of health are defending this bomb site. Oh, this can get very, very scary, which is why they have sent over Olivia as well. And he's got a lot of utility, so he can slow down this push. When 40 seconds on the clock, then Incendiary, it could come in quite handy.
Okay, the push through for Marek, the front man, pushing through the barbecue. Mayrolls is low, and STK still getting another kill before going down. This B-bomb site defense has done more than it was ever expected to do at the start of this round after the damage had been dished out, but it's still not going to be enough for Master QQ and KTZ with an M4. They've got one flashbang to play with and no kit into a 2 versus 3, retaking the B-bomb site. Both coming in from the same position with absolutely no control. This is not going to be a round Beyond a winning. It's 9-1. After Gaming are absolutely dominating right now. This is unbelievable, Blair. How has this happened? Tom brought it up, and I agree with him. You know, obviously, coming into it, and I don't think any of us could agree. Beyond could not agree, should I say. Beyond have been so night and day when it comes to map basis. And I was talking about it a little bit earlier on, how that happens in Asian Counter-Strike, and it's something I don't quite understand just yet, but you can go from looking real solid on your map pick and going into Inferno, which shouldn't be a map where you drop off completely, right? You say you can transition over the CT side. We just seen that play out. Beyond have come into this and they have completely fallen apart. There's no one doing anything on this map.
Have to agree with you. It just at this point I'm kind of like depleted. Where I'm not even mad, I'm not even angry. I'm just more like, well, I mean, it's more the same. I mean, listen, it's day 13, Dinko, of 3 best of 3s a day. We've witnessed, let's do the quick math, 12 days. So yes, 12 times 3 is how much? 36 best of 3s. We've seen 37. So this is a 38th best of 3 the past 3 weeks, and it's kind of the similar story every time. You know, you suddenly see glimpses of good Counter-Strike. You see Beyond like solid. You're like, oh wow, yeah, they're back, lads. They're looking so good. They're honed in. They're looking dangerous. They're like Clint Eastwood in Dirty Harry. But then they come in here and they, well, just like a damp squib right now. And again, this is not like there's maps like Nuke where. On a map like Nuke for After Gaming, they were not ready on it, and it was clear they were so underprepared, and it was very clear how it played out. You look at Beyond, top 4 team previous RMR, the best team in Southeast Asia, a team who have been able to take the likes of a Tyloo, the likes of Vici. They won't win. Watch this. Sakai's gonna get killed. Well, maybe they are, Dinko. Maybe they are.
Oh, bingo. He's going to go jump off the balcony. KTZ's going to take his head off his shoulders. And after, you know, they're feeling bad for Beyond. They're feeling bad for Beyond, Blair. And there's like, here, take a round. Take one. I would love if Beyond came back and got 6 rounds at the half. Just imagine. That's the turning point. have to take the foot off the gas for 1 second. Beyond come right back into it. That would be quite a storyline, but what a scrappy round this was. First kill from SDK, sees Zed rattling off a couple of shots. Just very individualistic plays from After, right? Just dropping off one by one, taking fights against the pistols, and they're going to walk away with it. Beyond desperately needed a round like that, and they've got one under their belt.
I don't think it's enough though. Like,
It's not enough.
That required what, like some individual plays, mistakes being made by After, and yeah, I don't see that happening that often. I think After just have the right idea how to approach this map. What's surprising for me for Beyond is, look, you won map 1, you know it's a map, Inferno, where you're not really that comfortable on, and the way they have this kind of like turtled up setup on the bomb sites, and it's not been working for 11 rounds. Why not be a little bit more aggressive, right? Why not try and get a little bit of bracket control, a little bit of apps control, maybe try for this banana control, like force After to sweat a little bit to get some map control. But this is a cheeky hold. I don't know about this. It could work out, or it could just fall apart, and they're blinded. They're blinded, and Meryl's just gonna get the hell out of dodge, and Marek, okay, hold W and left click, don't stop. But as Olivia does reply back, he's got his teammate at the back of the side, but he will be found by Oi. They have a smoke. They're gonna cross on over. The Molotov from Olivia might delay the bomb plant for a few seconds, and that could be an opportunity for his teammate to come in for the retake. Smoke's going to dissipate. Olivia doesn't see Bingo on top of the flames, but QQ finds him through the smoke, and now it's a 2v2. Probably one of the best chances that Beyond have had in a long time to take a map after the bomb has been put down. Take a round, rather, not a map. What am I even saying?
Yeah, we have a chance to pull this back. QQ starting to walk forward. A player down in Banana. One player in Dark now forced into the open. It's Oi burning. And now goes into the crosshair of QQ. Wang will try his best to line them up, but it's a round for Beyond. Finally, they'll be able to pull off a B retake. Every single time, like you said, Blood, this was their best chance to do it, because every single time before, it has been impossible situations. The only time I can think back to where they should have had a better chance was when KNTZ had the one rifle in the round, and Olivia was popping off and killing everybody. They misplayed that. That was probably their best chance until this point. But now, they get it done. And they could go on a bit of a tear. They could get 6 at the half. Now, that is going to take a lot. I mean, even in that round, it comes down to a 2v2 retake. You kind of hope that they pick this round up convincingly. But it is going to be an investment, it seems like, coming in here from After. It's interesting to see where the rest of the 3 players take this. Because Sakai hasn't fully invested, right? Wang has some extra money, so he's decided to go with an AK, but he hasn't bought up full utility, obviously. So it's going to be one of those buys that kind of equalize the money out around. It's not even that much left over, to be honest. Just below 2K. Wang on $1,200. They're going to try for the round win, and I can't blame them because they have just been getting everything done, right? Getting on the bomb sides. So there's a good chance here for them.
Yeah, that'd be bomb side. I mean, the only problem here for me for After with this buy is the lack of utility, but of course they don't want to expend too much of money. And they've already used up one of the smokes and the Molotov as well. So they have 1 smoke and 2 flashes, Dinko. Now, it could kind of work for a blitzkrieg hit here, but it's all about timing. And you can see the rotation already taking place. If they don't make a little bit of haste, I think it might be a little too late. We have the flank already. We have the rotation already in. You have QQ towards Arch. You have SDK waiting as well, and the Slaughter. Well,
oh no!
Never mind.
No.
No, what?
Why?
How has this fallen apart? They walk into a stack. They walk into a stack.
They don't walk into a stack. They sprint into a stack.
How has this gone wrong for Beyond? They had the right read, Dinko. They knew it was going to be an A hit, and all After had was a flashbang and a smoke. And now Meryl has everything to do. He's being patient. He's waiting. The flashbang is good, but the nade is better. Ooh. And Meryl might bring this one back. He doesn't know where the player is. It is Bingo.
No.
He's right above him. He's right next to him. And Bingo, who's almost going to whiff the spray, but he manages to recover in time. The op will be retrieved. Beyond.
That is just terrible. That's all you can say, Blair. That's just a terrible hold from Beyond, and yeah, that's just not going to be rounds that are going to win you this game, unfortunately. Beyond, You had Olivia, who's in towards short with the AWP. Where's the utility being used up? You're going to leave your Opera on short, you know, just on his support. He gets 1 kill and immediately there's 3 players on him with a Tech 9. Where's the help? There isn't any. That's the answer. And while Beyond now, 3 on the board, pistols out again. This is looking like 11-4 half at a minimum, right? This is going to be 11 rounds on the board for After. This could be 12-3. And you think if you're listening, okay, 12-3, that's a damn dominant half. Must be on the CT side. No, they're on the T side. And this is just ridiculous. Olivia with the headshot, Bingo going down. Olivia's 12-10. 4 of those kills came in the round where he got those pistol kills, so that does bolster scoreline slightly here. This play can slow down a good bit. Right now, After, they're still in the driving seat, right? They have the better weapons. They don't have apartments, but they have got banana control. They can work this through, but there's 3 players on the B bomb site at the moment. 2 down in towards CT. It's KTZ, QQ there with him. They've got STK in the back of the bomb side. Comes down to these kills coming through quickly. They haven't checked the boost. Oi's already crossed. Good kill coming in here from KTZ. Marek going down. Oi still poised, still waiting for this player to overextend from Nubox, but it's not coming through. And in fact, he's going to be taken down from the boost again. KTZ with 2 kills from the one spot, and he goes down off the boost, gets the 3rd kill. What a terrible round from After Gaming this time. What is going on, Blair? I have no answers. No answers. That is just straight up terrible. Why are you just letting KTZ? I want to see it from his perspective, because he just sits here, gets the 1 kill. Okay, Marek
they know he's there.
Okay,
they know
Marek
he's there.
He has to know, because there was no smoke kill, right? Because the only call he's been shot from behind is that he's on the boost. No one looks there. No one looks at CT. They're still fully focused on STK towards back Nubox, which is a very important point to talk about, is the fact that STK doesn't peek. He peeks there, he goes down. That allows him to focus CT.
I don't even blame Oi. He was stuck towards Hobbit, and he had so many angles to check, right? And he was being very patient. It's just like what the hell are the rest of the teammates doing? Olivia, oh, dude, don't see him miss those shots.
Get out of there. Nice.
No, Olivia's had enough. He's had enough. Yes.
He's not gonna miss. Good job.
He's had enough.
With the D goal. He's like, okay,
enough.
We're getting 5 rounds of the half, guys. Whether you like it or not, I'm going to drag you through kicking and screaming. Another 4K for Olivia. He's 16-10. QQ behind 11. KTZ on 10. And that was another big round from him a couple ago from the boost on the pistol, bolstering that scoreline. But we go into the second half. 10 rounds on the board for After Gaming. I definitely see this being enough, honestly. You're only going to have to get off to a flawless start in this T side and not really stop.
I don't know which team's gonna win this. I won't lie, because After Gaming, we've been singing the praises, being like, oh yeah, they know what they're doing in Inferno. Everyone's looking good protocols, they're peaking together, spacing is great, and then just these weird rounds like this one by one into the Opera, crossing over before the smoke blooms, and then of course we go back to that nightmare round on the B bomb site where it was just. I wish the Men in Black movies were real, just so we could just rent out that memory eraser and we just wipe out the past couple of rounds. But that's not the case. Beyond, they do enough to get 5 rounds. It's been scrappy. It's been due to some of the mistakes being made right after. But honestly, considering how rough it was looking for them, they'll take it. Always going to aggress out. This is aggression, and he's just tapping them away. Looking for more. Unnecessary, but it is a bait setup, Dinko, and they're walking into the slaughter. There's still a player towards balcony. There's no one spotting towards balcony, but I say that, and Sakai turns to look around. Meryl's going to be dropping on in. It's a 2v4. KNTZ. Sakai finds Meryl on the lurk, and Bingo's there. Finish it off. After Gaming win both the pistol rounds.
Yeah, not a good start for Beyond by any means. Now, 11-5. After Gaming stop the bomb plans as well. Beyond don't even have a good force buy coming into this round, so they have literally got nothing to ride with going into these next few. I believe I just seen STK purchase up, so he will be buying into this. We will be seeing a force buy. But Beyond, they have to win this play. I honestly think they have to. If After win this next one, we're starting that first gun round, and that's a 50-50. And STK's got his Mitchman Tech 9 out again. You can see, looks like Mitch on the back of his gun. And he's going to continue to run forward. Wank looking for the spray. Sakai's going to be dropped down to 37 HP. QQ with 1 on the Tech 9. Kings, is he coming through with a Mac 10? And oh no! The A bomb site has fallen, but the kills keep coming through for After Gaming and Bingo. Oh! That could have been it. That could have been the play that gets them right back into this. But QQ puts the bullet between the eyes. And now Marek and Oi in 2v2. See if they can get back to this bomb site and win the round for after. They continue this good start, but it's a 1v1 now. K and TZ up against Marek. KNTZ has the positional advantage and the health advantage here, alongside the weapon advantage. There's a lot of advantages here for KNTZ, but Marek is going to swing on by, and he's going to try and take the headshot. That would change everything, but he cannot get it done. But he did get a lot of opportunities there to take the head of KNTZ, but he'll still win the round. Beyond, they get it done, but not in a clean fashion. I mean, they still lose players towards the end there, but nonetheless, they'll be happy about getting it. Well, it's scary round that was for Beyond towards the end. They thought they had it locked in, then it all started to fall away from them. And now, if I'm not after, I'm very disappointed about how this one has gone. This is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and
That's three, isn't it? Three?
Yep.
3 rounds they lost?
Yep. To just the pistols. And I just snorted there because Wang was taking the fight and he got a kill by jumping in the air with the M4. Scroll jumpers. You folk are a weird bunch. Weird bunch. Spacebar Master Race. Yeah, sure, we can bunny hop, but you know what? We don't jump in the middle of a fight. I'm sure if Laundress is watching, he's gonna be DMing me. Shut your face, pleb. Well, pistols out now for After Gaming. And for the side of Beyond, that M4A1 retrieved, handed over to the very capable hands of Mr. Olivia. 3 MAC-10s, KNTZ with AK-47. I like this nade stack. Unfortunately, there's no one there. What? Wait, what? What? What was it, nade? What was that nade, Dinko? I take it back. I don't think that was a good nade at all. I thought it was going to be like a double nade stack, but I'm like, oh, that's nice. You know, they're going to be doing it to the guy playing CD, but no, that was completely useless.
Oh, bingo. He's going to go down. May rolls with the kill on the MAC-10. Oh, got a good opening here for Beyond. They should be closing this, but Wang on the pit. He's got, a second? How does he manage that? Well, he's got a chance again here. Wang is just absolutely destroying them. Oh, he's giving in the Wang. He eventually will go down. Olivia with the kill. Gets a second as well. KNTZ dives to his death. And Olivia, he'll go down here surely. He'll try his best in the 1v1, but he's caught in the open with his pants down. And Oi will take him away. 12-6. It's back-to-back and horrible rounds here for Beyond. Horrible performance on Inferno. We just had a little talk about how many rounds Beyond have won on pistols. 3. How many rounds have they won in total in Inferno? 6. Terrible.
Wang, oh my god, like, this is just such a messy, discombobulated day. I don't know, man, like, this game, like, after Nuke, because Nuke was a fantastic game, and I'm not being sarcastic, I'm not kidding, that was some of the cleanest Counter-Strike we've seen so far in the Perfect World Asia League 2020, and it was Beyond just looking flawless. After Gaming, well, I mean, they weren't making mistakes, they were more like they didn't know what to do, right? Beyond was just a better team. This is different. This is just both the teams, and mind you, Dinko, for a while, it was after just running away with it, and then it's just, they refuse to win rounds, which they should be winning. And they win rounds where they shouldn't be winning. And I'm starting to crack here. I'm starting to crack. I'm turning into Tom. I'm molding.
Beyond starting their walk to the B-bomb site. Pretty much the walk of shame at this point for Beyond. Smoke is going to go down. Oi holding on the cross. Finally smoked off, but they've really lost a player. Now, Marek just peeks out to the right side, takes down Mayrolls, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. All the kills are here for After Gaming. Now, it's not exactly the best rhyme, but it's one that looks to be coming true. Olivia's going to come in with a kill onto Marek. The boost is going to go over the top. KNTZ spotted it, but it doesn't matter. The 3 kills come in, and they don't even get a bomb plan. 13-6 After Gaming. Going to be wrapping up Inferno. They're going to be sending us to map number 3. Probably quite quickly, to be honest, because Beyond don't really have a buy coming into this one. So 14-6 likely. Just let you know, Mirage is map number 3. Beyond, like I said, they usually were one of the best teams in Asia on the map. But recently, it's been a bit of a fumble. So we'll see. We'll see how that third map goes. I think it's going to be a little bit closer, luckily, than our first two. And it's not done yet, but it's pretty much done.
You say that, Dinko, but Beyond have Glocks. We all know how dangerous Glocks can be. For those of you wondering, there was a round a couple of weeks ago where a team lost a full rifle by like M4s, AWPs, and they lost to 5 Glocks. One player died on the T side. That has to be. I'm actually surprised no one clipped that. Actually, no, Tom did clip it. There was me yelling Glocks into the background. Good times, Dinko. It should be around number 14 though for after, as long as they don't really overextend and get mowed down here. The positions are good, the crossfire is solid, and the rifle should just make it very, very comfortable here. Yeah, there we go. It's an absolute slaughter. Bomb dropped, and well, they have a Deagle in Mr. Olivia, but it's all he's gonna find is Wang. 14-6. After gaming, small hiccups here and there, a couple of road bumps, but they have made this look very, very, very convincing. Especially after that dropping on Inferno, on Nuke, I'm sorry. They seem to kind of just erase that map from the memory, from all our collective memories, which is quite impressive. Quite impressive performance. It was 16-6 to Beyond on Nuke. And right now, after gaming, are 2 rounds away from inflicting the same loss onto thy side.
All right up, Bananas, QQ. He's going to look for this kill. He's found it onto Marek, and now man advantage in play for Beyond. Oi, holding on, but he's overrun, and Bingo doing a good bit of work. Now Sakai and Wang in a 2 versus 3. SDK is going to charge his way in towards the ruins. It looks like Beyond are not quite done yet. It looks like after gaming, we'll have to play a little bit more Counter-Strike before they take map point. Nothing too much to that. STK just getting important frags. The B bomb site crumbling, and Beyond take that opportunity. Ooh. Sakai does bring down Olivia. Now, saving an AK over ain't so bad for the CT side, especially because their economy is in a good spot, so they're actually able to buy into this next round anyway. So we're looking at a round where after gaming might still be able to get map point, and if they win this round, Blair, well, it's probably going to beat it over because the money again is on the line for Beyond. It's not like they're coming into this round with a whole lot either. They're going to have a few weaknesses across this board in the utility department.
True. But I feel like they have enough. I think they have enough to try and make it work here. But I don't wanna sound like Tom, but they just feel like delaying the inevitable. Fast hit though, fast hit, and Bingo's aware of this. They're gonna. Oh my God! He's gonna almost find 2. Finds QQ, barrels down to 11 HP, internally hemorrhaging. And yes, they've taken Archway, but there's a player ready and waiting. Marek, only good for 1, though. He's going to get taken down. And the flag's already in from B. And Kenny's going to catch a player, and he finds Oi, but Bingo replies back. And now the bomb's heading back to A. The rotation's already taken place. They've evacuated the bomb site, but Sakai sticks around. And it's all on Olivia. What a round. What is this round? Olivia's going to take the fight. Dinko, and his spray doesn't pan out. Wang's there with the USP. That has to be one of the strangest rounds, the funniest rounds, the fastest rounds of Counter-Strike I've ever seen played. Like, just the thought, the decision-making process there. Look at the flank coming in from the player from Banana, right? He comes running. Marek takes the fight. Marek dies. They're like, okay, let's go towards B. No, let's go back towards A. Let's go back towards A because the CDs are rotating back towards B. And then Sakai sticks around, and I'm just, what is that?
That's just all over the place, Blind, just like Beyond. Well, 15-7, they have a chance here. After closing here and now, the buy is not fantastic, and they've got an opening kill. Good start. Oi, start reloading in the smoke. Marek's taking down STK. Now, well, it's looking like it's done. Get ready for Mirage. Put your sun cream on. We're heading there right now.
Yeah, always remember to hydrate yourself because you're gonna need that for this map. And honestly, heading into Mirage,
And
Dinko,
Asian Counter-Strike.
yeah, true. I don't know what to expect on Mirage. I feel like both the teams can play it, and I mean, Beyond, we're known as perhaps the best team alongside Tyler and Mirage, but we've also seen them absolutely crap the bed on it. I don't know.
It'll be open. I mean, it's hard to call this series based on vastly different performances we've seen from both teams across 2 maps right now, but based on After just being way better on Inferno, I actually think, you know, my initial prediction was 2-1 for Beyond. I actually think based on this performance, After could take it. I'm still going to side with Beyond, but I'm just going to be a little bit more confident in After. I feel like a good performance coming in on Mirage from them. I'm never going to sway my vote, my prediction, but that's what I've gone with. But definitely feel a little bit strongly about After right now. And they're going to try and close Inferno right here. It'll be Bingo taking down KTZ. Follow-up kills through as well. 16-7. Massive performance here on Inferno from After Gaming. A team we considered one of the weakest teams in the tournament, taking down Beyond and Inferno in very convincing fashion. And the problems continue for Beyond. But we're going on to Mirage. It's the 3rd map. We've got Tom and Mitch to break this one down before we get that one done, though. And what do you guys make of this one?
Well, I just love at the very end there how Dinko's like, well, I'm obviously still going to side with Beyond, but I know After might win, but I'm not going to say After will win, but
No,
I think Beyond, but maybe. It's like he's playing roulette and he's like, I know it's going to be red, but I'm going to bet on black just in case. But I know it is going to be red just in case.
And either way, the result works out for me, Mitch.
Except for 0. If it hits 0, you lose. But I guess there's no 0 here.
There's no 0
So,
here. There's no
if
0
Beyond win, he's like, well, I knew it. You know, I said they were going to win. And if After win, he's like, well, I did say they could win. So great insight from Dinko on that one. You know, one of the teams will probably win, and I think I can't disagree with him there. Gotta say.
Right, I did make the prediction. I made my ballsy prediction already. It's gonna be Tiger making the final. That's how that's gonna go. But I don't think you can make a confident prediction.
Honestly, Dinko, Tom, I'm gonna give this one to you. Honestly, I don't think this is a very bold prediction. Look at the way everyone else have been playing.
You just predicted a previous POW winner to make the final.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh,
yeah, but I did
are you predicting Tyloo as well?
I did. You know what? It's gonna work out. It's gonna work out fine for me.
I reckon Tyler are gonna make playoffs. Actually, to be honest, I'm just gonna say it. Everyone's thinking it. I'm just gonna say
so brave of you.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been working up the courage all day. But Dinko's inspired.
Okay, let's rein it in again, gentlemen. Let's rein it a bit here. Let's not give Twitch chat and of course you guys watching on YouTube too much of an insight into how our private WhatsApp group operates, but this has been probably the best looking After we've seen in a while. This is including a couple of rounds where they should have won in a much more cleaner fashion. But this is a question I raised earlier, Tom, to Dinko, where how can you go for this is for Beyond, mind you? How can you go for a team looking so good, so poised, so aware, and so prepared on a map like Nuke, which is a harder map to play? And then you come into Inferno and just the fundamentals just go out the window. I mean, I just am not able to wrap my head around.
Do you know what's even more impressive, Blair, is after that first map smashing to then go ahead and predict that this was a possibility. Who would have done? Oh wait, that was me. Yeah, that was me. No, this is something that Beyond have done throughout the tournament. I'm not surprised anymore. They are a decent Nuke team. It seems like their players are comfortable on that map. But then they go on to another map. I don't know if it's positions. I don't know if it's individual confidence. You just see some of their players drop off. Mayrolls, he ends up with 8 kills. SDK goes from being one of the best players in the server to one of the worst. It was the stats I was bringing up earlier, just going through them. Like, he did 8 kills, then it's -10. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And I think it just comes down to practice. I think that they've come into this tournament less prepared than they should have done. Maybe expecting to waltz their way through the group stages. And I'm not saying other teams have stepped up much, but it just seems like maybe their individual level isn't as consistent as it needs to be to just mess around and just do what Tyloo does. And I think that's something that we talk about quite a lot regularly in this tournament. Is it seems like there's a lot of teams trying to be Tyloo and maybe 1 or 2 that are trying to actually improve. We sort of harped on Tiger at the beginning that they didn't seem like they'd put the work in. Then they step up, they grind out the tournament, they have some good matches, and they show that they're one of the better teams. Vici from the get-go, sure, they had a couple of slip-ups here and there. They showed that they had the right fundamentals. They had the individuals that fit into a setup and a strategy. And then Beyond have shown, oh, you know what? Olivia's quite good at Counter-Strike. And maybe every once in a while, someone else is. And that they can play Nuke. Other than that, I don't feel like they put enough work in coming into this tournament, and it shows on maps like Inferno. You've now played this map 19 times in the last 3 months, and you don't understand that there's a boost? What? Like, how's that happened? How have you had multiple players, like, walking past boost, not checking it? Both teams did it, even though After won it, but that's unacceptable. Like, that's something they must come across on a daily basis. Like, how's that not coming in?
It's there in, like, I feel like the middling ranks and even matchmaking, right? It's a pretty simple boost. Anyway, the maps are done. So we're gonna be heading to Mirage. Let's take a look at the MVP of that map. I'm not too sure who it's gonna be. Do we have an MVP? I do believe it's gonna be Bingo. 22 kills.
Bingo was his name.
Frags. Yeah, and Bingo really did look very, very solid in that particular map. Everyone did. In fact, for after game, despite a couple of hiccups, everyone showed up. They're winning the duels. They're able to completely just demolish that CD side for the side of Beyond. Heading into Mirage, gentlemen, I don't know about you, but I have no clue which way this one's going to blow. For Beyond, it's a must-win. They lose this, they're out of the playoffs. They're not making it. If they win it, there is still a chance for this team to make it through to the playoffs, which is going to be taking place next week. But that's coming up after a short break. We're going to be going to a quick break, take a breather, and come back into the final deciding map here in this best of 3 series.
You might break if you're fragile. Hit me with the arrows, treat me like a black rose. Break if you're fragile. Hit me with the arrows, treat me like a black rose.
Welcome back, everyone, to more Counter-Strike action here, more Counter-Strike goodness, the Asian variety in a Perfect World Asia League 2020 Fall Edition. My name is Blair, and joining me again is the lovely Dinko, and we're going to be jumping into Mirage. I wouldn't say we didn't see it coming, Dinko. We thought maybe After Gaming had a chance on Inferno, but maybe in not that convincing a fashion.
Beyond weren't even on the server for most of that game. That was just so ridiculously one-sided from After Gaming. 3 out of the 6 rounds that they had in the first half, or was it 5 actually? No, 6. Yeah, okay, they won 5 rounds in the first half. When they won the follow-up round in the second, they had 6 rounds in total there. 3 of them were the pistol round wins. Like 3 rounds out of all that they found were pistol round wins. Beyond are terrible right now. There's 7 rounds in total. There's just nothing going for this team on Inferno.
I just want to clip that.
Letting it go through.
I just want to clip that and go back in time an hour ago where we're like, Beyond are fantastic.
I know, it's
they're
so
playing
crazy.
amazing Counter-Strike on
So
Nuke. They're
annoying.
so good. And then in Inferno, it's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, where
Yeah.
Dr. Jekyll's really good, Mr. Hyde's just terrible.
You know what? Let's make a rule. At least we won't be able to see Beyond much after this, I suppose. They'll be not playing anymore. But
I don't know. I feel. Are we sure about that? I'm probably going to wait from the head admins or like the guys from PGL to let me know about what the possible outcomes are. We'll probably get to have a clearer picture by the end of the day, as we do have a knife round coming in. Beyond's going to win it.
no, but I mean, if the fact that they are even down to Mirage here, they're not going to beat Vici. They're just not going to do that. After Gaming might just put them out here.
After
That's
all
the
these
thing.
days, of Asian Counter-Strike, you still believe in sweeping statements like, "Oh, they're not going to beat Vici." Are you sure about that, Dinko? I don't know. I don't know.
But
No.
no. But then again, then our job would be this. They might do it. They might not do it. And I've just got to make some statements, surely.
Fair
Not
enough.
talk about
You
it
know, just
when I'm wrong, you know?
But yeah, I like that. I personally, and again, this is not an indictment of anyone in particular, but like, in sports in general, right, or in debates or whatever, especially in sports, when you have a panel and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, Team A could win, but you know what, Team B could win as well if they have a good day," and it's kind of like these iffy statements. I feel that's
what
playing
I just did on
very
Inferno.
safe.
But what I mean is, like, After have a much better chance here winning on Mirage than I thought they were going to have today. And that's
Let's
all
find
I
out. Let's find out. KNTZ taking the fight, sticking around. Backup is arriving. He's going to do a good job to avoid the flashbang. And I like this. They're going to be sending in a couple of players. They still have a flashbang in hands of Wang. They haven't used it yet. As Olivia finds Marek, the flank is on, so no one flanks there. The flashbang is great, though. But STK replies back. He needs to win this duel. He's got backup. No, he doesn't. He's all alone. He's going to find the kill, though. But in the meantime, his teammate has fallen as well. And QQ and STK, they have a kit. Can QQ be the bodyguard? Dinko is going to try and take the duels. But the bomb, he's just sticking it in the smoke. But oh, he's going to rattle off the bullets, the Glocks, high RPM, especially for a pistol. And 2 of them firing in through the smokes. They're going to be making things easy for them. After Gaming, they win the pistol round. It was close, but in the end, no cigar for Beyond.
I thought Beyond were going to win that round, honestly. Olivia gets behind it towards T-spawn. This duel coming in here, Beyond win that as well. It's on to Bingo, who steps up massively here in towards CT. Getting that 1 kill actually allows for extra time, delays, weakens the retake attempt, and QQ was the most useless bodyguard I've ever seen. So, yeah, pistol round picked up for After Gaming.
Well. Mirage, QQ, rattling off shots. Unfortunately, none of them will land. I like this from After. It's no nonsense, nothing complicated, a very default setup, and why not? You know your opponents have just pistols. You know your opponents don't have much utility with the force buy. And when you go for an execute like this, Dinko, it's basically, you're not going to be encountering any counter flashes, any counter Molotovs or nades, right? So you're going to basically have free reign of the bomb site. Wang making contact, unfortunately gets double peaked. It does a bit of damage though. Still a 3v3, still a little scary. especially with Mr. Olivia still alive. Bingo doesn't have to peek. He's just trying to gather information. He spots a player out. Should be... Never mind. I take that back. I thought it was going to be a free kill, a free round. And Oi's going to be left alone. Dinko, and it is a 1v2. There's no time remaining. And the clock will be the savior. Olivia survives with a scout, but an expensive round for After Gaming. Luckily for them, it is going to be an eco for Beyond.
Yeah, it will be an eco coming up, so at least they have a chance to recover that economy that they definitely had problems with coming into this round. So this should be no problem for them. Olivia's picking up. He's got the scout in hand here, so he'll still have that. He can still do some damage with it. QQ the only player investing, and he'll pick up the deagle. So right now, After Gaming, you're going to be trying to avoid this scout from Olivia. He's going to rattle off. Oh, what? No scope headshot through the smoke. That was so ridiculous.
That's
so dumb.
No scope, wallbang. No, it wasn't wallbang. No scope.
It was just straight through the smoke, yeah.
Imagine if there was a wallbang as well. Oh my lord.
Still pretty sick. So, that's a good start.
Poor Wang. He's so good. Olivia is just so good. Like, no matter what happens with Beyond or like Counter-Strike as a whole, I feel like Olivia should be saved. I don't want him to kind of end his career this way. I mean, there are, we've been hearing rumors about this Asian English-speaking super team being built, Dinko. I've been seeing a few tweets as well. Impression, ex-BTRG, ex-Boot Dreamscape, he's going to be the captain. They're looking for players here, and suddenly I'm like, you know what? I would really love to see Olivia being picked up. I believe he can speak English as well. You know, get Olivia, maybe a Ronin, maybe a Neff as QQ, boost it up. Nice deagle headshot. It's a 3v5. Yes, it's just the pistols, but they have deagles, Dinko. We know what they can do with those pistols.
Well, push out towards the side. Sakai, Marek taking 3 kills between them. And now it's a 2v2. The QQ looking for the shots. He'll be able to pick up Marek. The 2 versus 2 still intact here, but Beyond trying to run onto the site. No kit, but the kills keep coming in at least. Looking for the spray down. There's not enough time to win the round, but Oi, he needs to stay alive, and he's going to do it. And again, another expensive round coming in from After Gaming. Beyond had a chance to win the round, just no kit, of course, made things a little bit difficult for them. But 3-0 After Gaming. They do get the good start, but we get to see this again. So he misses the first shot. He just wildly shoots into the smoke. Unscopes, goes back, goes a no-scope, straight for the smoke, takes the head off Wang. That's ridiculous. So ridiculous. It's like a one-tap with an AK. What with a scout? Through a smoke.
I like how Olivia even pauses for a second. It's like, oh, wait, what?
Did I just hit that?
Well. Let's see what happens here, though. It's the first buy. And the fact that Beyond have made those rounds expensive for After, definitely going to give them a chance of coming back into this map. Another posture. The difference here being, Dinko, they have sent up 2 players towards mid. They're going to be going for the flank coming in from Connector, while Oi is going to be leading the charge with his teammate Marek. The smoke for, I do believe this should be for the top Connector. Olivia. Marek going to peek into him. That's the biggest mistake. A slow peek. And Olivia took a while to take the shot, so he does get whittled down. Bingo finds KNTZ. His head perforated through the wood. Now, 3v3. Make that a 2v3 as the trades are fast and furious. Sakai waiting for Olivia. Olivia very low. They don't know it, so all Sakai has to do is just stay alive. Doesn't have to face. They know where Meryl's is as well. Bomb down. Man advantage. Post-plant position's pretty decent as well. And this is not looking comfortable for the side of Beyond.
Not at all. Man down into the retake. They've got Sakai in the connector here for After as well. This is going to be a difficult position to neutralize. Smoke goes down. He just goes into it. Now, he walks right through it. Okay, Sakai, may have been difficult for them, but he sets them up. 10 seconds, though. Not enough time to win this round now. They concede yet another 4-0. The bomb keeps going down. Beyond keep teasing at the fact they're going to get the round win. Never end up doing it.
Yeah, look at the money, right? For those of you probably wondering, like, what do you mean by the rounds being expensive? Because they keep losing, even though they're 4-0 up, they keep losing so many players. So, you're 4-0 up, you'd expect the money for After Gaming to be very, very solid. It's not. Wang's on 600. Marek's gonna be 750. There we go. Sakai even buying a Mac 10 to kind of try and be a thorn. Maybe just trying to. Yeah, I think he could have bought a Galil, but fair enough. He goes with the Mac 10. The rest of them with AK-47. So you can see the money is still pretty rough. No one over $2,000. 2 players below 1,000. That's not ideal. Fastplay coming in though, and Sakai, Mac 10 out, and he's just gonna come charging in. That is just brute force. And Olivia, now it's all on him. AWP in hand, a nice second shot. Third, won't have time to chamber a bullet into the rifle. And with that, it's going to be a 3v2. Valiant attempt from Mr. Olivia to try and bring that one back, but again, 3v2. Again, favoring After Gaming. Again, the bomb down. This is looking much better here from After. I don't think they're going to be losing any more players. Oi doesn't need to face. He's got 3 kills already. He's done his job. And KNTZ, well, he's got to be a hero. Oh, and the double peek from Marek getting the kill. I love that switch up from After Gaming, Dinko. That was so well done.
Yeah, that was really good stuff coming in. After Gaming 5-0 up, Blood. They have had the flawless start into Mirage they would be looking for. And After Gaming, they are, the cliche, they are a very momentum-based team. When they're playing well, they win round after round. We've seen that come through for them. We've seen it on Inferno. The only rounds they were kind of losing were a couple of hiccup rounds where Beyond came in with the pistols. And After Gaming kind of make a few mistakes, but for the most part, After Gaming have looked like the better team across 2 maps now. And Beyond, they're probably in that negative mindset. What can we do to get back into things? Remember how we last played Mirage? Remember how we used to play this map? That's what they gotta be digging deep for, because this team aren't the same rosters. Well, they are, but like they haven't played the same. They're not the same in terms of how they're approaching Counter-Strike.
Oh, indeed, they're not. And look, we have witnessed the death of Counter-Strike in the past few months, Dinko. We saw Lucid Dream. The team kind of broke apart, fell apart. Most of them have moved on to another game. We saw Beyond as a sole shining light for this side. Sigma, let's be real, they're not the level for Beyond. Even though they did manage to beat them, it's still domestic matchups, right? Anything can happen. But I feel like this performance from Beyond could be a death knell. Not even making it to the playoffs, where you have teams like Checkmate playing, teams like Sigma, teams like After Gaming, teams like Bren. I mean, it's supposed to be better than all of them. And yeah, I feel really bad. I feel really bad for Olivia. And even a couple of other players. They have the potential, Dinko. It's just something's missing. Good Molotov. No one checks Olivia. No one checks him. And he stands in the flames. Unfortunately, he's good for just one. It's Bingo. Is that a 1G? Is that a true 1G? Because that looked like a true 1G. Maybe we'll get a replay. It's a 3v3. They could potentially try and go for this retake. If not, if not win the round, at least make it expensive for After. Keep their money, very honest. But After, they're looking solid with his post plans.
Well, moving forward, it's going to be STK rattling forward with the 5-7. Wang's head toppled off his shoulders as Oi fighting back with the AK. He's got another kill. 3 picked up for Oi. Sakai goes down, but Oi secures a 4K. That's 6 rounds now in a row for After Gaming. No matter how close Beyond can try and get, they will not win rounds, it seems. After Gaming just keeps stomping them back. Oi this time is the hero. 11-1 for Oi. He's really showing he is the player head and shoulders above the rest. I have to say, coming into the matchup today, I said I didn't expect Oi to be able to play the same way he did previously for After Gaming. He was definitely, in my opinion, overperforming, but he has kept that level up coming into this team. So maybe he's finding his role in this roster, realizing, damn, I can be the star player. It kind of reminds me of, was it Lucky? Who came out of G2. He was obviously not exactly one of the best players in that team at all. He was, but he was so used to playing at Tier 1 Counter-Strike, right? I'm not saying this is exact drawing comparison, but it's more so when he went down to the lower tier team, he got all the roles he wanted in Heretics. He was just popping off and really just dominating every single game. So maybe that's what it's like for Oi right now. He's finally getting a taste of what it's like to be in the star roles of a team and have more to work with. But Sakai, drive-by shooting, takes down Olivia early on, but they've walked right past KNTZ, and he's going to take one. No scoped by Wang, and well, it is all crumbling.
Oh my! Okay,
Beyond.
never mind. He didn't get it.
Mayrolls is in a 1v4. It's Bingo who gets the headshot, and a 1v4 for Mayrolls. Blood. This is.
Oh no! Oh no! He expected the nade to push the op over, and it doesn't budge.
Oh god!
Oh,
first
I like
round
the
divorce.
idea. I like the idea. Except nades and stairs, Merrills. It's never a good combination. No matter what Valve have told you that it fixed how the nade damage works. It's still very iffy. What an entry though from Sakai. Look at Wang, man. He's just stomping people with it. 7-0. At least the first few rounds were expensive for After, but now they have started to recover the economy a little bit. It's still not flush. They're still not flush with cash, but there is a semblance of some savings in the bank account, right? They have some money. Even if they lose a round, there are no immediate danger of having to go for an eco or a force buy. They have enough money now in the bank. And for Beyond, unfortunately, it's back to pistols again. It's almost like how many buy rounds have we seen from them? 2, 3, maybe now out of 7 rounds.
This is actually ridiculous that this is playing out this way. It's gonna be 8 rounds in a row for After. QQ could start things off for Beyond, but he goes down. Now, fair enough. That's not a round where you can really complain about QQ's trying to make a play, but that's another one added to the statistics. Just give it away an early kill, but you can't really blame him for that. That's one of the more acceptable ones. And what Olivia peeking out towards middle goes down to Sakai, and now it's a 2-man advantage in play for After. And I have to say, they have been approaching these rounds with caution a little better than they did over in Inferno. They lost way too many pistol rounds against them.
Did he get a kill through his teammate?
He did. Or was it the wall? I couldn't quite remember. Well, it's gonna be Marek. Well, the frag onto Olivia, or Mayroll, should I say. And now Kane KZ is the last remaining player in a 1v5 blast, so 8 rounds in a row for After. You can't complain about that if you're the Chinese side, because this is fantastic stuff. Kane KZ is going to try his best to do a little bit of damage, but not a single player falling in this round. Going to the next states After Gaming, already winning the half by a minimum of 1, and considering we're going into round number 9 and they haven't dropped a single round, we're probably going to predict a few more, at least being on the board for After Gaming. Beyond come into it with a bye.
If Beyond loses series, which it's looking likely right now, isn't it? I'm gonna set up a GoFundMe. I'm gonna set up multiple GoFundMe. One GoFundMe's one's gonna be for Olivia. I don't know what a buyout is. I'm just gonna save him and try to put him on a team where his abilities can be better utilized, because he's so good, and it's just a wasted talent on a team where. And this is the thing with this particular event, right? The good thing about the PAL 2020 is has been the fact that can't easy should be worried there. The good thing is every team plays every team. It's a round robin best of 3. That's where it's a really good gauge of where you stand as a team, right? It's not like going to be like a single elim or maybe a double elim where you just might have bad luck. You might face Tyloo in the upper bracket and face Vici in the lower bracket. Boom, you're eliminated, right? It can happen that way as well. This is you playing against every team in the tournament, every single team. And yes, there's Tyloo, Vici, and Invictus, 3 of the top teams. Tiger, who are hit or miss. Apart from that, the other 5 teams, if you're Beyond, you should be able to win just easily, comfortably. And now, if they lose this, well, firstly, they're out of the tournament, which is shocking. And secondly, I feel terrible. I feel so bad for Olivia.
STK is going to get a kill at least here for Beyond. It looks like their first round on the board coming right up, and Wang, he's got everything to do, and he's caught in the open. Finally a round for Beyond. It's quite a few gun rounds to come through from them, but they will eventually get the round on the board. But After Gaming, they're not going to be sweating it too much, blah. They've already won 8 rounds on the T side. They can be a little bit more comfortable.
Can you take a look? Let's try and break down the rounds which After have won. There were a couple of rounds where they went for the fast hit towards B. There's one round, I feel, when they went for a little bit of mid control. Apart from that, it's just been a couple of variations of the A bomb side. And look at this again. Straight on B rush. Straight on. Well, at least Merrills does catch Sakai from the apartments. And After's not going to follow through. They were relying on an opening kill. Look at the rotation. Jesus, there are 5 CTs. There are 5 CTs at B, Dinko. But slowly they fall back towards A.
Very slowly. Right now, they're going to send a couple players through the underpass, a couple out middle. This is going to be a mid-split coming in from After Gaming. I like this call. See if it works out for them. Take that mid-control back early on. I mean, it's a good time to take it. There's nobody here fighting. There's nobody even contesting this mid spot. STK's up in the ladder room. He's going to hear this. He's going to check it. It comes down to whether or not he spots the player coming through the window and the timing. All about the timing. STK is going to walk away at quite possibly the worst time. Olivia trades positions with him, and now STK can peek down in towards the site. Olivia, he needed to hit the no-scope. And while his head is gone, it's off his shoulders. And now STK, he had repositioned back in towards short, so he can't really assist them at all. They're starting to be in a real tough situation here. KTZ catching out Bingo. It's a 1 versus 3 though, and Oi has to try and win the round for After. He'll walk onto the A-bomb side with a bomb on his back. 14 seconds. Will eventually have to commit to the plants. He's going to tap, and all that's going to do is give extra time to get into a better position and actually be able to compete. He's going to go forward. There's only a couple of seconds left there, right? Probably would have been better just going for the bomb plant. It's not like the money's in a fantastic spot. You get that bomb down, your money's looking flush, but I guess he was just trying to play for elimination. But with 2 players alive, it's pretty unlikely you're going to find both of them in towards CT in a couple of seconds. But here too, it's going to be a round for Beyond. Not exactly the best round, not exactly the cleanest, but it's a round they'll be happy enough winning. Well, it's not like they have much of a choice. They have to win as many rounds as they possibly can.
They seem to have kind of woken up that they realize, guys, they're not trying anything too complicated. They're rushing B, or they're going for an execute onto A. That's literally 80% of the round so far from After Gaming. And the fact that Beyond's unable to handle that, that is so damning. Like, especially for a team where Mirage was their home map. Once upon a time, not too long ago, was a perma pick. It needs to be a map that needs to be comfortable picking against Tyloo, for crying out loud. And my oh my, how far they've fallen. As After Gaming, once again, they set up for the smoke stinko. Once again, they have 2 players towards mid. They're pretty much trying the same couple of variations on his A hit. They're going to go for the smokes. They're going to be sending up the 2 players from top mid. The player's going to be holding towards Palace, and it's going to require Wang to get the opening from the ramp. Now, at least for the CTs, they have some utility to keep them at bay for the time being. Bingo trying to get the wall bang kill on towards player who usually plays Shadow, but is no one to be found. And it is kind of retake setup for Beyond here, but the fact that QQ is fully committed behind Firebox, that's a little worrying. He needs to get a multi-kill, or if he gets taken down, his retake's going to be really rough indeed.
QQ. It's behind the corner of the Firebox. KTZ playing from CT spawn. 50 seconds left, and Marek starting to move forward as KTZ. QQ finally peeking out from the Firebox. He will catch Oi looking the wrong way. This should be around on the board for Beyond if they can just keep themselves alive, but all of the kills quickly come through. It's Beyond now crumbling, but Olivia still alive, so a chance for Sign of Beyond is still 2. It's going to be Mayrolls falling to the head shot of Sakai, and now it is just Olivia. A 1 versus 2 clutch and retake of this A-bomb site. Smoke will deploy in front of his face as he looks to the right side and begins to wrap. He's on top of default. He's in a very exposed position, but this is going to work out for him. He spots the shadow. Now the smoke goes down towards the bomb site. He's going to tap and pull one into the open, and Olivia with a perfect 1v2 clutch. What a genius. What a god. And he's the carry of this Beyond team.
He's so damn good.
That is unbelievable, though. That is so ridiculous, the fact that he wins that.
I mean, After almost played it perfectly. They played that. They didn't make any mistakes. They played around the smoke. They didn't phase. And Olivia, that positioning from him, there was no way anyone's going to expect that. And he's like, yeah, they're not going to peek me. Fair enough. I'm going to be on top. I'm going to see everything. He has a bird's eye view, a coach cam, so to speak. Gets the first kill, taps the bomb. Second player has to peer out. And of course, he's not going to miss those shots. What a round from Olivia. That one should have definitely gone the way of After Gaming if not for this player. How much more can he do though, Denko? Like, you can't keep relying on Olivia to win rounds like this.
No, that's not sustainable, right? That's just not sustainable in any way, shape, or form. He is an absolute animal. And he's going to run straight up towards top middle. You can't expect too much out of Olivia. It's beyond esports, not Olivia.
Screw it. I vote for changing it to Olivia Esports. Or Olivia Gaming. I think it's got a better ring to it.
Sure. Or just Olivia. Full stop.
Imagine people being
Executed
very
towards the A bomb side. It's going to be just smokes up. Easy plays here for the Pistols. Trying to get a bomb plant, but they're going to be walking into the AWP of Olivia. He's going to think twice about sticking around there. He's worried about this underpass position, and for good reason. None of his teammates are looking that way. He's got to be worried about everywhere. What are his team doing? He literally is the only player doing anything. He's forced to watch Connector, Ramp, and the jungle. Like, what's going on here? But KingDZ nonetheless is going to find himself every single kill. 4 picked up. Easy haul from him. Hit 4 on the board. Beyond starting to recover.
You think they can still make it, Dinko? 7 rounds? If they can somehow...
I mean, it is possible, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Thing is, After Gaming CD side hasn't been really tested. I mean, it got tested on Nuke, which is a map they clearly don't play on. Well, Inferno, they really, they had such a good lead on the T side that they didn't really get pressured too much. And I don't know, I feel like the Mirage CD side could be a problem. They've been looking so good so far in this T side. But then again, like we said, there's no variations. It's the same old thing. This, I like SDK. Bingo. Oh, he expects it, he reads it, but the MP9 up close allows SDK the mobility to win that duel, and AK-47 will be retrieved. Mayrolls clipped down to 48 points of health. Preemptive smoke and a flashbang to keep these at bay over at Apps. It's just one player though in Olivia. Oh, this guy, he's just feeling it right now. That clutch seems to have woken him up. And he's trying to Hulk out here with an AWP. Second player, Wang, just runs in. There was a flash from Marek, but it wasn't deep enough. And another tag from Olivia. KingDZ to finish off Marek. And now Oi left alone. 1v5. Bomb dropped out in the middle of nowhere. And beyond. From the grave, a hand sticks out. And it says, we're not quite done yet.
It's a 5 now. Oi, peace out. Olivia takes him down. 14 and 8 right now for Olivia. Closest on the team is 12 and 10 on KingDZ, who had his big round against the Glocks and P250s. Remember back at 4K there. So if you remove those down, still around the mid-table with the rest of the team right now. So Olivia has been head and shoulders above the team, but that's kind of what you expect. An absolute animal he is, and just a great hold in towards short. Going to this next round, and Beyond will be looking for a 6th round. Should be theirs on the board, absolutely no problems. It is just the Eagles here for after all. So at 6, they've already done enough to make me feel a little bit more confident going into the next. They can pick this one up. Obviously, they'd be looking for 7. But considering this was 8-0...
Yeah, that's a question I had, Dinko. Like, why did it take Beyond so long to adapt? The past couple of rounds have been pretty solid so far. A little bit of aggression, not too overt, right? Olivia looking good. And yeah, that one round where Olivia clutched it out, that's completely on Olivia. But apart from that, like, they have managed to kind of adapt a little bit. They've been able to grind their way back. And it was completely absent for 8 rounds back-to-back, where after weren't trying anything too crazy. They went for a couple of variations of that A bomb side hit. They went for a fast take towards B. And that seemed to be enough. These are like some basic takes. And it just boggles my mind. SDK and KNTZ with a nice little crossfire. Meryl's going to be pressured. He's going to find the bomb carrier. Going to find, well, just the one. Oi and Bingo there to try and pick up the pieces. But the pieces A little too heavy to wield. Bingo's left alone, and STK is gonna find him. 8-6. Where did this Beyond come from? where did this Beyond come
Olivia
from? They won
fired them
6 in
up.
a row.
You know, you know the old trains, the steam trains, right? You know where they have the coal shovelers. Olivia's like chucked an entire bag of coal in, lit the fires, got the entire team of Beyond going just by being good at the game. He's just so good. He's won them so many important rounds. When they feel down and out, they realize, they look to Olivia, they're like, okay, we've got you on our team. It's not done yet. We still always have a chance to win a round. And that's the mentality coming into this. Beyond have clawed this back. They have lost their first player into round number 15. But
They've lost a
up
round
in the apartments.
They've lost a round. They've lost Olivia.
True. He's gone. He's out of there. He
It's
looks to the
9-6.
rest of the
It's
team.
9-6 for after.
He looks around, Blah. He looks around the room. They're playing together. We know they're in some sort of boot camp. They look at each other. Olivia's like, "Yeah, I got to this point, guys. You got this. You got this. Let's see." He's pretty like Urcast right now.
Thing is, Urcast at least, I don't know. I feel Tiger have looked better than.
Yeah, exactly.
Beyond.
That's the thing. He's like that one game where Urcast dropped like 30 kills on Mirage and they still lost. That kind of feels similar to this, but not as bad. I mean, I feel even worse for Urcast there. Olivia has still at least got Kane to see this showing up.
The thing is, for Urcast, they have won games. They have won quite a few games where he
They
bottom
have.
frags, and they win it convincingly. How many games have you seen Beyond win where Olivia doesn't do anything?
None. It
Yeah,
just
there we
doesn't
go.
happen.
There we
Exactly.
go.
He's just such an important player for them. Let's see. Double up setup in play. Mayrolls and KTZ holding the snipers. SDK going on a bit of a push, an excursion from short. He wants a kill here. He wants to pull it back into equilibrium. He's going to do that. Oh, a second chance. But Oi is going to find STK. KTZ playing from the CT spawn. Every single kill is going in favor of After. And like you said, Blood, 9-6 half. Olivia goes
Called
down
it.
early in the round. And absolutely no chance early in the round, of course. 9-6 after gaming. It's not awful because they won 8 rounds in a row.
It was 8-0, yeah.
Yeah, that you almost have a sour taste in your mouth realizing, okay, a 9-6 half out of the T side. Fantastic. No, not really. They won 8 rounds in a row and they just lost the rest. Probably should have got a little bit more than that. But nonetheless, still good. Still a good enough half. They win the pistol and the follow-up. Well, who knows what they might be able to do. They might be able to send Beyond packing.
I don't know. Second half, final half of this best of 3 series. KTC actually hasn't been terrible. He has had some moments there. I think there was a 4K where his stats got a little padded, where it was against I believe a full eco for After Gaming. Apart from that, it has been a pretty solid showing for KTZ. Olivia, of course, the star of the show. STK not too shabby. It's just that the first 8 rounds, the way After won. Sure, I mean, credit to After. They had some clean executes. The pistol round was very well played as well. The anti-ecos were in that solid Beyond where pressing them, forcing them, like, lose a lot of players and money even in the rounds they were winning. It's just the fact that Beyond had no answer to some of the most basic executes on a map like Mirage, a map that has been in rotation for forever, it feels like, in CSGO. A map where they're usually very comfortable on. It's just crazy for me. Here it goes, though. It's going to be hit coming in straight towards A bomb site, and After opting to play the retake. Now, they have lost control of jungle, but not fully. Wang's still there, and he could potentially snipe down QQ, who won't be aware of this position, and Wang is waiting patiently. QQ not going to be checking, and Wang's going to find himself a free kill. So the first kill going the way of After the retake, but Meryl's, he replies back.
Oh, Big Goat caught in the middle of the bomb site. So many different angles he's taking fights with. And no one finding anything on the CT side. Beyond are going to be finding themselves a 7th on the board. There we go. That's not bad for Mayrolls. 3 kills being picked up. He was a player that was, like I said, a couple of series ago was missing. Has kind of been a little bit flat in this tournament for Beyond. But on Nuke, this is when this guy showed up. He was performing like a beast on the first map. So when he goes missing on the second, you can see there's a whole huge gap in the firepower department for Beyond. He's definitely one of the X factors for this team. And if he can show up in this second half, it might just be enough to get Beyond over the line. It might be enough to keep their dreams alive here.
Sakai. The timing there. He's kind of stuck in a rough spot, and he's going to be found out. Perfect flashbang from QQ. The timing couldn't have been better. STK is going to pick up a double kill. He's down to 12 HP, so would be probably looking to play a safe angle, or maybe just going to try and be the bait. Well, doesn't really matter. We're after. They have that investment they're going to be keeping an eye on. They have a couple of smokes. They have the Kevlar, and in fact, a Kevlar and helmet for Oi, and the 3 deagles, and might as well just hold on to this for the next round. And if I'm Beyond, yeah, I mean, you might be sending KNTZ and QQ together to go for the hunt, but apart from that, you want to hold on to these rifles. Not really worth being over-aggressive here. But Dinko, 8-0, 9-8. The tables have turned. They have turned indeed. I always wondered, like, how tables turn. Like, why is that a phrase? Or how the tables have turned. Does it mean like you're like, you know, is it like you're sitting in the boss's chair, so you're like flipping around, sitting on the other side of the table? Is that what it means?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what it means. Yeah, like how have you ended up on the other side of the table? I guess maybe.
Yeah. All right.
That definitely seems like the logical explanation to that. There's a lot of phrases people use, and
people
they
have
just
kind of forgotten
them.
the origin. Yeah,
but everyone just kind of uses them because they're used in society quite often, right? But no one actually stops to think about the meaning behind them. It's just kind of like flavors and smells and colors. Like, a lot of people just take those for granted and don't actually understand what they are. That's TK. He's just going to be hit with a easy opening kill. Sakai going down. Marek with the deagle gets one, and Mayrolls with a sick little double. It's now Oi left alone into 1v4, and somehow, some way, 8-0 has turned into 9-9.
Beyond. They have gone above and beyond to bring this one back. Ha ha ha. Tom would be proud of me. But it's still not done yet, and I'm not gonna really be predicting anything here until we see the buy rounds coming in from after. For after, I don't know. Have they let it slip by? That's the thing, right? It's very hard to really gauge what after could have done once Beyond started mounting the comeback, because after didn't really show anything special on the T side, right? We saw them go for the fast B hits. We saw them go for a standard A take. We saw them go for the A pincer. 2 players coming in from top mid and 3 players taking A. These have been pretty much the 3 attempts that they've made on the entire T side. And once Beyond figured it out, which was very late in my opinion, it was already 8-0 up. After we weren't able to adapt, they still kept doing the same old thing. So was it after having an incredible T side, or was it Beyond just asleep initially? I don't know. But you know who's awake right now? Olivia. Marek. That was if that boost had worked initially earlier, he would have had the first speaker's advantage. Like, he would have had the angle before Olivia did, but he failed a jump, then he goes for that self jump on top of the truck, and well, meets his doom in the form of Olivia with his big green gun.
Yeah, another round where Olivia has immediate impact for the team. Now Beyond, with that man advantage, are going to be committing in towards this A bomb site. They're going to be sending multiple players in here to try and impact on the defense. It's Wang from CT that goes down immediately. STK with the smoke kill. And well, Sakai's on default. He'll be good for 1, but that's all he will find. He was preoccupied with Palace.
I hate the smoke.
The smoke does have a big gap for Bigger to play with, but he's not finding anything. Instead, he has to fall away. One gets planted. A Beyonder beginning a 10th round after have no other option but to save into the next one. And if you're after gamer, you've just kind of wondered, how the hell has this happened? Well, like, different opponent just come on the server or something? We were winning 8-0. How did it all go wrong? How has it all gone like this?
Yeah, you lift your foot off the pedal for a little bit. You allow your opponents back in. They start building their confidence. And you did say, okay, hold on, 10 seconds. No kit as a fallback. You did say, Dinko, they are a team who rely a lot on that momentum. And they have built. I mean, like, if you're going to be coming back from an 8-0 scoreline to 9-6, you've already built up the momentum. So, yeah, they lose a few weapons, but doesn't matter. The money is fantastic for Beyond right now, and they're in the lead, 8-0. Ladies and gentlemen, 8-0. And Beyond have snatched back that lead. What a comeback! All hail Olivia. Not only has he carried his team through some very, very unwinnable rounds, but he has somehow been a catalyst. And everyone's suddenly waking up now. Everyone's suddenly hitting the shots. Everyone's working like that well-oiled machine that we know Beyond can be. It's incredible. Like, I feel like you could even write like a thesis if you're doing your degree in psychology as to how the mind works with some of these players and some of these teams. It's incredible stuff.
Don't think anybody would want to spend much time figuring that out. Like
my dissertation on the mental mind games of Asian Counter-Strike, that would be a major hit. 100%.
Insanity. It must have to come with like a disclaimer, a warning for your own sanity, just reading it.
It's like a horror story. It's like a Stephen King book. Hold on. Let's see what happens here. Marek, but dry peek by SDK. Okay, that's very, very brave from him. Considering it's a light buy, I'm very surprised they're kind of approaching it this way. Nice shot from Wang. Nice little flick of the wrist. 4v3. Oh, the flashback. Perfection. Perfectly played from after. Round. Absolute atrocious round. They knew the two guns were safe. They knew the other players would probably have pistols, and they just go for the contact walk-in without having any information. That's rough. We're praising Beyond for how good they've been the past few rounds, but this was a round to forget. TC could do a bit of damage. Gets tagged down. 47. 7 seconds. Just hold on to his AK-47. That's the best decision he can make right now.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well, finally, after gaming, finding another round win. It's going to be Beyond with an AK-47 in the hands of KTZ. The rest of the team, they could buy up as well. And AWP's going to go to the hands of Olivia. I feel like that's almost essential for this team's success. So a good call to get it out in his hands and see what they could do with this. If Beyond end up winning this round, I start to worry for after. You know, they just kind of show. Well, I already am worrying for them, but for the later stages of this, because it's starting to show that they're not going to be able to win consecutive rounds. And Beyond have been the better team from round number 9. So we'll see if that continues. Olivia, 1 kill is all he'll find. Sakai does a great job at taking him down, and there's no one close by from Beyond to be able to trade that out. So the AWP is now down. Sakai's just jiggle peeking, seeing that no one's coming. I love that he doesn't throw away his smoke. I love that he doesn't throw it away immediately. He's kind of waits, see if there's a bit of info he can hang on to for a little bit. Eventually he will get it thrown down, and that locks off the AWP. So pretty bad start, I have to say, from Beyond now. It's a 1-for-1. I mean, it does favor the T side, I suppose, in terms of spreading that defense out, but you kind of want to have Olivia available for more of the round than just the one opening kill and then falling immediately after.
Well, still kind of a stalemate here. Although for Beyond, I'm not a really big fan of this. They're really far away from each other, and it's going to come down to Sakai. Man, the myth, the legend. He's got Wang towards Tollbooth, and he's going to go for a little bit more aggressive play. I like that. I like that hold from him. He's going to fall back for a safer angle. Flashbang going to force him out of position. He misses the shot. Flashbang is going to use it. That he could use that for Sakai to peek, but it's going to be always going to get the kill. They're going to check him. They check him. He crouches below his crosshair. Wang replies back. 2v2. 13 seconds on the clock. Bomb needs to be planted. They know where Wang is. They don't know where the other is. The flashbang comes out. Wang getting on top. QQ. 5 seconds. He's got to get the bomb down, but he knows where the CT is. It's a game, and it's going to be the flick. It misses. And Marek wins it. It comes down to the very last second. What a hectic round that was. But after gaming, Dinko, they get back the lead.
Look at the money as well here. For Beyond, it's completely gone, right? That's just so unfortunate. It comes down to this 1 versus 1. QQ cannot get it done. And yeah, I feel like they're really underutilizing Olivia right now. Whether it's his own calls about wanting to go for these early picks or not, I think Olivia probably have enough say in the team just to say what he wants to do, but I'm not a fan of it. I wanted him to be involved more across the board. He's gone down a little too early there, unfortunately for them. And it comes down to the rest of the team to step up, and that's just not exactly the win condition here for Beyond. Although you would love it to be, you know, you'd love a team that could actually do something on their own. Unfortunately, just with the way they're performing right now, it's not the case. That's gone down to the 1v1, but it's not enough. And now, well, after have the economy game going their way, it's about to be 12-10. Unless Beyond can pull off some of the Deagle antics they had at Inferno, and it's not looking so good. They're completely disjointed. Look how many players are giving 1v1 fights across the server right now. Olivia's going to start running across in towards the B-bomb site. His idea was to try and steal away a bomb plant, but no rotations made by After. Not enough damage or even enough distraction coming in from Beyond to adjust the defense here on the CT side. And so with 52 seconds left, KingTZ has spotted one up towards short. He'll take the head off and he'll go for a second, but it's not going to work out for him. It's 12-10 for After Gaming. They are 4 away from picking this win up, and that would be quite incredible for After Gaming. That would be a feat that probably not many people expected coming into this tournament for sure. I think After Gaming have probably overperformed in our eyes, considering on day one we kind of just went, oh no, this team is going to be rough to watch, but honestly, I think they got better throughout the tournament.
They have. Okay, you can't take it away. And again, this is a must-win game for both teams, right? For Beyond, even winning this game doesn't guarantee survival. It doesn't guarantee survival. They could still be knocked out due to map difference, round difference, or even head-to-head. But for the side of After Gaming, even though they're right now, I think 6th or 5th on the table, every win matters. So it's a must-win for both of them. But right now, Merald, QQ, Olivia, 3 kills in a span of a few seconds. And with QQ's position, yeah, that's a call for the save. Beyond, they wake up suddenly and out of nowhere, around one by the thigh side again. Very, very quickly, very, very quick fashion. No nonsense, just running up and out aiming, out dueling After Gaming and just kind of catching them off guard. Individual duels having to be taken by After. And that A-bomb side defense just fell apart.
Oh, it did. Now, 15 seconds. Olivia goes in towards the apartments, but he's taken down by Marek. There's now 19 HP. Good boy. Oh, KingTZ through the smoke, catching up Oi's head. That's just unfortunate. What an important round it was for Beyond. And
was Marek alive? Oh no. I was looking at the minimap, Dinko. Really? There were 3 people around him. And I was like, how was he alive?
And then you ruined it. that's almost perfect. Caster's curse really coming through that. But yeah, round 24 coming right up. It's 12-11. After Gaming still in the lead, but Beyond finding an important round win. If they lose that one, it was probably getting to a point where After Gaming are feeling quite comfortable. But now the pressure is back on the Chinese side, and the pressure will probably be on both of these teams right to the very end now. This game has been a close one on Mirage. It's exactly what we predicted coming out of Inferno. Mirage is a middle ground these teams will be meeting themselves in. And Beyond at the moment kind of probably annoyed with themselves throughout this entire tournament, really, but specifically because the only map they do have where they perform well is Nuke. They literally don't have another map anymore. Like, Mirage was also up there, probably competing with their Nuke, but it's bad now too, unfortunately. Just imagine if Beyond didn't get off to such a bad start though, Blair. You were posing the question, what was this team in the first 8 rounds?
Clearly, some of them were AFK by the looks of it. Ooh, Olivia.
One and done again.
Double pick. Yeah, I'm never a fan when Olivia has to be the guy. Like, he at least gets a kill, that's great. But when he dies, I feel like he's so good that he's worth 2 of his teammates, I feel like. It's not hyperbole. I'm going to stand by that fact. I'd rather see any other player of the team die early on than Olivia. Oh. Boy, he sees a bullet rattling off. He's a little too late in the smoke, though, and his position's going to be kind of a dead giveaway. So he's going to make his way behind the van. 3 players now on the side. Oi doing a great job just lurking around, but the bullets through the smoke. Rotation has taken place. It is a 4v4. Wang with the YOP, and Sakai, Oi, actually pushes on in, but he doesn't know where to shoot because there's nowhere to be found. And Meryl's with a quick double. A 1v2. Marek, position compromised. They know where he is. He's going to take the duel. Finds Meryl's, and a second kill won't go as well. His way is STK, clutches it out. Op retrieve for Olivia as well. And Beyond Esports, they are not quite done yet, Dinko. They're going to be fighting for every single kill, every single round. And After Gaming, they have to eco. maybe a few pistols coming out, but their money is not looking good right now.
Well, Beyond, that's an important round for them to pick up. Like you said, money gone for After. It's not looking so great right now. A couple of pistols being picked up. I like the call to go for just the pistol purchase, though. Nothing else behind it, because they want to get as much money as they can going into this next round after this. It's all about controlling the economy into the late stages, but Beyond should be taking this lead. KTZ in the Palace position. Kind of worried about that possible T-spawn flank. And the bomb is... Oh, Mayros, he's going to check it. Good. That's good. Finger going down now. The reply from Sakai tried to come through in towards Palace, but KTZ was completely ready for that. And this is good from Beyond. Finally, one of these rounds looking clean. You're not going to see a pistol round loss coming through. That would be nice. Yeah, like, how have we seen... Is it 4 or 5 rounds, I think, across the series now? Maybe a little bit more than that. But it's just been pistols. Been pretty...
I think the majority of the rounds came on Inferno.
Oh, definitely. There was one on Nuka, if I remember correctly.
Which went the way of Beyond. Yeah, you're right. But...
for the most part, it's been pretty clean against these ecos and upgraded pistol rounds. And Beyond are going to take themselves the lead. 13-12, STK gives away. He gets close by. I would go for the spam. You always want to go for this top left corner spam. There's a good chance you can take down Wang through that wall. There we go. The headshot lands. Look at the little damage it does, though, with the AK. 6 HP for a headshot. It's not great. That wall is a little thicker than you'd expect. And well, 13-12, we are now approaching round number 26. The money is out here for After Gaming again. They'll get the AWP into the hands of Wang immediately.
Oh yeah, you should. It's been a pretty solid performance overall from, individually speaking, from everyone in the server, I feel like. Yeah, Marek has been a little quiet. So has QQ, but everyone else has been kind of... up there. Maybe not at the level of Olivia, but KTZ has definitely joined his teammate in supporting him, being the second pillar for this lineup. And 13-12, Dinko. Who would have thunk it? As certain Americans would say. 8-0.
What if those Americans would be the ones wearing masks? Well, I think there might be a direct correlation with that.
No, I don't think the Americans wearing masks. Oh god. Yeah, the people who throw smokes like that, that's the one who say thunk it. I don't think people who wear masks would use the word thunk.
No.
That's the ones who want their freedom. Well, everyone wants their freedom, and Beyond want to be free from this matchup. They want to just take this win and just move on, because this is getting very stressful for everyone involved, myself included, because do want this Beyond team to do well. At the same time, I'm going to be heartbroken for After, considering what a dreadful start they had to the tournament, Dinko, and they managed to grind their way back. Pretty much a pug team, mind you. Oh, Oi? Did he see a player? He should have. Yeah, there we go. He spotted the player. 30 seconds, Dinko. He's still going to make sure. Now he knows. Now he knows it's going to be hit towards B. He hasn't spotted the bomb out yet, but the rotation's already taking place. Marek's going to find one. Oi helping him out. That incendiary, that just ruined the day for Beyond. They're just going to leg it towards A. Can they make it, though? There's a player waiting inside a connector. Sakai! How is he not ready for that? 8 seconds. There's no time. There's no time in hell. 6 seconds remaining, and it's one player remaining alive. It's Olivia. And he's going to be able to hold on to the AWP, but the round is done, Dinko. That one incendiary from After Gaming just ruined that round for Beyond.
Get to see it play out again in Marek. I mean, this is just a very standard B-hold coming through, and Marek's positioning is solid. He was able to have so much impact in this round. He was playing towards short, so he can look up into the apartments early on. He can flick back towards connector very quickly, just change that position up. Marek, just due to his positioning, was able to have a lot of impact in the round. A very important one coming on the board here for After as we head into round number 27. The pressure building for both teams. And it's a quick play into the A bomb site from Beyond. They send the players through. Sakai plays on top of the stairs, but now down because of the flashbang. He's into the smoke connector, now shielding him away. But Wang peeks. Oh, has he not got a kill there? He goes down, in fact, to Olivia. And Beyond, they have been gifted chances in this round. Something greater is protecting them right now on this one. And they look to try and grab 14. This has to be the retake from After Gaming. They have to try and steam their way back into this A site. And it's not going to be easy, especially with the position of STK. Oh, he doesn't get the kill. He goes for the spray, but he goes down to Sakai. And now 4v4, yet again an equilibrium on the server. But it's the post-plant positions of Beyond that give them the advantage into this one. But they're being picked apart player by player, piece by piece. But the kills continue to rain on in. And it's the Thai side that will take 14 to 13. And they are now 2 away from victory in the series. Money for After falls into the bin once more. And Beyond now in a favorable position.
I want to very quickly request PGL to show the POV from KNTZ from Palace. I don't... Was that a one-way smoke he made for himself? Yeah, right? Yeah, it is. It is a one-way smoke. That is genius from KNTZ. That is so well done.
That's really nice. Lets him just wide peek out of Palace and actually be involved in the late round instead of just waiting up there and around the corner. And that gives another prong to the post-plan of Beyond. And they desperately needed that. That was starting to get messy because After Gaming were taking the kills. Sakai found some very important frags there. He's actually top fragging on the team right now. He's also the third highest performing player in terms of kills.
Money, Dinko, the decisions to be made.
So it's in a bad spot. And they've gone for what I believe to be the right decision.
It's the right call, yeah. You'd rather play for overtime rather than just put everything into this particular bucket. And if you lose this round, you have nothing. You have nothing to play with.
Exactly.
And Beyond's going to be a map and match point. But here we go. Deagle, a couple of CZs, and 5-7 hands of Bingo, 2 smokes and a flashbang. They have a kit in hands of Marek. So if it does come down to a scenario where it's like a 2v2 or 3v2 and a bomb's planted, they will be fancying the chances. The default setup, they're playing up close towards A, player towards Ram. They have a player right below in the shadows as well. That is, of course, Mr. Wang. And I like what Beyond are doing here. They're feeling things out, they're playing it, they're approaching it like it is going to be a buy round. Olivia on top of mid, Meryl's his teammate using up the incendiaries, the Molotovs, the smokes, just clear out all the usual spots. And they're going to be heading towards A, up close. Now, the thing for me, Dinko, on his 2 CTs playing up close and personal, that could get hairy.
Oh, Sakai, speaking of, is going to be able to find himself K to Z. QQ stops him from moving forward. It will be a 4v3 with a man advantage in play for Beyond. Where did they go with this one? It seems to be a full rotation back to the mid position and fall back from connector. 29 seconds. They're going to head into this B-bomb site. It's completely empty. It should be the round win as long as QQ doesn't go down. He does. That's the bomb. It should be picked up from the rest of the team. No, they get on by. Olivia Mayrol's finding the kills. Olivia goes down, but this round should be picked up. I don't see Oi winning this. He has no kit. He does have a better weapon available somewhere else on this map, so he can go pick that up. But yeah, that's a little bit scary for Beyond towards the end there, but they get it done.
He's going to go for it. I'd rather save the AWP.
Yeah, but he can go for the weapons. He has to pick that up, and that's what he's going to do. He's to go up towards short, pick it up, and he's got to get out of here. He has to go for that AWP, and now he falls back into the A site. Just back in towards ramp, and yeah, this is a good save. You know, snatches out of the hands of Olivia. You know you've taken him down. You don't know if you've got an AWP there, but you know you've got weapons available because you've shot a few players down. And Mayrolls nearly dies to the bomb. Luckily, he doesn't. 15-13.
I just want to, like, I don't understand Beyond, right? You look at Nuke. My God. So good. Such a fantastic team. Incredible map of Nuke. You go to Inferno. My God. What a terrible team. What the hell are they doing? You go to the first 8 round of this map. Beyond, yep, they've crapped the bed. This one's an over. This one's a GG. It's wrapped up. After Game is going to win this. And then Beyond start playing like it was a Nuke again. Like, it's like they're bipolar or something. If an entity could be bipolar, it would be Beyond. It breaks my mind. how good they can be and how bad they can be in just one map. Not even in a series, not even in a day. You know, sometimes you say, "Oh, this team had a bad day," or "This team had a bad series." No, for Beyond, it's like this team just had a bad half, and they're gonna wake up in the second half and just like dominate. It is
not even a bad half. It's like
even round to round basis.
yeah, because they were 0 down and then they come back and make it a decent half for themselves in the first. Like, it doesn't make sense. Beyond is so volatile, you never really know what to expect, and probably one of the most difficult teams to make predictions on. So yeah, let's never do that again. Let's just say it's Beyond. That's the prediction right there for now. And well, we get to see ourselves round 29. Will it be a 15-14 round 30 slog? Well, after gaming, we'll be wanting to pull it to overtime. Will it be Beyond closing it here and keeping their dreams alive? Let's see if that plays out this way. After gaming, they've got the AWP in the hands of Wine. They've got the M4s out for the rest. Mayros has got himself into the window, and this is going to be such a big play. If he continued towards A, he probably would find at least 1 or 2 there, but he goes to the B-bomb site instead, and there is a slight chance that he can be spotted from short here from Marek. He needs this kill quickly. The headshot comes in from Mayros. I got flashbacks to the last time he did this, so well, he's going to get a second. Marek and Oi going down, and that might just be it. Here come Beyond, sprinting into the B-bomb site. Bingo knows he cannot let that bomb go down. He'll take down Mayros. QQ has pushed into the market, but they're being flanked, and KTZ closes it with a big spray down. 3 kills delivered, and it's 16-13, 2-1 win overall here for Beyond in the series, and they are still floating along here, but it's not exactly the best performance. That is for sure. The problems do arise, but Beyond, they get a win under their belt. If they had lost you after gaming, that probably would have been the final nail. It definitely would have in this run, but maybe the final nail for the team.
Yeah, let's get Tom and Mitch on, because I don't know, guys, that was like a very strange map of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, exactly.
Tom just happy that I'm broken.
He's happy that you're where he is now. You've descended into the
joining me
madness
soon?
with
I don't get it. I really don't get it. And Tom's probably lost count, because we've been doing this entire Wild Asian ride for a few years, Tom and I just don't get it. How can you be so good and yet so flat in the same map? Like, I don't understand this team. But they win the game, Tom. They win the game, and they kind of keep themselves alive, I guess, for now.
Sure. Alive is about the word I'd use. This match was almost a perfect analogy for them as a team in the tournament. It's like they're just about scraping by. Half the time they're dreadful, the other half they're quite good, and you never really know where you stand. And that's the problem with Beyond. Because I'll be honest, I think you're probably in the same boat, Blair. I really want to like this team. Like, there are players on this team which are entertaining. There are players like, for example, Olivia, who I think are very good. But then at the same time, you're also almost losing to the team that I've said is one of the worst teams in the tournament. So it's very difficult to defend that team when you watch them get banged out on Inferno and then go on to Mirage and lose 8 rounds in a row. Like, I feel like you need some sort of coach if they have one, if they don't have one, or just some sort of tactical basis to go, okay, we've lost this many rounds in a row. Let's take a pause. Let's take a moment. Let's try and get back into it. And they never really have that. And obviously, it's a broken record at this point, but consistency. Like, it just seems like between different maps, between different rounds, like, they're a completely different team. Like, there'll be a round that they'll do perfectly, like a great execute, structured, entry kills go their way. And then the next round, they all run in 1 by 1 and die. And I'm like, is there like a thing where you're actually, each player on the team is 2 people sat next to each other? And then what they do is they go, all right, I need to go to the bathroom. So KNTZ number 2, you're going to take this round. And that guy's just like, okay, boss, and just slams his head on the keyboard. Like, I don't know what happens, but they just seem to be very, very different in very different moments. And it's really hurting my brain.
It's been hurting a lot of things aside from your brains, Tom. But MVP of the game, we had, of course, KNTZ. He did have a late start to this map, but he really did show up, especially with some very, very key moments where he was getting multi-kills. Olivia being the rock. For me, Olivia has to be the MVP of the entire series. KNTZ an MVP for that map. With that done, I believe we should have the We should probably have the bracket, sorry, the group standings updated. Maybe we can take a look at it later on after a break, because we do have to take a little bit of a breather. Because coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the final game of the day here in day 13 of PAL 2020 Fall. It is going to be Vici, and they're going to be facing off against, let me quickly take a look. I've forgotten everything. Who are they playing again, Tom? I don't remember.
Checkmate, Vici.
Checkmate, there we go.
Checkmate.
Beyond versus Checkmate. You can't blame me for that, because I am a broken man. I'll see you guys after a break.
Coming up next.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with more Counter-Strike action here in Asia. We have the Perfect World Asia League 2020, the Fall Edition. Again, it is day number 13, the final series of the day. We've had a very long day of 2 best of 3s, which went all the way to the final map. Very closely contested series. But now heading to the final game, this one might be a little bit more cleaner, some people might say. It's going to be Vici. They're going to be facing off against Checkmate. Vici, perhaps the best-looking team so far. And Checkmate, who have impressed us quite a bit, but they have had their a little bit of road bumps as well. Joining me as usual, it's going to be Mitch. We got Tom Biz, and of course Dinko as well to guide you through the action. Now, gentlemen, let's start with you, Tom. It is Vici, a team that we all believe in. We all believe in Vici. We know how good they can be, and they're going to be tested here against Checkmate, who, let's be real, we didn't know much about them coming to this tournament, but they have definitely shown signs of promise.
Yeah, I've actually got a question, because there's something I'm really interested in. So you say we all believe in Vici, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dinko, who's not getting to the final?
Vici.
There you go, Blair. There you go. We don't all believe in Vici.
Dinko's young. He hasn't really lived life too much. I can forgive him for that, you know. Let's take a look at the map videos
Have
though
they
here,
made
Mitch.
an RMR final yet, blah? That's the question.
True, Vici haven't made a
got you
final
there.
yet. But I believed this time it's going to be, this event's going to be the event where they're going to make it to the
Then
finals.
again, Invictus have, right? So that doesn't tell you anything.
Inferno being picked by Checkmate, it's a map that they have shown quite. We have Nuke being picked by Vici, and of course we have Mirage as a decider. Very quickly, I do believe we have the game about to go live very quickly, gentlemen. I believe everyone's raring to go here. So I'm going to be jumping into just a rough predictions. Mitch, let's start with you. Vici should take this map. Do you think it's this game, or do you think it's going to be a closer affair?
I'm guessing 2-0. It's going to be clean for Vici. It should be. They're a solid team. And if they want to prove they can make it to the finals, this is where they do it.
I think we need to send this one. The game's about to go live. We don't have much time here to talk BS, which we usually do. So Tom, Mitch, take it away. Vici versus Checkmate going live.
Well, Tom, a very tough segment for Dinko. I imagine he's going to need lots of
But
stress
he doesn't
relief.
believe in Vici, so that means he predicts Checkmate to win.
Probably 2-0 as well.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, so I think he definitely will need a little bit of stress relief after this, or maybe during this match. Hey, he's got a little bit of time, but not too much. Luckily, as he said, it only takes a few minutes for him to get nice and calm and relaxed in his seat, which has recliners. You know that, Tom? Is his seat reclines out? Yeah, he can kick his legs up and assume a nice position to relax in.
Stop.
So anyways, as we go into this pistol round, you can see it's already a 3 versus 1, and Hawk is in a little bit of trouble. He's caught a quick shot onto Kaze, but even with him being tickled down a little bit low, Zoking's on full HP there to support him, and Alman on range. I actually think Alman's going to die in this one, but no, he swings through and lands the shot first. 1-0 as Vici pick up the pistol, and a good start for them on Inferno. Of course, this is Checkmate's map pick, and a map that they've looked pretty good on, but don't be fooled by the win rate. If you're looking at HLTV and you're thinking, oh, Vici, wow, they've actually got a lower win rate. Well, this is Tyloo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times they've played Tyloo. Every time it's been close, except for the 16-2. Let's ignore that. And by close, I mean overtimes even. The majority of the time, they won 1 and they lost the other 4. They're a pretty solid team. I think that Vici should be able to take this map. I think they should be able to take the next. What about you, Tom?
I'll be honest. They only lose to teams that are good. That's genuinely the truth. They don't get upset. They've lost to Tiger. They've lost to Beyond when they were in better form. They haven't lost. They haven't been upset. Like, it's always just teams that we could expect them to be beaten by. Zoking snapping back. Blitz. Oh. He's just going to get shut down. And that's the thing with Vici. That's probably why, like, well, at least you, myself, and Blair really like this team. Like, not the hater Dinko, of course. But is the fact that they do manage to basically beat any team that is theoretically below them. Like Tiger, we could say, have proven themselves in the past. Beyond the same. Invictus at times. And Tyloo. They're the only teams they lose to. There's not really been any other matches elsewhere that we've sort of been surprised by. They lost to Tiger in this tournament. They lost to Tyloo. Every other match they have won. So that's expected. Whereas Checkmate, on the other hand, dear Lord, they're confusing. They beat Huatsai, fair enough. Then they beat Tiger. Okay, that's a surprise. Okay, they're versus Bren. Are they going to win? No, they're going to lose 2-0. That's the worst performance they've actually had in this tournament. Then they take a map off Invictus. Not bad, right? Then they beat Beyond. Even better. They take a map off Tyloo, and then they lose 2-0 to Sigma. Like, what is this team? Like, it makes no sense logically. Now, some part of me wants to say, oh, they've done their research. They're very prepared for the better teams. Maybe they're not so prepared for some of the lesser teams, especially like that win over Tiger. That's probably the biggest surprise of the whole tournament now looking back on it. But the loss to Sigma's the one that probably like hurts a bit for me as someone who started to really enjoy this team, because I'm looking at them now and going, okay, are you actually going to get through? Because you lose today, that means what? They have one more match, and that will be against After, who've shown that they can go toe-to-toe with some better teams. If they lose that as well, they're not getting through. Like that's pretty much it. They'll have 3 wins. They'll be After will overtake them on 4. Obviously, Vici will be above them anyway. And then you're basically like beyond Bren and Sigma. If any one of them wins a game, which I'm going to tell you now, they pretty much have to based on how many matches are left, that would be them out. So realistically, they have to win another match. Nice shot from Blitz to start things off at least. Basically, what I'm trying to say is they've probably been my favorite of the newer teams. But at the same time, they've also then lost to some teams that I would expect them to beat. And I think a lot of that comes down to lack of map pool, as we'll probably see when we get onto Nuke, because I don't really expect much from them on Nuke.
I think that's very much a problem for Checkmate. As well as that, though, it is consistency. Like, this is a team that has shown us, not that they are the best of the newer teams, but that they can reach a level that is better than what the other teams have shown us. But do they reach it every single time? No. And that's the problem. You know, getting there consistently is the hardest part of any team. But the fact that they've shown that they know what real Counter-Strike is already puts them above some of the other teams within this tournament, within this region. And that's a large reason they managed to make it here. This is... Oh, that's unfortunate for Alman. He tries to fade back and he just gets deagle-domed. Now, they don't have any utility to get him out of that position is the problem, right? Advent's the only one that still had a flash, and he's only rotating through CT now from B. And obviously they've left B completely open, but the bomb is down, and they know that, having just spotted it. They'll swing in with 3, and that's a nice, easy cleanup. That was one of the easier rounds to get things done, to catch players out of position anyways. Obviously the shots are harder having just a deagle, but because there was basically no utility for the late round there for Vici on the A-hold. Now, though, they're going to have full util sets to deal with as Checkmate come into the full buy. And so I want to say then that means this is actually going to be relatively, at least for what we saw, like Alman getting caught out trying to fade back, that should be next to impossible for quite a while they still have this util to work around. Although I notice actually they've not preferenced the double flashes on a lot of players, instead going for frag grenades, which makes sense in a way, especially with it being Inferno. You can get a lot of choke point. I mean, you think about Banana alone, you'll be able to get a lot there. That said, Advent hasn't used his nade up yet, but I think he's planning on it.
Oh, okay, never mind.
It was close.
I thought he wasn't going to spot him for a second, but then just the spam coming through the wall kind of gives it away. Crossfire of Jam Young and Zoking. Make that just Zoking. Shaky aim's not going to get anything done, but luckily Kaze has found a couple of kills in the mix. The issue of playing against this team is there isn't really a weak link. The only one that you can really talk about is Advent, and this is one situation, the only situation in the entire Asian scene where you can go, well, that's because he's a solid in-game leader. He almost got 3. That was ridiculous in itself, but he almost lines up 3.
Well, for Checkmate, it's not an ideal buy, you could say, Tom. But we do see a lot getting done with the likes of this kind of buy, and I think somewhat of it, some of it is down to the fact that you're able to play this much looser style. Hawk just swung on Banana and took the kill immediately, but that M4 isn't actually safe. If they get over there, I'm pretty sure they can pick that up by jumping up on top of the barrels. He threw it from quite a passive angle, which made sense. He didn't want to overstep the wood and get taken down. We'll see now in a second if they're able to pick it up. They should be looking for it. Maybe it did go a little bit too deep.
Oh. Hoping to try and almost sell this as a bit of a fake. keep shooting and make as much noise as possible. It's going to keep 2 players into that B site, which leaves for an opener on A. Now, this is a map where pistols really can get the job done at times. I was always a fan of the sort of CZ Tech 9 fast rushes through short, especially once a lot of the utility has been expended. Now, this one player has just pulled a full rotation. One player. And that's because that one player has just managed to kill off Soaking. They've fallen for this completely. The A site has been taken. Hawk has done an incredible job, and Vici have pretty much fallen for a very, very basic attempt at a fake. I don't know. Maybe it's just that they've got used to playing against some of the other teams who just don't do anything like this, like even just baiting out players, keeping them there. But the fact that they fully rotated, I'll be honest, Mitch, I'm quite surprised by that.
It could definitely be a case that they just looked down towards the bottom of the table and went, maybe we don't need to treat these guys with too much respect. I do wonder where they're at coming into this one. It'd be very easy to underestimate Checkmate because they definitely don't play the same silly style and silly brand of Counter-Strike that the other teams do. But one can only hope that coming into the next, at least, Vici will be able to bounce back a little bit, you know? Realize that the team they're playing, they ain't going to be walked all over. As this is the last-ditch buy for Vici, even with a 4-0 lead, losing that one round with the amount of damage Checkmate have been able to do with Deagles in their hands is really paying off. Combine that with the fact that obviously they saved over a few weapons, and they're in a pretty healthy position. The T side have a loss bonus to fall back on as well, don't forget. And I do like their approach. It's slow, it's steady, they're taking map control, they've pushed lightly into Banana, so just around the tree. They're starting to poke and prod in towards middle. They've got flashes coming around, that was so perfect. I love it. Jamyoung does manage the trade though, but it gets a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too eager to pull the advantage firmly into Vici's court. And so we do go into a 3 versus 4 with a very, very passive hold left on A because Kaze, well, he can't really push over to the site and play there. He's just going to hope that they offer him up an opportunity to find a free pick before they push the A site.
Ooh, this is risky. I don't like this at all. The CT side is trying to raw peek out. Now, Advent had a flashbang. Kaze, this is for free. So Kaz is going to hand his opposition with an extra E a kill. Wow. Gonna try and catch someone on the cross. The smoke has left him absent. Advent's gone straight through. This is ballsy. He'll go down for it. That seems to be the play. He's gone through as well. This is madness from Vici. We talk about them being the calm and collected team. It seems like maybe they've been watching some Tai Lu demos and tried to take some advice from that. I'm not sure I like how they played that round at all.
Either. Sure, I'm a big fan. Yeah, the reality is for Checkmate, they come into a position where that round was handed to them on a silver plate, right? You had Vici, they were in a 3 versus 4. They pushed down Banana to try and gain that little bit of extra info because Kaze, well, he's here in utility on A. He's stuck where he can't really defend, so they wanted to force the fight and a little bit of map control where they knew that they could possibly find isolated players. And imagine that had it worked out. If they find that opening duel, all of a sudden they've got the bomb. Or one player who has the bomb trapped on ramp. That could have been massive. Nade trades. You don't see that every day. The Molly, Advent's already pushed past it. He's up close. He's managed to retrieve a rifle as well. This is a fantastic start for Vici, considering they've got basically nothing invested. You can't really complain about the early stage, but no, well, that's unfortunate.
Didn't see him. Like, they jumped almost into his crosshair, but I guess focused on other things. Jamyoung, not that surprising anymore, that position. Maybe the first times things were like updated / reintroduced, that box or something people wouldn't check. Nowadays it's expected, and yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from Checkmate. This is the map that I think they've definitely proven themselves on. That's my only worry. I feel like there's not a team in this tournament that they can't beat on Inferno. And I genuinely mean that. I don't think I'd say that about anyone else. And in fact, they've proven that by beating Tyloo, who I think up until that match had a 94% win rate on it. The only loss they had was to Vici in overtime, and that was like a one-off game. And then Checkmate came and did it in this tournament. So they've definitely proven that they're one of the best Inferno teams in this tournament. The problem comes with the rest of the maps. That they're just average at best. And I think that's why we've seen them lose some questionable series here and there. Even losing a match of Inferno to Sigma, which I have to say I didn't really see coming. But then when it comes to, like, for example, they played Sigma on Mirage and lost 16-3 in the same series. So it's they're a weird team to watch, but I do quite like the idea of this team getting a bit more time. Especially, we do still have to mention that, although it seems like silly now because we are, what, 8 games deep into the tournament, like day 13. But Techno is still standing. He's standing in for this entire tournament. I'm hoping that will change and that he will become an official member, because he deserves an opportunity for someone so young. Obviously 16 years of age and playing a pivotal role in this match. But realistically, they've done well for what they have. It's just a shame that they couldn't be as consistent throughout the whole tournament because, well, they'd probably be in a playoffs position right now. I suppose technically they are, but you get what I mean. Like, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams on 9 points, so that playoffs position is not looking likely if they lose.
And these 2 rounds are definitely building up. I'm looking at where Checkmate are currently positioned, and I like the fact that they send Kaz back down to Banana just to spot that out and make sure. I mean, look, Vici just the previous round with a little bit of pressure, or the round before on the A site, they started to get a little bit aggressive in Banana. And considering they've got a 3-man stack, there's a decent chance they go for that. But they're deciding instead to just tuck away. They're playing it safe. They're hoping that Checkmate go for a push in towards this B site. And in the absence of that, they are just going to be content to lose A, send a few players to look for exits. Oh, Cheeky's got an AK. Good damage done. I mean, this is dangerous.
Okay, that's it. That's probably where the excitement stops for this round. Yeah. It seems like Zeus kills and nightmares on that A side of Inferno just seem to be a recurring theme with us in casting this match. But thankfully, that was actually how you should use a Zeus. Hiding in a corner and not in a retake. Take notes, Sakai. 4-3. Or 4-4, I guess you could say now. The timer is going to be ticking away. Mark with 10 seconds left. Likely the bomb will be going off.
Boom goes the bomb as we end up with Checkmate winning the round, but did they really? That's the question. I mean, for Jam Young, nice little taser, pulls out the AK, and he was so damn close. Look at that. Was that a headshot through the box? It must have been while he was running. Look at this. Bang! It was 100%. That's gorgeous. 4-4. I mean, that box getting in the way, although he was lucky that it even connected, considering he was moving, and not even looking at him. With a 4-4 scoreline, Checkmate, though, they do get away with the round, regardless of the losses, regardless of the headshots through boxes. And I think, looking overall at how things have been going, they're in a pretty good position. They don't trail immediately. It's not like they just fell behind after winning the pistol. They're in a position now where they've actually fought for their rounds. They've gotten the buy rounds on the board, with Vici being the ones instead that are on the back foot because they're on the CT side and evened up, but also because they found the pistol. They found the easy kind of 4-0 lead, and they've just been slapped ever since.
Well, they only have one defender at the moment, Orman. He's going to hold on, at least for now. I'm going to be faked out. The spam through does a little bit of extra damage. Ultimately, things haven't gone too well. They've taken full banana control on the T side as well, so they're going to be able to know that they're only coming from CT. This is so much information gathered up by Hawk that retaking this is going to be really tough. Incendiaries being thrown out as well, and Jamyang setting up a flashbang, but they've only got 20 seconds to try and retake this whole site. That flashbang is going to have to be amazing, and it's a little bit late. Jamyang, he is going to be able to get a second, in fact, for the young star. And the trade's coming back and forth, but there's 10 seconds on the clock, and Hawk is still just hiding. He's waiting, and I think Kaze's made the realization, but he decides not to actually cover his teammate. It turns out there's no time anyway, and he will die to the bomb. I'm not sure what the decision was there from Kaze, because Zoking had a kit, unless he found that within the last second, and Kaze was just like, peace, bro, I'm out, I'm saving my ult. Either way, we are going to have that AWP kept through. Let's hope it does a hell of a lot in this round to maybe make up for what just happened. Going to go for the peak. Obviously, the smoke falls down to deny any sort of Molotov. And the CTs, their purchase isn't amazing, but Zoking, a maestro with that 5-7. Going to go looking for the gun. He's going to be able to retrieve it and escape. The only problem being that they've also lost Ormond on the other side of the map, so the spam through from Kaz is not going to be helping them out anytime soon. They've actually completely given up the B side, but that might actually help them out. Kaze's now going to rotate in. So has Advent. They had the stack right initially, and now they've retreated it elsewhere. Now, as said, Zoking's retrieved an AK. Smoke's going to be going down into mid, but counter utility's already been expended. Nice shot from Jamyang. He can't quite correct his aim onto the second. But still, Zoking lies in wait. Sat towards the back of the site. Looking for Techno. The support yet to come in. Rotation a little bit delayed, and the player in apps could end his day if he's not careful. He's going to catch one, though. Looks for the second, and the trade's coming back from Advent. It's left on to Kaz versus Kaze. And this time, the man without the E is going to take the kill.
That was really, really gorgeous by Kaz. I mean, he just swings through for those final two, pulls checkmate up, and look, they're not dead. They're not down and out. They're definitely in a position where this is doable for them. 6 rounds, T side for checkmate. In a position where they didn't win the pistol as well. That's the caveat. I could see a 6-4 scoreline if they won the pistol and went 3 or 4-0 up, and I'd be going, yeah, okay, but let's see the buy rounds. We've seen them, though, and we have seen Vici look very good in them. I would be feeling some serious pressure if I was on the Vici side right now, and I wonder for this team, you always have to have this in the back of your mind, that they have had their A strategies, their B, their C, their comfort zones already wrecked. Now, though, they go for a one-man banana hold. Rotates to A, but Zoking can't hold on. Jamyang, good for 2. He just recovers that. Blitz on 11 HP. They have a 3v3. Oh, no. They have a 1v3 retake because Kaz has just absolutely annihilated them.
Yeah, this is impressive. I don't think that, like, obviously they've had a lot of, like, decent setups. I feel like we don't really need to necessarily highlight that because we've come to expect that from Checkmate on this map. But even just on their sort of basic setups where they go pushing in, they have these aggressive faces, they just seem to play it as a unit. And it's very different to a lot of the teams that we see fighting throughout this region so far. I think we might actually have a good map of Counter-Strike on our hands, which is not something I've been able to say so far today. And Checkmate are bringing the fire. Like, they are currently 7-4 up on the T side versus Vici. And as said, Vici don't lose maps to worse teams. They don't lose maps to any of the qualifier teams. Like, I can even go through and just list the teams that they've played against so far. They played against Sigma 2-0. The score was 16-3, 16-4. They played against After. I felt like that one was a little bit closer. Well, one of the maps was 16-10. The other one was 16-1. They played against Bren. That was a 16-13, 16-14. So close, but still nobody managed to take a map. Even versus Invictus, it was a 16-10 and then an overtime victory. They don't drop maps unless, well, Tyloo and Tiger are the only two so far in this tournament. So Checkmate even putting up a fight against this team shows that there's at least on another level to some of the rosters we've seen so far. At the same time, I'll be honest, Vici need to make a statement here. Like, this is them showing that they are on another level, and they need to do it. And this round might just be the start of that. 2 players looking to battle up the top of Banana. They put a 4-man stack, and they've left Kaze alone on A. Now, he's still a danger man. We've seen him get 3 kills from this position just a couple of rounds ago. And it's nice to see that he's finally on spot. And the T's, they've actually taken too long to rotate, Mitch.
Well, that's less than ideal. CT's in position, ready for them. Kaze has to hold on for just a moment, but his teammates are coming through. And the battle of Kaz and Kaze goes towards Kaz, but only for a moment. As eventually Vici come through to finish that one off, 5-7. They are going to try to stop Checkmate, but at this point, it feels like you're grabbing the reins of a horse that's already running full speed. You're not on a carriage, you're on the ground. You're going to get dragged along for a little bit before Checkmate eventually slow down. They've got a lot of cash in the bank, so no concept of an eco and of a potential for Vici to easily build up momentum. They're going to have to do this backs against the wall.
Oh, that is a nasty nade. 4 players damaged. Rue below half HP. Now Vici, they win the round, but it's still not a clean one. Their money's not amazing, but this one's looking a lot better. Zoking starting things off with a double. Kaze even going back in for a cheeky peek of his own. The remaining couple of players have just opted to stay a little bit more passive. This rotation's quite heavy, though. This is a 2 versus 4. I can understand rotating over 1 man, but the whole team? Really, Vici?
It's ambitious for sure, considering they've got the 2-man advantage as well, Tom. I really can't wrap my head around that. And the amount of time Alman's taken to get back over into position means that they could be just about around this corner. So he's got to move quickly. If he actually goes the full way around to Coffins, they can already be on site by the time he gets here.
They only have 1 smoke, though. That's the thing that worries me. Is the likelihood is they'll use that for CT. Timing's perfect as well for a moment. A little bit of luck that goes a long way. That's the bomb dropped, and now his teammate can rotate in. They have smoked off the cross, and the bomb's been retrieved. Okay. I guess maybe he came up on the map from his teammate spotting him. Either that, or that was very, very lucky.
It could also have been a jump from the railing to see above the smoke, because the player was up on top of the stairs. Although I do think it was just a lucky shot. There's a possibility maybe saw him on the jump around. Either way, 'tis all the same. It results in the round going to Vici, in Checkmate going to Pistols. It's worth noting that, you know, even if Vici... Excuse me. Even if Vici do manage to pull it up on an 8-7 scoreline, it's not going to be positive in any way for Vici. That is definitely a scoreline favoring Checkmate. They have done enough. They have built the foundations of a very solid half. And now the question is, can they turn that into domination? Because if they win the half, well then that's better to get 8 rounds than 7. That's some basic math for you.
Well, this is the crazy thing. We basically proven that the sort of the lore of like this team plus this team, or this team beats this team, so they should beat this team, is absolute rubbish. Because Vici beat Sigma so hard, they only got 7 rounds over 2 maps. Then Sigma beat Checkmate, and now Checkmate currently winning versus Vici. It doesn't make much sense. Doesn't mean they'll close it out, but they've already got more rounds in this one map than they managed in the previous. Nice push. The timing of that was perfect. They know that Kaze can't quite re-peak fast enough, and they managed to get a couple of openers. They've even picked up an AWP, which is going to be in the hands of Techno. A bit lucky for Rue to get away with that. The remaining couple of players are very, very far behind. And Zoking, he's just hoping that someone gives him a peek, but Checkmate are not going to do it. They're just going to sit back. They're going to wait patiently. He has to start using utility to try and clear out some of these angles, and that's where they try and slow him down. 15 seconds on the clock as they do finally make this push in. Kaz drops another one with the Tech 9, and this is over. This round is done. Hawk has finished off one more, and what you talked about, if they win the half, well, it's not happening.
You know, Blah said something before we started this game, and it was, in Vici we trust. Well, I don't think I'll be able to trust anymore. This is
Gonna be like Dave. I mean Dean. I'm sorry, Dave.
No, Dave's problem is that he still trusts. Still to this day, he's with her. 72 times should she...
I hope that's not true. Please don't tell me they're still together.
I don't know. I'm not friends. We don't really talk anymore. But
is that because you're casting him with me now?
It wasn't Dean. We didn't go to school together. Like, Dean's gonna be messaging me. Everyone's telling me to break up with my girlfriend. I'm single, bro. What the hell is this? Yeah, it was an interesting couple years.
Or Dean. So King under pressure. Shaky aim gets himself a second one. That leaves just 2 players remaining for checkmate. Looking like Vici are at least going to have themselves a 7th round. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say they can't bring this back on the T side. Of course they can. They are Vici. They are one of the big dogs in this tournament. Well, checkmate, from what we know, are the puppies. Definitely lovable, but maybe not quite potty trained just yet. Bit of a weird analogy, I'll admit, but I'm sticking with it.
I guess what you're saying is, you know, sometimes they don't make it to the toilet. Sometimes they shit the bed.
Or the floor, or, you know.
Oh, God. I won't even attempt to imply what Blaze just said in the TeamSpeak.
It would be a beautiful moment if he was unmuted to the stream, but I assume that's not true.
That would absolutely make my day. It would make my week, actually. Checkmate 8-7. Yeah, as we said, this is a great first half from them over on the T side. Now it's time to put the money where the mouth is when it comes to defending. And I do like the setup they've got on B. So it's a relatively passive hold. But here's the thing. Techno's in position. He's going to try to bait him in. Then he falls back. Probably goes CT. So they're a little bit distracted. And then his teammates on the site, they pull it off. In fact, he goes to site, which makes even more sense because he can distract more. They'll spot a second player. And even if they kill them, suspecting the third to be there is very unlikely. And even if you did, you'd probably think he was CT.
He's reeling them in. Unfortunately,
spotted them all.
It seems like they've caught a shark. They've caught a shark. Like, they throw it back, run, or swim. It's not gone well. Yeah, it's not gone well at all. Jam Young, his teeth are showing, and wow, they're pearly white.
So obviously they wanted to just win off the aim duels, I suppose. It's a gamble, but if they left one player, so like the guy in dark and the guy backside both peaked, and then they knew Techno had gone close, so it pretty much just ruined any hope of them really catching them by surprise. Because here you go, look,
I guess it's the way you look at it though. It's like I would kind of prefer they tried to fight that together, because otherwise you're gambling on one player getting a multi-frag with a USP, which is, like, it can happen, but...
It's true. My issue is more so the positions that they're in, they're not able to play off each other. So it's more like they're all fighting at once, but they're not fighting together, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. I think also part of that comes down to the fact that I don't think they would have expected Vici to buy a Molotov in the pistol round. Because let's be real, most teams don't buy a Molotov in the pistol round. Sure. So the fact that he gets mollied out of that corner is something that only would happen in this round. Like, the most you buy on the T side is a couple of smokes and some flashbangs. Barely anybody buys a Molotov. Occasionally you buy an HE just to try and nade at the beginning. They buy a Molotov just to clear out that back corner, and that's where one player's standing and one of them's very close, and they've seen the other one go in that corner. So it makes it impossible, because Techno can't go anywhere, and the player in the back left of the site has to peek. So I think it partially, I agree that, yeah, they should have faced together. But also, I just think that Vici played that round really, really well.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think Vici did come out with a kind of left field strategy, not one that you'll normally see deployed. you know, within this region, half the nades that are bought don't get used in the first place. Never mind buying up nades on pistol round. And for Hawk, he's on a pistol round of his own because he's by himself. He's got a deagle. Maybe the potential to find some kills if they do hunt a little bit aggressively. You can see Jam Young already towards top mid, but it's not the first guy in you want to be taken down. It's the stragglers. As you can see, Zoking on middle. He's got himself a Galil. But Hawk makes the wise decision to not over push or over peak, and so he will save that deagle through. And again, Checkmate, one of the few teams that are using team skins. I love it. They've all got the same agent. That is what you need.
That's literally your favorite thing, isn't it?
And, dude, because it's like when someone, I don't know. It's like playing poker if you can't hide your facial expressions. It's like, you can still win, but I don't know why you didn't just spend the... It's not even. It's like just putting sunglasses on. I don't know.
Jam Young's just been owned. He's waiting there with a MAC-10, ready to farm up some cash, and just gets double dinged by a USP. Kaz has got to be careful here. The flashbangs being thrown are actually doing quite a bit for the CT side. I like that they haven't actually invested as much into this round as you'd normally see. They've decided to save up some extra cash and just utilize the flashbangs. And, hey, they've done a little bit of extra damage. They've caught out Jam Young. They're also baiting out a hell of a lot of utility from the T side, who are basically just launching everything they can to stop them. So that's going to be minimal rebuys. Sure, it's not amazing, but it's something at least. For Kaz, I just want to see him keep hunting. This is the AWPer for the team. You've got a MAC-10. You don't want to be using that in the next round unless you're mad. And yeah, he kind of waits a little bit too long. Unfortunately, no one's going to come in his direction now. So he's just keeping the MAC-10.
Figured it out, Tom. It's like going scuba diving without glasses. You can do it. It doesn't stop you, but it just makes it harder for absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
And maybe a shark's going to eat your eye. You know, it's like one of those things.
I feel like that, like, eye is a little bit too specific for a shark.
A really small shark.
Really small shark.
What if a swordfish came and tried to stab you in the eye? Boom, hits your glasses.
That sounds pretty bad.
It's unlikely, but it's unlikely that they find info from the agent skins. But if they do, you're going to be sat there going, well, now I've only got one eye. I could have just worn the glasses.
Yeah, I feel like your analogies are a little bit more left field than some that have come up throughout this broadcast.
Everyone's almost been stabbed.
Everybody's almost been stabbed in the eye by a swordfish. Yeah.
If you've gone scuba diving without glasses, you know what I'm talking about. In water infested by swordfish, you know what's up.
Yeah, there's one-eyed Joe sat there at home going like, I relate to this.
Yeah, it's a common expression in certain villages. Never go scuba diving, and if
I feel like One-Eyed Joe sounds like a pirate's name.
It does.
Arr, One-Eyed Joe.
Sounds like some sort of sexual move.
Okay, moving on. Jam Young. He is taking control of the apartments. He spotted out Blitz, who, to my dismay, has decided to play the MAC-10 in this round. Not a fan. The rest of the team rapping through. Kaz can't pull off a hero move. And imagine if he had a rifle here. Imagine how good that would be. Be able to take shots that actually land range. Yeah. Not worked out. Wasn't the best of buys anyway. We are going to be seeing an 11th for Vici. Blitz throws away his gun, only to retrieve it again. Now he's found another one, and there's somebody waiting for him. Oh, it's been heard by Jam Young, but he won't quite catch him this time. Blitz has run into the sunset. Well, gonna survive. Because it seems like the credits haven't quite rolled just yet. Jam Young is still looking to hunt him down. Seems like he has a decent idea. This is the classic save spot. He's hiding in the corner. I'd expect Jam Young to check. Never mind. It's so obvious that he didn't think of it.
We can ask Dinko if he's ever heard of the One-Eyed Joe afterwards. He's an expert on those kind of things. I do like that Vici are making that comeback and just completely disproving as well, or rather completely proving the point that we were making about how in this region, you know, oh, this map is T-sided, just, or CT-sided, I suppose, for the majority. Doesn't make sense.
This map is a map.
This map is a map, yeah. There are 2 sides on this map. One of them will win. Like, that's pretty much how things go. You can't predict how a team's going to play in any way. I feel very sorry for people that calculate odds for these games. They've got to be even more infuriated than us. They're like, okay, right, so this team, they play really well versus this team. They're good on this map. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, well. Oh, okay, nice one by Hawk. He gets him falling. Good damage, easy for Kaz to trade out. I say about Vici doing well on the T side. Well, Tom, that was short-lived.
Yeah, it seems to be like... It's not that I believe in jinxes, but at the same time, there are certain things within this region that seem to not make sense. Like, for example, the day where I said, this will be a quick day, and then it was the longest day we've had so far. It just seems like an odd coincidence. Yeah, it's not been going great in terms of predicting matches. That's for sure. I'm quite glad actually that no one has tallied things up at PGL, because I feel like our prediction statistics would be very, very low.
And Blair is, well, see, I think Dinko would win with his like half in, half outs.
Well,
He's 50%.
Technically,
like, well,
Dinko is
Vici could win.
100% correct because he's predicted both teams to win every match.
Well, it's not he's 100%, it's that he's never been wrong on a game. That's the way, because he's technically got 50% because he's predicted both, but he's never been wrong. He always predicts the right team. That's the advertising way to say it. But yeah, I feel, you know what, Tom, I'm just gonna come out and say it. Dinko's inspired me yet again. I just feel like he's so brave, I'm gonna do the same. Vici, 11 rounds T-side, I'm calling it now. Vici might win, but Checkmate could. I'm just gonna say it.
And they'll probably get to at least 12, and Checkmate will probably get to at least 9.
I see double digits for Checkmate.
Wow.
And I see double digits for Vici as well. I'm
wow. Okay, well, Jam Young, he doesn't like that idea. He wants to deny Checkmate getting anything done as he entries with ZoKing's support and Hawk. He's left a lot. All right, that was a bit cheeky. Sat to the back of the site, ZoKing will finish him off, and that leaves just Rue and Techno. A single smoke, but some kits to their name. A tough position for sure, especially with the after plants already taken. Fairly passive positions from the 2 players within the site, and a crossfire. I'm not liking this spot from ZoKing, but okay, if he's just going to hit headshots like that, then I guess it doesn't really matter. The chance for the opening dwindles, and Rue is going to have to run for the hills. Are you sure you want to stick to your bold prediction of Checkmate getting to 10? That seems a little bit over the fence to me.
You know what? I would flip-flop, but Dinko said earlier he does not flip-flop. He does add in the other team might win, but he doesn't flip-flop. Doesn't change his vote. He just waters it down a little bit. No, it's all good fun though. We all love Dinko. But it genuinely confused me earlier when he was saying Lowell, the former Movistar Riders player. That desperately confused me. I thought he was saying lol, like LOL.
Yeah, his name is Lowell, like Noel. Right?
Is it Lowell?
No, I'm just screwing.
Oh, okay, I'm just making sure. I thought I got it wrong all these years.
I am not going to pretend to know how to say it perfectly, but lol sounds best. 12-9.
Lol.
Rue and Blitz have had and Techno have had a very quiet series. Considering they've got 9 rounds, and you look at those 3 players, you'd be surprised. But Kaz with 20 and 14, and Hawk up there as well. They need someone to rise to the occasion. On the other side of things, well, it's fairly standard. Advent down the bottom of the board, and everybody else pretty much just getting through, getting done with the match.
I think that's a massive problem for Checkmate, though. Because you can have Techno, Blitz, Rue all having that really weak game, but on the T side. But when you come to the CT, You're going to be punished for that. And you can see, look, they're just punishing Blitz. They're running out and taking him. But unfortunately, the molly was down and the damage done just takes them out from the grave. Blitz gets that kill and a man advantage for his team. Hawk is here. He has gone huge in almost every round for Checkmate. And look at this. He's got one. He's got damage done. And a 2v3 with the bomb down. This is a good position for Checkmate to play from. This is a little bit of a risky push, though. My God. And Kaz is going to push apps as well. What illicit substance has he been taking?
Might work out, though, just because of the position of the bomb. They have to try and wrap around onto short, and if he's holding with an AWP from the apartments, I don't really see a way that they managed to get this through.
I agree, and it has put them in a better position. But Tom, I want you to do a little thought experiment with me. Those players are walking back through apartments. They're holding for something happening, or they're just happen to be walking towards T-Apps. They walk into Kaz and take him down. Now it's a 2v2. That's a much more winnable position. I don't see the... I see the reward 100%. I mean, you could see it right there. The control they've got now, not having to worry about an apps push. But the risk... Oh! The risk was huge, but Kaze, evidently, he thought it was too risky as well and didn't expect him to be in that position. How could you really?
12 to 10. Your bold prediction of Checkmate getting to 10 rounds has paid off.
Oh, I'm relieved. I was so worried.
Congratulations.
It was a risk.
The damage done by that Molotov as well. And it seems like their pit hold, at least, has been relatively strong. Obviously, that final kill was just a huge surprise for sure. Here we go. Still money in the bank for this round. Both teams are on the brink. The loss here could completely change the match. Kaz already getting the opener. He's been fantastic. Like, he's been great on the T side, getting a lot of openers while playing with the rifle. Switched up to the AWP on the CT side, and definitely been one of the difference makers in the round that they have managed to win. Now he's going to dominate banana control. The plan, of course, to set 4 players up on the A site, make it so that he basically just plays the information. If he gets a pick, fantastic. If not, he just falls back. And then they can rotate a player over. The flashbang, though, is good. And that's where the rotate should, in theory, begin. You can already see, slowly at least, Rude going for it. Nice shot. Actually lands onto Kaze. He's denied them for now. This will split the defense a little bit more, but the fact is, they're already with a man advantage, so it's not as big a risk as it would have been before.
Well, Vici, they'll be coming through banana when they come. And they'll be dying over at CT when they come. They'll be coming through banana, and Ruse just pushed on through the CT smoke. Vici, they came through banana when they came. And so it's going to be a bomb plant. Nice pose. Ooh, Jam Young's just been tagged up by that. They know he's close now. They've definitely heard that. And they've got a man disadvantage. This fight has to go their way. If Advent... Oh, no, Advent. That is just not pretty to look at whatsoever. A nade killed the Jam Young in a 1v4. Well, RIP. A little bit of damage done, but it wasn't enough. I feel like there's a ticking time clock on how long Advent stays in the playing role.
It's one of those things where he's playing a headshot angle that doesn't hit the headshot. It's just unfortunate. Like, the positions he's putting himself in are actually very clever.
Yeah.
Because, like, the player, as they walk around the edge of the sandbags, can't see him because of the way that the sandbag works. But he had the jump on him there. That should, like, if you... the problem we have is if you put any of the other 4 players in that position, they probably get that shot. Almost definitely. So,
and let's play another little game. Advent switches to coaching role, and you get Neff, and you put him in these positions. You're good.
I don't know if Neff would work, but I would.
Yeah,
the only
Neff,
reason I say
Ronan.
Ronan is because he's also Chinese.
Yeah, well, that's a very good point, in fact.
But yeah, well, you just put another Chinese player in there, like flying, for example.
Yeah,
it
100%.
might like disrupt things because obviously I don't want to take away from the other things that Advent definitely does, like setting up utility, putting in positions the other players within the roster. It's not like he's just sat there going, "We will go here, we will go here." Like, Of course, there's other aspects to his gameplay that, say, for example, you just straight swap him and Flying. Flying's not going to be that good at doing that. So there might just be someone else that you could slot in. I do think it gets to a point where if he could train this team up, like I said it before, if he could train the team up while we're still in lockdown times, it could be fantastic, as he could have the coaching and calling and then have someone else in the server. But either way, this round is underway, and Kaz needs to land this shot. Loki's been doing well on the entries. Kaze goes down, and eventually Jamyang will get the trade. He's left onto just 5 HP. There's an AWP available to him, and the bomb is going to be planted. 1 versus 1. A severe HP advantage for Techno. Jamyang's looking in the wrong direction. He needs to turn around, and he guessed correctly in the end. Techno, he doesn't even need the HP advantage. Lands the headshot, rubs it in his face, and then goes to defuse the bomb. All right, he's 16 years of age, but he's got a little spice already.
I also, just to swing back to that point real quick, I feel like if you put Ronan in, it changes the dynamic of this team so much. I actually think what they'd be looking for, if you're going to be replacing Advent specifically, is someone who can actually play that support role, but also, like, if Ronan was willing to change up his play style completely, which for a shot on Vici, I think anybody would, really. Anybody from that level anyways. But yeah, it would definitely put him a little bit out of his comfort zone, because as we said, when we look at Ronan's team, that you're very much expecting them to play around him. What we want is for them to set him up more. And you put him on a lineup like this, I don't know, he could even be the player that you want to set up, but then if you lose the critical supportive role that Advent brings to this lineup, it changes the dynamic so much. You can see at the moment. I mean, this ain't a hard strat to call, is it? Oh. Well, I mean, it was a nice setup. For the CT side, they have just wrecked before these smokes or anything can come into play. A 2v3. It's not done yet. Oh my god, that was almost an elbow hit.
Almost traced him. Check his mouth. 2 versus 3. Jamyang and Kaze. These are the two you'd want, but Jamyang already low. Kaze in a good position. Not the easiest to clear, but if you go together, unless Kaz misses his shot, I don't see a way that this can end up as 2, but Kaz doesn't peek. He doesn't peek at all. And now Kazu's been able to reposition. The time is ticking. He's going to go for a second. He finds the kill again. And Kaz is still just waiting, hoping for someone to give him a chance, and even once it's handed to him, doesn't matter anymore. Doesn't have a kit anyway, and they're going to try and get rid of this AWP, making very costly indeed. He may even just die to the bomb, trying to get out of there. Kaze's waiting. And while Kaz versus Kaze has mostly been Kaz's victory, but Kaze lets the bomb do the job.
13-12 off the back of a B rush that got shut down by a 3K straight away, and yet they're able to pull it right back, even having the man disadvantage. Have to really put the onus on those players peeking, though, without Kaz swinging, or vice versa. I'm not sure exactly what was happening in that situation, but they definitely had the need to go together. They did not use it. In a way, I understand Kaz sitting there holding the back angle, hoping that they peek, but it is a risk, and if it doesn't pay off, well, then it doesn't pay off. And you look at some of these guys, I mean, look at Rue, Blitz, Techno, they're all 52, I guess, or under ADR. It's been a really, really rough series for these guys. Considering it's such a close game, that is heartbreaking. Because Techno, I mean, he's been the god tier stand-in, the player that came into this lineup last minute and delivered far beyond what we expected. The man didn't even have the kid didn't even have a HLTV profile before this tournament started. This is the first relevant tournament that he's been in. And he's delivered. He's impressed us from start to finish. And just knowing that, you know, oh my god, what?
Well, Blair's got his clip of the day. There you go. 3 kills, spamming with the deagle. I don't think any of them were headshots either. That's absolutely ridiculous. It leaves two players standing. Hawk, he's going for the ace. There's only one man standing in his way. It's Orman to try and save this, and Hawk is going to ruin Vinci's day. He's up to 26 kills in this match. And while Blair, get ready for the clips.
Like, I'm in a spot where I'm having a chat about Techno because of the buy that they've got, and Vici, they poked the hornet's nest. Look at this. Why are they running into a deagle? They know that it's a light buy for checkmate, and they made the mistake of rushing B before, and now they rush apps. This is madness, Tom.
Yes.
Jesus. What is that decision? Oh, Advent. Well, he's a great IGL. Makes amazing decisions. Like, yeah, I can see the value you bring there. It's ridiculous. That's such a silly mistake.
Oh, they're going to run through the Molotov. They've actually managed to overwhelm one, but the spam threw the smoke back in response is likely going to give the lead over to checkmate. Also, the amount of money they've spent into this round, is it not too much to buy in the next? I don't feel like their loss bonus should be very high. If anything, I feel like they were the ones that were winning a few rounds here. So I'll be interested to see. Maybe I've just misread that completely, but yeah, last time okay, maybe it's not as bad. It's not awful, but like they lost 3 rounds in a row, then they won one off the back of Kaze. But even still, that loss bonus will be what, like 2,400, I want to say, and that's still not going to be amazing for the next round's buy. We'll see how this works out for them. They're going to rush towards the B site. There are 2 players currently waiting for the Mitch. My feed is frozen.
Oh, fantastic. Well, Techno's wrecked him with a little 2K. And it's 14-13. As I said earlier on, you know, Vici could win, should win, but checkmate might. The Dinko predictions. And looks like he's right yet again. We're in this spot where I such a depressing round to have lost it on as well. Like, this should be 14-13 for Vici. No, not even, because they wouldn't have been on pistols, because they wouldn't have lost to a deagle.
Oh, I was sort of right about the economy. It's Advent on a UMP, Khalil up for Orman, and the rest of the players have some utility missing. So they're going to have to rely on individuals. Here they go running through the smoke. A big risk taken to try and gain banana control. It does work out for them this time, although the repeat from Zoking's a little bit far in front of everyone else. Smoke's falling on both sides, and the T's are now going to try and double back with Jam Young looking to lead the charge. The thing is that they haven't baited any rotations. They may have thought that they have, but Blitz instead is going to be in a great position. He goes peeking, though. Jam Young is met with 1. He doesn't expect Hawk around the corner, but now the remaining 2 know. The nade going to be bounced out. I like that. A bit of a cheeky nade, and he's just trying to slow them down as much as possible. But Hawk actually decides, right, let's play this as a retake. Bomb going down. Rue, a little bit slow to rotate. The worry for me is this man here, Kaze. He could be such a problem. Kaz goes jumping past the angle. Oh, that shouldn't have worked, but it did. And now the maestro himself, the mind of Vici, needing to be the brawn. He gets the first headshot. One of the players is desperately low. If he can get the second kill, he's found it. And now it's left all on to Kaz. It's just got to try and clutch out, and he faces in the wrong direction. There's a kit available as well, so he'll have enough time. It was a nice attempt from Advent. It did look like, for someone who's experienced as him, he did panic a little bit towards
a little bit, yeah. Left, right, where's he
going? That looks like me, like, ah!
Like me playing Alien Isolation when I hear like a noise on the ship, like, what was that? Like looking all around, doing 360s, staring at every little like flash of light that I see. He was panicked like crazy, but he made the decision that it was probably going to be a swing to the left. It was unfortunate. Really good timing on that peak by the CT, and 15-13. Vici on the verge of losing a map that, yeah, okay, it's not their best map, and it is the one in the series where you could give the favor to checkmate, but I wouldn't even have. Looking at the win rates, yeah, sure, you can make the argument that this is a better map for checkmate, but if you look at the actual games, as I said, they played Tyloo here 5 times. They got smashed 16-2 once. Other than that, it's been a 16-14 loss, I think 2 19-17 losses, and a 19-17 win off memory, but they're very easy to remember because they're all the same, really. It's a position for Vici where they shouldn't be losing to Checkmate. They shouldn't be making decisions versus Deagles to rush apps. They shouldn't have been over-rotating on the first buy round when it came to their CT side, where they left B completely open. Then a few rounds later, they left A completely open from really light fakes. And it feels like we've seen a very different Vici. Not a Vici that's calm, collected, but one that's coming in loose. And that scares me, because this is not a team that can abandon their heavier thought process, because they don't have the individuals to play the way Tyloo do and to kind of sit back and cruise through a series in that same fashion.
But that is the weird thing as well, is that currently, like, none of the big four players that need to do the majority of the damage are playing particularly bad. The crazy thing is that it's two players from Checkmate which are currently dragging them through this match. One of them being Kaz, who's just hit his 30 bomb. He might be pressured once again. He's the solo defender. He's going to get overwhelmed by Kaze. And that's a fantastic start to this round. In fact, that's a fantastic end to this round. One kill. One kill is all it takes for the B site to fall.
It's a good sign, at least. 15-14 on the board. Checkmate saving with that economy. They'll be looking into a comfy buy for the next round, but I wonder how they'll perform under the stress. In some series, Tom, we have these positions where it doesn't really matter whose map pick is whose, right? But I feel like coming onto Nuke, that is beyond relevant. Like, if you look at Vici, Nuke is their map. It's where they play pretty damn well. If you look at Checkmate, they played it once. So, not great.
Yeah, again, like, Nuke's one where they've only had losses to Tiger, Invictus, and Beyond. And all of those maps, they hit double digits. One of them was a 16-14 in July. So they're a very good team on this map. It's one that, like, for a long time, Tyloo didn't play it against them. They finally decided to, and they lost. So it's one we expect Vici to win. If they lost that map, then I would worry about the roster. For now, though, I think Checkmate are just showing again that this is a map that they are very competent on. I'm sure maybe it's not been in the way they would have desired with, like, everybody performing, but at the same time, I think just for individuals on this map, they feel very, very comfortable. So at any moment, any player can step up and bring them through a round. And you know what, Mitch? That is what they need right now. In the next 1 minute and 15 seconds, they can deny Vici from taking this to overtime, get another victory on Inferno, prove they're a team to fear on this map at least, and have an advantage going forward into the next two. If Vici get it to overtime, however, that's where I start to fear that this could all be going wrong.
Oh, that is a brave swing by Jam Young, the man who's done so much for this team in the past. Won't be doing it here. With his loss, they've spotted a player on long. There'll be no repeat there for Kaz, even with that flash he's thrown. And his teammate chucked one over as well and double flashed it. It's heavy commitment to utility, in all honesty. They've got nothing left over towards the site. Just Techno with a single flashbang. He's playing on B. Or Hawks actually got one, sorry. But I don't think he's going to get to use it. Blitz being blitzed on. One more kill for Advent. And hold on. They're going to get a bomb plant. 10 seconds left. It's going to go down. And it's a 2v3. Zoking low HP. But Tom, the advantage of being low health on the A site. They're planting, yeah. The advantage of being 2 HP on the A site is that you can play in pit. But actually, Zoking is playing on the site. Maybe just panicked, right? You don't want to be caught on the rotate to pit. But that's a shame.
It took so long to plant that, I genuinely started to panic. Like, it just took ages. Techno. He's surely dead here. It doesn't pick the angle on Rue. He's surrounded. There's no way he wins this round. Vici have pulled it back from the depths. It's been a good performance so far. This is what I mean, though. 31 and 29 kills for Kaz and Hawk. And then the next is 13. Like, it's a few of their players having some of the roughest performances we've seen on this map. I'm pretty sure the last time they played, Blitz was the best player in the server. He's completely absent, and they're still into overtime with the likes of like Kaze's playing well, Jamyoung's playing well, Zoking's been playing well, like Orman, as you could see, he's up to 18 frags as well. It's not even like Vici are having bad performances. I think we genuinely do almost have to start questioning whether or not Checkmate are the best Inferno team in this tournament. Not the best team by any stretch of the imagination, but the best Inferno team. The only real mark they have on their record is the fact that they lost to Sigma, which still makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat there. The Sigma loss definitely doesn't make any sense, but here we go. We're jumping on into overtime, and the first round's already live with Kaz taking quite a bit of HP damage and swing. Oh my god, that's so good. So he goes back for banana control. He catches a kill to Alman and manages to get away unscathed. Great opening advantage, and the spam onto Advent. That just builds it up even more so in their favor.
The T's are going to look to still push in this direction. Jamyoung left to lurk. Got 10 assists. I always feel bad for someone when they have 10 assists. Oh, no, I know it's extra damage. That's not what the game's about, but you never like to have 10 assists. 3 players currently holding down the fort on this site. One of them being Hawk, who, as said, he's been fantastic so far. I'd love to see some sort of nade stack utilized to try and clear out the pit, because they've really struggled to deal with him throughout this map, and they're actually going to go back. Kaz now sat towards the back of the site, a position that can be relatively difficult to clear. Now, they do have multiple Molotovs available for them, but they've decided to just push this dry. I can't think of a worse idea for Vici in this round, as they finally decide to use the Molotov, but it's too late. Kaz has destroyed them. A 4K to reach his 35th kill in this map. Checkmate take the lead once again. And Vici, they got to try and break them once more.
This is so odd, Tom. Vici or not, okay, that opening duel, fine. It goes away, no problem. But then to go in here dry, the util not thrown over. I mean, that it is eventually, right? But they've already got a player out to pool by the time it goes into dark. Obviously, he was the one that threw it. They kept on facing. They gave every opportunity over to Kaz, and you cannot be doing that. This Checkmate squad is one that can punish you. We brought this up in some of the initial rounds. This is a team Vici need to treat with respect, and it is honestly looking like they're coming in with their brains turned off. Even Jamyoung Jamyoung can't get access. The timing's so good, but Blitz, he jumped, probably panic jumped on the scroll wheel, but then as he lands, he still gets the headshot. Advent's left in a 1v4. Not a player you look to win those kind of scenarios, and he can't do it. 17-15, the final round of this overtime, half number 1. Is coming up, and if Vici lose this, that could be the end. That could be the end of this map, because 3 consecutive rounds versus Checkmate on the CT side, that's doable, but it ain't gonna be easy.
One of these teams is playing like they are the out-and-out better team, taking aggressive peaks, individual fights, and dominating the server. The other team, Mitch, is Vici. That's the thing that blows my mind. Like, Checkmate are dominating these duels. They are taking peaks I would never expect them to make and winning them. This is a team playing with out-and-out confidence. Blitz in that round aggressively took a fight in the middle of the apartments. Just stood there in the face. He's had a bad game, and he was willing to do that versus Jamyoung, who we've been pretty much talking about as the best player within Asia. They are playing lights out at the moment, and they've got this crossfire. Nice entry kill from Zoking once again. Hawk, Techno chime back in a matter of seconds. Switching over to the Deagle, still wanting to fight. Could have reloaded, decided against it, but Techno is still looking to hold the line. He'll eventually be cleared out, but it's this man once again. There's no saves in this situation. There's nothing for the next round. Kaz is going to be going for it. He doesn't connect the first shot, and Orman will secure at least 1 round for the side of Vici Gaming.
38 kills on Kaz as we end overtime half 1. This guy has been insane. We've seen 38 kills before in a map loss, Tom. I have a feeling this guy's going to be hitting 40. The thing is, maybe that results in a win this time, though. Considering some of his teammates are only just breaching 10. You gotta give the man props. He's been nuts. Vici have lost a player. Attack pause comes through, and I mean, it benefits everybody a little bit more time to talk about what they want to do coming into this opening round. A very important one. And Tom, it is for Vici. I think pretty disappointing that they've ended up this close versus checkmate. And one small slip up here, one round lost, and they're minimum, they're fighting for another overtime.
Well, you know, Jam Young's about to come back as Jam Teen, and then they're gonna be screwed. He'll be in his prime. He's gonna just show up next level. He's gone Super Saiyan, and yeah, they're about to get absolutely wrecked. His hair will have changed color as well. I heard that's the thing that happens in those shows. It's gonna be like bigger and like more yellow, I guess. And he's gonna be going for about like 5 minutes. So it might take a little bit of time. That's already happened to Kaze, of course. That's what's with it. That's why his hair's out of place. The rest of them are yet to go super in this situation. But yeah. It's funny because I'm talking about a show I've never watched.
I watched the show a bit, but I played all the games. That was my thing as a kid. I'll never forget how annoyed I was when I played Dragon Ball Z a lot. And then I went to my friend's house. I brought it with me, and he wrecked me. I had this friend in school, Shane. He was always just good. Luckily, girlfriend never cheated on him 72 times, just 15. But he was actually sick at everything, at all the games we played. He was really good, especially Mario Kart. He was the best one in my school at Mario Kart. It was so annoying. I think that's why I got into gaming properly, because I just wanted to like grind so I'd be better than him. And then I got addicted. And here we are.
Great. Glad you've had your nice little trip down memory lane.
Yeah. You brought it up with Dragon Ball Z. I can see Kid Buu extending his big pink arm across the screen, punching me. Because what was I? Android 17, getting wrecked. It wasn't fun, Tom. It wasn't a good time.
Hey.
Scarred me.
Well, thankfully the game's about to begin. I don't want to hear anything else about a big pink arm. I think Dinko's brought that up enough throughout this broadcast so far. But we are going to be going into what could be the last couple of rounds of this match. Checkmate looking to try and take this up to the line. Of course, Vici needing to get the remaining rounds within this OT as they head into their CT side. Kaze back on his trusty AWP, and they're going to take deep control, or at least bait out that they're taking control of Banana. The smoke is more of just a ruse. And in fact, they've not really spotted anything out. In fact, because of that, they're starting to believe that there might be some pressure coming into the apartments.
Up through middle, a spam straight away. A risky move by Kaz, but I guess he is just feeling it right now. And hey, if you're feeling it and you're getting 38 kills, I'm going to let you do whatever the hell you want. They're going to start to back off a little bit. Utility's going to come out for long from Kaz, at least it looked like. Oh, there it is. Just didn't come up on the map for us. They've got that smoke down, and you've got a position now where Kaz is looking to spray through it, try to find a little bit of pressure, and apply that to Zhongking. And now they're moving back down towards the bottom of mid. The problem with this is, if that was to be a fake, if they were to go B now, I'd be heavily critical of this, Tom, because you throw smokes, you make noise, and then nothing. And so it becomes very obvious. And I actually think what they were trying to do here was beta rotate towards the B site, but that's just not happening.
Kaze, there's a firing squad on the other side of this wall. They're going to go walking in. The first one is handed to him for free, and the time is ticking. They need to get a move on. Zhongking has spotted the push. They should have started their rotation, but the remaining players on B are just sitting pretty. Kaze's got this. Well, you're wrong. He doesn't this time. He's going to fall. Jam Young struggling in the pit, and one by one they fall. It may only have 10 seconds on the clock, but they're going to get this bomb down. And the remaining players, well, there's a reason we don't like 10k overtime, because the right decision here is to save.
so dumb. They're actually going for it. I respect it. In the position they're in, 16 to 17, they can buy next round.
Ooh.
So why not? And okay, why not now? Absolutely. Alman is low, so it's all on Advent to get this done, really. He's got his flash lined up. Now almost cover him. They could have just swung and took that peek. He flashed the site player. The Techno had actually turned away. So he was able to take that kill, close out the round now with the save of Alman coming through. Very exciting stuff with him saving in a pit. And Techno's even hunting. He won't be hunting in the right direction. Alman tucks away for long enough. Oh, he might be spotted. Techno wisely runs up middle. Or Alman, rather. That's 16 to 18. 2 consecutive rounds now needed back to back, or else we'll be finishing things here and going on to map number 2 with a 1-0 advantage for Checkmate. As I said, I still think Nuke is going to be easily Vinci's. So this pretty much confirms 3 maps if Checkmate can win one of these rounds.
Advent getting a taste of his own medicine. He's going to throw a nade back in response. Again, he chips away at a few different players, but nothing to really write home about. About 40, 50 odd damage. Omen getting ready to throw the smoke down. It is looking like they're just going to burst into the B sides, and that's one thing I really will critique Vici for, is their rotations have been incredibly slow. It's almost like they're playing on hard mode. There's never anybody there in time. They stick to these standard setups. They don't have many gamble stacks. And because of that, it's very easy for Checkmate to take either one of these sites. The boost up over the top is risky, though. Kaz has handed a kill away, and that's not what you want to see in a team that are close to taking this over the line. Rue is surviving on his last legs in the corner of the site, but the time is ticking. The counter utility has bought them some extra moments on the clock. 20 seconds for Vici to stay within this map, and it doesn't look like it's happening. They're being picked apart, and Checkmate have done it again. They've beaten Vici, they've beaten Tyloo, and almost cemented themselves as the best Inferno team in this tournament. I am surprised still, even though they've done it in the past, and now they go in with a 1-0 lead to, well, what is going to be Nuke.
They do indeed. Nuke looks very favored to Vici, but that's an impressive showing by Checkmate, taking them down on a map where Vici have previously shown, okay, the win rate isn't amazing, but the teams they've played are fantastic. Altogether, I'm impressed with Checkmate, and I think we are seeing the better version of them, not the one we saw the other day. Let's bring in Bland Dinko and see what they thought of that one. Now, Dinko, I told you, you might have a few minutes to get your relaxation schedule out due to this map being a little bit quicker, but it looks like you had plenty of time to unwind.
Yeah, I did. It was a nice, relaxing few hours, I guess. Yeah, that felt like 2 maps. That was a really long one. And well, coming into this, Vici, bit of an underperformance, I think, to say the least. It's a big performance from Checkmate, though. I don't want to take it away from them. That was a huge step up from this team. I kind of give up on them the other day, to be honest. I thought, okay, maybe we've kind of overestimated this team, but that was a bad day for them. Individuals weren't showing up. Today is a different story. These guys were so confident, taking fights, some ridiculous fights against some of the best players on the continent. This Checkmate team are exciting, and I love the Mongolia region. It just keeps pumping out these new players, and Techno, I see a little bit of BM from him, so hopefully he can turn into a bit more of a solid player and across the board, you know, much more consistent, that we just see him have a good future in the scene. Because he's got the showmanship a little bit coming through there, so hopefully the more he develops, the more exciting he becomes.
Yeah, and one thing which surprised me a little bit, Mitch, would be how Vici CD side was so, you pointed out at the end of that overtime as well, it was so stagnant. It was so trepidant. It's almost like they were playing reactive to a team. Like I said, this is Vici, a known entity, a team who've played in a major, for crying out loud, against a team who didn't exist, I think, a couple of months ago, mind you. These are players who got cobbled together, and they were playing like the underdogs. It's so crazy to see.
The thing that kind of upset me about Vici CT side was how, okay, Tom mentioned that you saw them play these default setups. They didn't really take any gamble stacks. It wasn't just that. It was also the fact that we saw them play the default setups and not go for any information. They never actually called for those rotations. And then to take it one step further, even when they got info, like one of the last rounds towards the A site, there was sprays going down. They knew there was players there. And there was nothing. There were still 2 players on B by the time they'd wrapped up all the way up long, gotten through the smoke, and killed Kaze on site. Then they went, hey, should we rotate to A? And then the answer was no, because we've lost A. Everyone's dead. So it was really weird to see them play that safe CT side.
Yeah. Something else I want to point out is you can see on the scoreboard right now. When you take a look at Vinci's scoreboard and you see 16 beside it, that looks normal, right? Kaze at the top with Jam Young, plus 20 kills, nearly getting the 30 kills between them. Then Alman, Zoking, and Advent at the bottom. That's a pretty normal looking scoreboard for Vici. So it's not like anybody massively underperformed either.
True.
It was actually just impressive from Checkmate. You can see Kaz
69 kills,
31 and Hulk, 69 between 2 players. That's a huge step up from 2 individual players. And for me, the most exciting player on this team is Kaz, because he's just so consistent, especially on Inferno. The stuff he can do on that CT side is ridiculous.
What's really impressive for me is the fact that Blitz had the same number of kills as Advent, and Blitz is a player we look up to, right? He usually is a monster wherever they play. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's what it is. Coming up is going to be Nuke. Now, let's be real here. This team, Checkmate, they can play Inferno, 100%. They might even be one of the top teams right now in the region. I know we don't have much information to work with, but they've beaten VG, they've beaten Tyler, so I'm going to say it. They're very, very good on this map. Tom, very quickly before we go to a break. Nuke? No. Mirage? Maybe?
It's 2 on VG. It's 2 on VG. I can't believe that they're going to take any of the other maps. I'm really impressed with their Inferno. I'll give them that. They played great. They would need to hit a whole new level if they're going to take this. That's just a fact. Vici are good at the last 2 maps.
I like to believe in our Mongolian brothers. But whether that's going to happen or not, we're going to be finding out. Coming up next is going to be Nuke, ladies and gentlemen. The day is not quite done yet. So we're going to go to a very quick break, and we'll be back with more action here in the Perfect World Asia League 2020 Fall Edition.
Welcome back, folks. We're ready to go with map number 2, which is, of course, Nuke between Vici and Checkmate. Now, Tom, it's no secret. This one ain't gonna look too pretty for Checkmate. On paper, at least, this is one where Vici should dominate. This team are almost untouchable on this map, and certainly for a team like Checkmate, after a close performance on what is by far their best map, this one should not be pretty.
Yeah, like they
different
got
agent skins.
They got banged out by Invictus on this map, and like Invictus, I wouldn't rate as a particularly good Nuke team. Like, they're not bad. They went close versus Vici, but Vici ended up just stringing that back. So I would expect a lot here. Interestingly, they've chosen to start T-side. Maybe they've got a plan, because this pistol round seems to be going very well indeed, as they have found 3 openers. Well, it's left on to Kaze and Orman. Trying to bring this one back. I think there was actually a TK in there somewhere, but nonetheless, they are still in a 1 versus 3 situation. Kaze left alone. All he has is a flashbang to his name and his trusty P2K. While with the bomb planted, I don't see much of a miracle happening here.
And Kaze's just going to be tiptoeing away. I mean, he's got nothing to save, really. P2000, the flash. That's not going to even be carried over. But at least Rue dies to the bomb. That's something, Tom. That's an upside for sure. The Checkmate, they come out on top. They come out smelling like roses in that round. And Vici, well, the force buy is, of course, coming through from these guys before I can even mention that it might be. Well, that said, there's a scout. Kaze hasn't actually fully invested just yet. I want to see what they go for. A very scrappy opening round. It definitely comes out looking a whole lot better for Checkmate than you'd like. And Kaze keeps up the 1300. I like that, just so we can get the AWP out as soon as he can for the outside control.
I am really interested by the point that they've started to choose, or decided to choose the T side to start. That's really interesting. I guess maybe just feeling like if they can get off to a good start on the T side, maybe they can sort of rally the troops enough to have a good CT side on a map they're not too comfortable on. It's still a surprising idea, though, because this map is historically very CT-sided. Not so much as it used to be, of course, with this iteration of it, with teams getting better and better, it seems. But, yeah, to choose to start there, that's unheard of. Orman tries to go for the fadeaway deeg. There's something so satisfying about somebody hitting a 1 deeg where they switch to their knife afterwards. I don't know why. I think it just looks so much better than a normal kill.
It's just sheer confidence.
Yeah. It's like not looking at explosions. Yeah. It's like just that walk away of like, I didn't even need a second bullet. Unfortunately for Orman, he did.
Yeah, it's like the one taps as well with an AK. Someone just peeks out, one taps, flicks away. You're like, yeah, I know I killed you.
It's always great at the end of a game as well. Like, I like it happened to me the other day where you go to spray, but the first bullet lands the headshot, so the game obviously just ends. And well, obviously, you know, Jordan, he goes, "Did you mean to do that?" I was like, "Yeah."
Yep, one tap, baby. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, I don't have the balls to do that unless I'm like pre-firing an angle or just like jiggling. This round, not going to be much invested. The plan here for Vici is to do some damage, as you mentioned. Kaze already saving enough money for the AWP, and Advent also with a little bit extra to invest into some grenades. It'll be a decent buy for Vici coming into the next round, and that's where we should see a turn of the tides. But I'll be honest, it looks like at the moment Checkmate are just playing with confidence. And although that sounds like a pretty cop-out thing to say, sometimes that can be enough. Like if they're just feeling themselves, they go aggressive, they start taking fights that Vici aren't used to playing against, which, let's be honest, they should be used to most things, playing up against Tyloo and Invictus on a regular basis. But let's just, for story's sake, say that they're not expecting it. Maybe they can scrape out some extra rounds. The problem is, I don't think this is a map they're comfortable on, and that's based off the one map that they've played where they lost 16-7.
Definitely not confidence inspiring for sure. And I do wonder about the depth of their T side when they come up against the full buy. Exactly what we're going to see. I'm quite excited, to be honest, because you only have that one game sample size. Who knows? Maybe Checkmate come in and they are confident. If they could take down Vici, they would join a very exclusive list of teams that have beaten them on Nuke, first of all, but then beaten them in a series as well.
Yeah, I feel like that list currently goes what? Tyloo, obviously. Invictus. Tiger? I don't know if there's... Maybe Beyond as well. Beyond might have taken them in a series at some point.
Old Beyond, not this one. Not the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, like what old form Beyond, I guess you could call it. Because technically, they've not changed much.
Yeah, the lineup is the same, but they tend to only lose to the kind of top teams within the region. And here we go. Oh no, Advent jumped on his head. That's so unfortunate. The spray from Jam Young a little bit premature. Or maybe a little bit late, I suppose, as he comes through just as the player steps back. A 3v4. Player Advent's giving away his position. Or Ammon even. I don't know what you do at this point. Do you go for it? 20 seconds to get in there and defuse? I don't think so.
Well, it looks like they agree with you. Jam Young, Kaze, just sat outside. And I do quite like what we're seeing at the moment from Checkmate, because they're just sticking to the basics. And that's if you're not a team that's particularly comfortable, that's the best you can do. Just go, okay, let's just work off our individual skill. We've been out fragging them for the majority of the last match. Let's just keep doing that. Let's ride the wave of our confidence. And I think that played a big part in them choosing the T side, I'll be honest. Just going, okay, how can we set the pace ourselves? How can we make sure that we're choosing where this battle goes down? Well, we start on the T side. And thus far, well, the kill spread on their team is currently between 2 and 3. So it's every single player performing, feeling confident, knowing that they're battling versus a titan of the Asian Counter-Strike scene. The well-known number 2. Well, it's another buy. Vici obviously keeping the majority of their players alive in the last round with the maximum loss bonus allows them to invest into this one. Kaze looking like he might be about to be challenged, and the CT side have gone aggressive on the outside. Kaz has managed to trade back 2 of the aggressive players. He had a phenomenal first map, and it looks like he is not stopping.
Ruse picked up Advent, and so it's not just Kaz that's going to be doing the heavy lifting. Jam Young, oh, it's a great position, and the timing is fantastic. He sneaks in and gets a kill for free. Kaz thinks he's sneaking behind him. He thinks he's got the play, but Jam Young's aware, and so it's a 1 versus 2. Kaze, the target of Rue's aggression, but on his route through, he's being very, very cautious, waiting for his teammate to come through so they can jam themselves right into this site. Gotta be careful on the drop down there. Jam Young stays nice and healthy. He gets sprayed away, but Kaze knows exactly where he is now. Oh, what? What was that shot by Rue? How did he connect that? I didn't even see him.
Well then, that's one hell of a way to win yourselves a round. This started so wonderfully. Kaz with some crisp, clean, well, we'll say shots. And then, well, there was this from Rue. First kill goes his way.
Oh,
just a reaction.
no.
That was pure reactions. Nothing more, nothing less. 5-0 for Checkmate. And while Vici are going to invest back into this one, bear in mind, again, they only managed 7 rounds versus Invictus when they played them on this map. They're already up to 5.
The groundwork's being done, man. I mean, Checkmate, they're not here messing around. You got Kaz showing up. Big plays early on by Rue. I mean, he was going into the second half of overtime with 10 kills on the previous map. And he's already had way more impact coming into this half. No, this map. They have lost Blitz, who's had a shocking series alongside Techno. And Rue. Does he check above him as he goes out? No, he doesn't. That's dangerous. Advent picks up one. He's not quite quick enough for the next, but Kaze. So, you knew he was there! Oh, that's a silly mistake. Looking up towards heaven. Hawk grabs the first deep nade to do a little bit of damage. It does none. Must have bounced down.
He has the bomb.
It's doable, right? He can get into vents easily.
Well, I don't know about easily. Although Kaze actually looks away. Oh, timing is everything. He's managed to thread the needle. Kaze was watching that spot, well, ironically, like a hawk, and then decided to fall back at the perfect moment. Now, they'll hear the door. This is where he should go straight for the plant. Gets into an after plant position. Now, there's already going to be Kaze around the ramp. I don't know if you expect him to be here so soon. And Kaze does not miss. 5-1. It took some time, but Vici are onto the board. But that round itself was a costly one. Even the extra damage done towards the end could still put them in an awkward position for the next couple of rounds.
I'm kind of on the checkmate train, to be honest. Not even because I have dinner reservations. I've got time. Got time to burn. But I do feel like, you know, Vici are making a couple of mistakes. They did look shaky when it came to Inferno. And yes, this is a good map. And I do think they're going to answer back. I don't imagine... I would be surprised if Checkmate got anywhere near double digits on this half. I think you're probably looking at 7 rounds to close it out. But even still, I mean, that's a reserved estimate. And that is pretty damn good. You get 7 rounds T-side versus Vici. Tom, correct me if I'm wrong here. I'd like to know your opinion on this one, but for me, presuming Checkmate don't know Nuke that well, right? Presuming that one official scales with the level of practice they have on this versus other maps. Excuse me. I reckon that Checkmate will do better on the T side, or at least it will be easier for them on the T side than the CT. Because when you've got to play proactive rotations against a team like Vici, how they normally play Nuke anyways, I see that as a very, very difficult time to make any calls.
Yeah, I think as well, like, having a stand-in that is being put into so many pivotal roles, like, if he's having to try and hold on to ramp solo versus a team like Vici, that's going to be really difficult. So I think their confidence will need to be sky high, and I think they're going to need a lot of T-side rounds, but they've got off to one hell of a good start. The money for Vici, well, they'll get at least a decent amount of loss bonus into the next round, but it won't be pretty if they lose this one. So this is where the Chinese powerhouse, with a little bit mixed in, needs to show that they are the raid boss that they are when it comes to this region, especially when it comes to this region on Nuke. There was a reason that this map was not played by Tyloo, and I don't think it's because they were scared of any other team. I think it's because they didn't want to play Vici on this map. It didn't reign true. Now, that fear has disappeared recently. They might need to put the fear of God back into Tyloo as the playoffs loom, but they're not doing that right now. The T's have come up with a double trade. Is anybody watching that smoke? Orman, the spam through would be enough to deny them, but in fact, they're going to re-smoke him out. Molotov thrown in to leave Kaze out of position. They're not leaving anything unchecked, at least for now. Still trying to peer over. And there comes this one way onto the paint pot to try and clear out some of these closer angles. Hawk has spotted them. Kaz with the trade, but Orman finds one more. It's left all onto Rue. Same spot, same position, but not the same result. It's Vici to come back into this with a second round onto the board. It's ever so close, and the bomb plant will help out Checkmate a bit. It might leave Hawk on a little bit less cash, but a MAC-10 on Nuke, it can work.
It definitely can. And pretty much any weaker weapon can work on this map, similar to Inferno, just because there's so many of those angles you can hold close. You want to go down in events, you want to play on top of Hut, or just close Squeaky. You can play ramp with it as well, you can get boosted up. There's a lot of versatility on the CT side. And then you look at the attacking, well, as long as you get into secret or down vents, you're good to go. Hold down a lot of map control for your teammates, but for Checkmate, I see them setting up, well, they were setting up the smokes for outside. Now they're gone. They're flying out there already. Flash is in play just to pull these players back. And Jam Young, well, he's going to be smoked off by a CT smoke. Now that allows him to get up on top of the barrier on his left side and see above it. But for now, he's holding very, very passive. These Deagles, this Deagle, able to get right up in his face and look for a kill. That timing is terrible. I like dropping the nade. That's actually done quite a bit of damage as well.
Yeah, they are very low and pushing through a smoke, but Jam Young on the other end is not always ideal. Techno, though, has done a good job of at least trying to bring this back, but the HP of the remaining players is horrific. 10 apiece. With the other side so healthy. It's a risky face from Kaze, but he wins the duel at least. Oh, for Techno, no real good decision here. Saving the AK will leave him with a disproportionate amount of money to the rest of the squad. Fighting, well, maybe he can make things a little bit more costly, but he'll have nothing for the next round. And with Kaze spotting him out, gonna switch over to the M4. The spray doesn't quite do as much damage as he was hoping, and he's kind of got nowhere left to run. There's no good decision. He's going to actually double back around and end up in Orman's crosshair. It is 5-3. Vici start to grind things back.
It's going to be a slow road, though. I mean, the road to progress, it always is, but they have made it hard. Very hard for themselves. But then again, that's the thing that we always say, right? Those early rounds, they're not always repeatable. It's the fact that there were 2 full buys in there, Vici saving over in one of them very early on. And quite convincing rounds. Now we... Oh, whoa, okay. Just a straight rush out through the door. I feel like we could have seen a little bit more utility in this round, as in we could have seen some utility in this round. And it's not uncommon, Tom, for some teams... Oh! What was that, man? That was a drive-by shooting. Oh my god. Let's see that again in slow-mo. We have to. God, what is up with Checkmate, dude, and these, like, quick fadeaway shots? I'm loving it. I feel like sometimes you can buy utility instead of a pistol. Like, what's going to do better for you? A flash or a P250? Or an extra P250, like... This first one, it's whatever. He does a good job. Taps him up. It's on the swing. Oh, no. It's nasty. Just as the nade comes in as well. He's like, I'm taking you with me.
Even still, Vici now with a streak of rounds. 4 in a row after what was a strong start to Checkmate. We're starting to see them rise to the occasion. Jam Young's going to be pressured off the ramp. A little bit of damage done off the back of utility, but the ground that's been gathered that plays the most crucial part for Checkmate in this position. Seems like they might have the idea of actually wrapping back around. Kaz is going to get another entry, looking to try and almost do this on his own, but he gets caught out by Zoking. Rue, however, is quick to get the trade, and in a flash, they've taken complete control of this A site. Jam Young, play through this vent would be bold. He needs his teammates to make some sort of distraction, to give him an angle, to give him a way back into the site, and Kaze and Orman are somewhat sectioned out. Orman's going to have to be the one to make the move first, and he doesn't really have any support as of right now. The spam through doing some damage. Jam Young has managed to find a pick. In fact, they're all falling, and in a moment...
Well, momentary lapse of judgment there.
Oh, it was such a perfect retake as well. Like, they did everything right, and then it just ends with that, which it almost takes away from how wonderful that retake was.
Well, sometimes you gotta have some fun. You gotta play catch with your buddies. Jam Young, for all his troubles, all his struggles, and all he's done for the team, gets taken out. 5-5. 5-5. And if you're Vici at the moment, yeah, it's starting to heat back up a little bit. That oven is definitely warmed on up. Oh, this is so dangerous by Jamyoung. I do not like that at all. And he gets wrecked for it. Big risk and a lot of map control loss. Where do they go from here? Oh, they've gotten all the way over to observation room already. Zoking, well, he goes through for the peak by himself. Kaze was there for a little bit of utility support. With no kills going his way. As a 5v3 retake, and I mean, it's not like Vici have got the most money here, Tom. They could be considering the save. The old penny pinching.
Oh, it seems like, again, it's more these just brute force plays. Like, those are ones that we've seen many a time go completely wrong and a multi-frag come in for the player on the other side, but this time it works out for them. And that's basically all they've been doing. They've just been catching a few players off guard, doing some sheer brute force 5-man pushes in one direction. Either that, or maybe Kaz has found them an opener somewhere. Well, it will be 6-5 now in favor of Checkmate. Still a solid T-side. The main reason we're sort of putting an asterisk on how well they're doing is because we don't know how they're going to perform on the CT side, if we're being brutally honest.
Yeah, of course. It's always a little bit of an up and down one for you. You know, that score only goes up in one direction, but it might go up on the other side. And that's the problem with Checkmate. I hope their CT side brings us something good, because this is a serious opportunity for them to deliver a solid performance versus one of the best teams in the region. And having already beaten Tyloo on Inferno, I mean, it's a spot where you're smiling. With a 1-round lead on the T side, 6 on the board. As I said, I see them finishing around 7. I think possibilities there to bring a little bit further, though, considering where the economy's at for Vici. This one buy round essentially is 2. And even though Blitz gets a great trade on the Jamyoung, Zoking was there to eliminate Hawk and put this into a 2-man advantage. Turned into 1 for Vici. They've got map control as well. Mostly towards the A site. But a passive hold on ramp. So the only downside is that they could maybe go down vents quite quickly and get the B side overtaken. And obviously the fact that Secret's completely open, but that's not a concern for another couple seconds.
Kaze taking quite a wide angle on this. Shot missed and just about gets around the corner. He's been taking some fairly risky peaks in this game, and if you notice, he's currently 3-4, so in terms of impact, very little. A lot of the time ended up saving. And they've had this wrap around into the B site. Techno will be getting the plant down. Blitz taking some initial damage, but is still trying to hold on to the vents. He's failed, though, and that could be a problem. Techno and Orman both completely whiffing their spray, but for the side of Checkmate, that's a far worse scenario, as currently in a 2 versus 4. They have so many players to find. Advent takes the peak. Techno's just gone huge. A triple spray down for the youngster, and now it's left all onto Zoking. He needs the quad kill to win this one. Bomb's going to be tapped. He's going to fall for it. The door's open, and he gets the headshot as well. What a play. Techno 4K is the name, and he will get the 7th round for Checkmate. What a ridiculous clutch that was.
Absolutely insane work by this young gun. The stand-in for the team. The player we said on the previous map we needed to see more from. Well, he is delivering. That is for sure. What a clutch. What a round. And what a win. As Checkmate takes 7. That is the milestone I said I thought they'd finish on. But now they're up against an Eco, Tom. So odds are they push all the way to 8. I mean, this is looking like an amazing half for Checkmate. Their CT side, although I don't think it's going to be as good, it only needs to match it. And I've already brought it across the line. That's clean as well. That's not so clean.
Yeah, if the other was clean, that was definitely dirty. But, you know, both are good.
It's good to be dirty sometimes. Just ask Dinko.
I knew that was coming.
Like
I resisted saying it, and I was like, no.
Just like when he goes for a run, because he goes out, he lives in the countryside. So I remember he sent me some drone footage. He had a drone out. He was out in the countryside. He was running along the fields, and it was pretty muddy. It was pretty dirty, but it's good.
Running along the fields.
Well, yeah, of course. It's just going for a jog, going for a
Theresa
walk.
May.
Yeah,
I was
very
frolicking
naughty.
in the fields of wheat.
The naughtiest thing I've ever done. But yeah, Dingo loves to do some dirty stuff like that in fields. But at the end of the day, you know, he's fitter for it. He's healthier for it. And I respect it. He also records it with a drone and sends it to me, as I said. But I don't know if he wants that shared. Has he tried to smoke that and then realized he had a flash?
Who knows?
It looked like maybe it was actually a pop flash around the corner. Could have been. It just kind of for a second I was like, did he just try to bounce that off the molly and then go?
Here we go.
Oh, that's a flash.
Here we go. It's a wraparound. Ormond started strong. Zoking is going to get one. And this is looking like a much better round. However, Rue has shot another. The timing, though. Oh, he's got the kill. What's just happened? Jam Young. What's gone wrong? And look at the HP. They're both surviving by the skin of their teeth. But they've got an afterplant situation. This seems to be the way that things just go for Checkmate. Ormond is peeking over the top. The timing doesn't quite work out for him. Look at this wraparound as well. They know they have to try something spicy. So Hawk has gone for the big brain play around the world, up the ladder, right behind them. There's no way they'll be expecting him to be here. And Ormond, he's going to tap onto the bomb. No, he tries to get two and he's got nothing instead. The round's gone. Oh, I appreciate the attempt by Hawk, but he got greedy. And that's going to be Vici just about getting that round over the line. It should have been an easy one for them after the start they had. But damn, that was close.
You know the good old saying, get greedy and get shot by an M4 you didn't think was looking at you. And that's exactly what's happened to Hawk, as the old parable says. I was an AK, so, I mean, a little bit different than the prophecy. That's upsetting. Because you're looking at a potential 9th round on the board. Vici fallen way behind. 9-5 last round. They come into this, that wouldn't be great, but instead they can now pull this up to an almost equalized position. With a pistol round, they can take the lead. This is depressing for sure, but those are the kind of rounds you have to put behind you. Just get on with the future. And a man disadvantage straight away as Kaz. 38 kills in the previous map, but this one he's taken out straight away in the final round, and they're being absolutely dominated. This looks like it's going to be the end of the half, and 7 rounds for Vici. They've been thrown a lifeline, and now they just need to hang on.
Honestly, I've really enjoyed this series so far. Like, I'm genuinely enjoying this match. It's fun, and that's not something I've said too much. Like, a lot of these... Let's not talk about those smokes. A lot of these moments we've sort of said have been like crazy or ridiculous, but they've had some just great individual plays themselves. Checkmate's putting up numbers. They're pushing Vici to the limit on a map which has been their bread and butter. It's been their home turf. Nobody's allowed to touch this map when Vici are on the board, especially not a team that has come through the qualifiers, especially not a team that when we sort of saw them, I know you guys were like, D13 didn't make it. Like, that was the initial response. Now we're raving about them as a team we want to see in the playoffs, a team that plays good Counter-Strike. And look at this aggression in the pistol round. They're going to be clearing out a lot of information. The Julie's on Tekaz. It's like he's trying to play into my favor. A pair of guns I've seen ace before, but he's going to have to do something pretty impressive to match that. Jam Young is going to put him down before any sort of kills can come up. Techno tapping away. Rue's in the middle of the fight. How's he here? How is he surrounded by players? What? That made no sense. He just runs through a smoke and catches them out. Bomb ticking away. Zoking has found a good position from Kaze, but the shot's not quite being connected, and they need to get someone on that bomb relatively soon. There's only 15 seconds, and they don't have a kit available to them. Techno, he's going to find one, but he's got to spot out Kaze, and they need to be defusing. I think it's too little, too late. The youngster can't do anything this time, and Kaze is hunting him down. It will be Techno with the final kill, but it is Vici with the round.
Vici taking it across the line, and that pistol round, as I said, was something that they definitely wanted to be winning. Obviously, just with a bomb plant alone puts them in a position where they can buy up coming into the next round, so it wouldn't be a tragedy. But having the round win under their belt means that if they force buy, then there's really not a lot. There is a lot separating the two buys. Vici should be coming out ahead, and yeah, they've gone for the force buy. Now just take a look. Even with the loss bonus you get with no bomb plant, obviously because they're the CT side and they don't get money for bomb plants unless they're traders, then it's SMGs in play, one pistol which is already gone, and it's versus a well, all right, that's one way to do it. They just wrap up behind them.
They've done that in 2 rounds. They did that in the pistol as well. They just ran straight through round, but I guess they realized they went, well, they didn't see it last round. So let's give it another go. Unfortunately, we're met with the same result. The bomb's going to be going down on the B side. Orman this time is holding for rotations, but he doesn't expect the double backstab coming out from Techno. He's just been played. Oh, these rounds are manic. And in another world, I'd probably be losing my mind, but I think at this point, I'm just going with it. I've embraced the madness. They do have a kit. 20-odd seconds on the clock. This is a bold play to go for. Rue's even retrieved a rifle and Advent in an audacious position. It won't be expected. No trade available just yet, but it eventually comes in. And as said, Rue has a kit. He's going to throw down the smoke. He's going to try and just stick this defusal. It might not be expected for Zoking that he has a kit, and I think he's got it. Checkmate are going to take another round away from the clutches of Vici Gaming. And dear Lord, this team, man, this team.
Something else, bro. I was really nicely read as well. Sticking it off to the side, not the angle that was being sprayed. He only survived like one more bullet and he was gone. I love the adaptation early round as well. The adaptation to just go in for that aggressive play. The double flank as well. I mean, they caught them off guard with the numbers and really showed you how to work around where you've got those SMGs. But it comes down to that. Rue, 20 HP after the spray up. He gets the kill in the end, but it was already done at that point. 9-8. For the CT side, well, I reckon everybody's smiling, Tom. I don't think anyone's going to be all too upset.
Yeah, I can't even question things anymore. They're competing. They're competing with a top team within Asia. And I don't even think it's that Vici are playing bad. Like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're not hitting their level today. But, like, we've seen some crazy spray downs from Kaze. We've seen him hit some nice shots. Jamyung's the only question mark. I don't think he's been at his level. I think that's the one player where I would look at him and go, okay, I've seen much better from Jamyung. But at the same time, if the rest of the team are performing, that should have been enough. Like, Zoking had a pretty good first map. For someone, when he performs, they normally win because he's the entry fragger. Like, if he even goes even, I would say that's good for an entry fragger. Like, your Apexes, your Duprees. Like, if they play well, it's normally game over. So the fact that they managed to take that first map is impressive. Now they've got the man advantage once again. It is another investment from the side of Vici. They've made the realization that they can take this lower bomb site. However, I don't think they've realized Techno's here, but he gets nothing done. Jamyung with the opener. The trades once again as Kaz and Kaze trade lives. Well, eventually comes down to a 3v3.
Oh, man. Oh, it's a big play with the Tech 9. He's coming up behind, but he gets spotted. What a lucky play by Hawk that he happened to be looking that way. Rue finds Zoking, and it's all onto Advent. He's burnt alive as well, cremated in the corner. As double digits will be reached for Checkmate. And a 2-0, which we all thought it was going to be, might still be coming through, but not quite in the favor of the team that we thought would win. Might be getting ahead of myself there, but with the CT side we've seen from Checkmate so far, I mean, there's been cracks, there's been problems. You look at the amount of space Vici have been able to find for some of these flank plays. It's definitely not ideal, but might be enough.
Well, this team has definitely put themselves on the map when it comes to, like, doing damage, I suppose. They've taken maps off pretty much every... Have they taken maps off every one of the top teams? They've definitely taken it off Tyloo. They beat Tiger. Did they get a map off Invictus? I feel like they did. Can check. You can have the mic, Mitch.
Thank you. Please post it. It should be here in a few days. This is a pretty solid hold up against the Pistols. They've lost one player. They have got a low HP Blitz, but he won't be engaging any further with Rue coming on the flank play, catching him off, and putting 11-8 on the board. Checkmate.
They did take one.
Okay. But they cleanly sweep up that round. Put themselves in a position where, obviously, they're 3 ahead coming into the buy round for Vici. And they've got a decent bit of money built up. I'm a fan of this position. If I was on the panel, I would be sliding the percentage slightly towards checkmate. I'd give them like a 60% chance of winning this map.
Well, the only teams they've lost cleanly to are Bren and Sigma. That's the only thing that sort of blows my mind is their losses are illogical. Like, they beat Beyond, they beat Tiger, they lost closely to Invictus and Tyloo, and then they get banged by Bren and Sigma. Like, this team make no sense, but I think that's what sort of makes them almost charming. Charming's the word I'd use. A very sort of posh British word, I would say. But I'm maybe showing myself up a little bit here, Mitch. Got to be more Essex, you know, like Hawker.
Oi, oi, it's your boy Hawker.
The thing is, I'm from Essex as well, but I just don't try and pull that off because it doesn't work for me. Either way, though, nice flashbang in. Forcing players to look away. The retake's looking good. That is some sneaky play coming out, and there's only one man standing. It's Kaze. He tries his best to hold on, but it is not enough. Another retake, another bomb plant, another position where it looked like it was going to go the way of Vici Gaming, but they can't hold on. And that's the thing. I think they've made the same realization that, okay, we can have B whenever we want. I think they've only held it once.
Could be. Over checkmate, 12-8, a spot. I'm getting scared. I'm starting to quake in my boots a little bit, I'll be honest. Wait, Hulk had changed his thing. What was it? I'm going through his YouTube to try and find it.
Oh, God.
Oh, it was the next best UKCS player. Hold on. Oh, my God. What is it? Oh, God. It's so bad. Oi, bruv. I heard you wanted some more UKCS players.
Oh, God. Brew and Techno. Hawker. They're getting so aggressive. No position on this map is sacred. They will take it away, but this time Kaze's there to punish, but he doesn't expect the third. Still, though, the trades have gone back and forth. Rue is left low on HP. Kaz has found a kill, but Orman should have him dead to rights. He takes a little bit of HP damage. The same can be said. They're dead even in this scenario. He's made it down the vent, and back to B we go. The same as before, the same as prior. We've seen this after plant position many a time, and Orman, I don't think he realizes that he's going to be coming down the vent. Oh, you melon. You absolute melon. You've just screwed that up beyond belief. He had the drop on him, and instead, he's gone back up the ladder. Does Orman know? I don't think he knows. He's already out. He's spamming the door. This is both players just completely confused as to where the other is. Kaz, it seems like he now has the realization, but will he check this close call? And Orman should have him dead to rights, but Kaz wins it anyway. He couldn't have played that worse and still manages to get the kill. This is unbelievable. How many rounds is that now that the bomb's gone down in a row? Like, I want to check it. I want to check how many times now. So it went round, the bomb went down in round number 2, round number 3. It didn't go down in number 4. I'm sure it went down in the last round as well. So yeah, I think every single round except once, they have got the bomb down. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7. And they've only won one of those rounds, and that was the pistol.
Let's let that sink in a little bit. Because this has been nothing but underwhelming from Vici over these last couple of rounds. Let's see what they're going to be able to muster now, though, on the full buy. As they go for a fast strategy towards outside, swinging down into secret. Players from Checkmate haven't yet rotated down, so this could be a pretty open position to play from. Techno, he's on his way along the catwalk over towards observation window. He's going to have to take a fight. They've spotted him in the open, but he takes a double, shuts them down, gets himself over behind the site, and he's looking for more. His teammates here to support, watching the single door, drops down to look at double. And he's going to back on up. This is Vici re-gearing themselves to take this A site. But that's a devastating start, Tom, because that should have been a free kill onto Techno.
Hawk's position is a good one as well. He's got to be careful, though. He's trying to make sure he keeps an eye on Heaven, and he will! Clinical! And then he's going to get the second as well. This team is playing lights out at the moment. You can tell they're pumped up. This is what I wanted to see. The individuals of this roster are showing up beyond belief, and Vici are starting to look deflated. It's not even like they're doing anything wrong in these situations. Sure, maybe they peaked a little bit before the flash, but they try and adapt, they try and trade, and each time there's a man of checkmate to multi-frag the round for them. They are playing lights out. This is the best performance we've seen from this roster, without a doubt. And that includes them beating Tiger. They are just 2 rounds away from taking this, but we can't take anything lightly, Mitch. We know who they're against. Vici, I believe, were losing 14-7 to Invictus when they played earlier in the tournament. They won that map, and it was Nuke. So I am not counting them out until it says 16 and we're looking at the end with all the players disconnecting.
Now this is unbelievable, Tom, and genuinely a game that I've enjoyed start to finish. My only concern was that we would end up with Vici coming in and dominating checkmate on this map. It is a map where, by all rights, Vici should be dominating checkmate. The fact that we have ended up in this position is blowing my mind, and it's showing the respect that we've had for checkmate since the start of this tournament, Tom. Since, I think, the second time that we saw them, we all fell in love with them. You and I were casting, and we were saying how this team seems to have a lot of potential. They play the most structured Counter-Strike of the bottom 5 teams, and here they are, taking down possibly the most structured team in Asia. Checkmate. 1 round basically away, unless they let Kaze have a 1v4, which I'm desperately hoping won't happen. Oh, okay, there we go. Techno from behind closes it 15-8. Tom, I'm gonna just say this loudly and clearly for the people in the back. For Vici to beat checkmate, they need to get 7 rounds in a row, then win in overtime, then win map 3 of Mirage, excuse me. That is a lot of win conditions for a team who are the second best in the region.
It's a shame we don't have Dinko's bleep right now ready for the stream, because I want to say it's absolutely ridiculous. I'll censor myself. Nice start. Orman, he's trying to take this into his own hands. Instead, Rue has found the opener. Look how aggressive they're being. They've taken positioning all the way through the lobby. They've gone back around. Zoking, he's managed to find a kill onto Kaz, though. Maybe overstepping the boundaries a little bit. Rue's going to try and reposition to gain control of Hell. Jamyoung. Oh, he might have got the timing just right. Peeks in, and he will find that pick. Puts them in a man advantage for the first time in a while. They're going to go wrapping back around, heading through Secret to get into the B site. Techno's waiting, but he's looking the wrong way. Jamyoung has stepped up for what seems like the first time in a long time. While Hawk and Blitz, they might just have to take a breather for a moment, as will we. As said, there is no moment in this game where Vici are out until it ends.
Absolutely. They're in it to win it, and they will not take their foot off the accelerator, even if someone's pumped the brakes for them. I don't know what that does to a car. I haven't passed my test yet, but I don't imagine it's good. At a guess. Best I can do is that we ask our Uber driver next time. Just try that real quick. See if the car brakes. I reckon it will. 15-9. A long, long road for Vici. I don't think I know I said early on in this one that, you know, I was starting to switch over and be on the checkmate train, but I really didn't imagine we'd end up here. I thought 7 rounds in the first half. They'd go to CT side. They'd look really uncomfortable. Vici would manipulate them into over rotations and easily take them, especially with someone like Advent at the helm. But we have seen today, this is not the Vici that we know, but that's to a small extent. That's a couple of round decisions here and there that haven't quite lined up. For the most part, I do not want to take anything away from checkmate. They have earned this win. Like, Kaz had 38 kills.
Yet. They haven't earned it yet. Stop it.
If they get 6 rounds.
Stop talking.
Six attempts to close this out. But Kaz's 38 kills in the previous map, I mean, I wanted them to win this series the second he did that. That was unbelievable.
Oh, Kaz starts walking away. He's going to re-peek in. He's dropped the bomb within the first few seconds of this round, but it will be retrieved. It looks like they're going to attempt a play towards this B site once again. And he's going to be forced back. There's already a heavy rotation. Techno in play, but he gets caught jumping. He's dead for sure. There's no way he gets away with anything in this situation. And a mistake that might just cost them. Brew in a good position. Waiting for Jamyung. The flash seems peculiar, though. And it doesn't really help out either player as Jamyung has stepped up. It leaves Hawk 1 versus 4. And again, like, they've got the money for this. He doesn't need to save, but he probably should. He's found a first stone, clearly feeling confident, goes running around the corner, and Kaze is waiting. All too easy for Vici. Seems like at the depths of this, a couple of players, Kaze, Jamyung, have started to step up. Now the distance is down to just 5, and Checkmate, I like it. They're going to take a tactical pause, try and slow things down a little bit.
5 rounds. Okay. It's not the end of the world just yet. Yeah, like you said, you know, it's not over until Vici lose. That's where we're at. I mean, we've seen teams far less experienced than Vici make those comebacks. Give you some context on where we're at right now. At 15-10, if this was just any old matchup, there'd be a 96% chance that the CTs close this out. 96. That's global statistics now. Remember, we are in Asia. we are in the realm of no tier CT favorite. This is a very fast push by Vici. They're coming out right away. Jamyung opening duel, and Hawk's in danger. He gets a double, recovers it a little bit, but then Zoking is there to continue the trend. The bomb is down, and they'll pick that up. Look for the plants in this even. So Kaze, he's taking a lot of damage. He gets down the vent, but he's lost 50 HP, and they hear the drop. They hear the run. Techno's here in time. Oh, Zoking. He just ran out in the open. Techno's not got any damage, dealing utility to throw on in, but they haven't planted just yet. Techno's just buying time, just distracting as the bomb eventually goes down. And Blitz, he's coming hot on their heels, but that single door needs to be open, and they're not ready for it. Kaze's alone. He's so close. A haircut given, but Techno, he's still alive, looking fresh and looking clean as Checkmate come through and win Nuke 16-10, 2-0ing Vici. This is the first time this year, definitely, that they've been 2-0 by anyone that isn't the likes of a Tyloo or a Tiger. The last team to beat them that wasn't one of those kind of teams was Lin Vision. That was 2-1 in December. They lost to BTRG 1-0. But to get knocked out of a series like this, that hasn't happened in a long, long time.
Unbelievable performance. And I think it's very well deserved for Techno as well. Thoroughly impressed with him as a youngster, but also just the whole roster. They performed fantastically well. Checkmate was superb in this match. Vici, wow. They're now, this is the interesting thing, right? So with this win, Checkmate are now up to 4 wins. Mitch, do you know how many wins Vici have?
It's not 4, is it?
It is 4. They've got 1 extra map or match in hand because they have only played 7, but they are currently in the danger zone.
Hi.
Hey there.
I was watching that game. My mind's blown. My mind's completely blown. I don't know about you, Dinka. I was watching this game, and it's like, okay.
He did say Vici aren't getting to the final. You know?
I also said Checkmate 2-0. You know, you guys said it for me. Before I...
Oh, God. Oh, God.
We knew it was coming.
God damn it.
Checkmate, obviously, best team in the tournament apart from Tyloo. So, Checkmate Tiger Grand Final. Let's go.
Listen. They've beaten both Tyloo and Vici on Inferno. They've beaten Vici on Nuke. It wasn't just a beating. They destroyed them. This is a very one-sided affair.
Beat Tiger as well.
And Tiger as well. I mean, yeah, all hail our new Mongolian overlords. All hail Techno 4K, the 16-year-old stand-in who came in.
I feel so
bad because
for
their
Kane.
5th player broke his hand celebrating qualifying for this tournament. But all memes and jokes aside, gentlemen, I mean, I'm gonna ask this, send this your way, Mitch. That was actually very impressive from Checkmate. The amount of disrespect, and it wasn't just about just blind running in YOLO style of play. There was a degree of measured aggression coming out from the Mongolian side, and Vici, they didn't have any answer on their T side.
They played smart. They played clean, but one thing I want to highlight is that this wasn't even the best Checkmate when it comes to firepower. Blitz had a really slow series. This guy didn't turn up anywhere near the degree.
Less than 30 kills. Yeah.
Hawk on both maps was unreal. This guy generally does next to nothing compared to the rest of the team. Like I think he's the lowest rated player. He's the lowest rated player on this team. And he came through on both maps and delivered fantastically. Kaz, overly impressed with. Rue, Techno, Blitz, 3 players that we look to, okay, maybe not Rue so much, but Techno and Blitz definitely, we look to be towards the top of that scoreboard. They were good in this series, but they weren't anything special, with the exception of Techno's insane 4K clutch. This is Checkmate showing the depth that they have as a roster, which is something that I don't expect from a team like them. This is the only team coming into this tournament that we were like, who's that?
Yeah.
And we just thought, oh, okay, bottom place. Yeah, you just get knocked out in 10th. Why? You know, I literally had the mentality of, why'd you guys have to come along and steal D13's space? Yeah, I want to watch Annihilation dominate.
I won't lie.
Yeah. It's like, God damn it. One of the things I look forward to is Annihilation's op. But instead, we got clean Counter-Strike. Yes. I love it.
I would take clean, solid Counter-Strike over any flashy plays. And I feel like Checkmate at this point, look, I feel like they've qualified. They've done all that's needed, Tom. But my, oh my. For all the teams we've seen so far, I think they've impressed me the most, right? Like, sure, they've had a few losses here and there. I think they lost to, was it to Sigma, or they lost earlier? Oh, yeah, they lost to Sigma 0-2.
Yeah,
and Bren, which is shocking. But Jesus Christ, you beat Vici? You beat them on, you 16-10 them on Nuke? I don't have a CSGO
They slapped
Asian CSGO clip of the day, but I have an Asian CSGO screenshot for the day. And this is just, it's blown my mind. And I have nothing but plaudits for them. Tom, anything to add to this?
I think that the terrifying thing, and this would be the biggest heartbreak probably ever, is if they then lose to After in their final match, they might not qualify.
Can happen.
And then that's the thing with their track record. I'm almost thinking it might, and that would be the worst thing, because they're currently on 4 wins. It still puts them in a position right now where they're in a decent spot. Like if they get to 5, I think we basically agreed that 5 wins is safe. So if they win that last match, they don't really have to worry about anything else. If they lose, then After will be on the same record as they are. And that's where things get very interesting, because then you have teams like Beyond who could also be on the same record. You have teams like Sigma who could even be on the same record. So it really is still very much up in the air. The group stage has actually ended up being quite exciting, considering we thought it would be like 4 or 5 teams and then 1 coming through. It really is open until the very, very end. Even including Vici.
Exactly. That's the mental thing.
That's the most mental thing. Especially the way they started the tournament, because they looked unstoppable.
The problem is for Vici, next they have Beyond, right? I don't really think that kind of brings the same weight to it as it usually would. So I guess for Vici, they did look kind of weak today. Beyond looked utterly terrible in the last 2 maps of their series, but they seem to play to the level of their opponents. So coming up against Vici, I think we're going to see a different Beyond. I think we're going to see a Beyond that we've seen earlier in the tournament when they were able to compete against some of the better teams in Tyloo and Invictus. Vici are going to have a tough time against Beyond, especially if they're losing 16-10 on Nuke to the likes of Checkmate. Beyond are a team that like to play that map. That becomes a very worrying match for Vici, and they got to focus up. Then they have Huatsai, so yeah, at least they have that win.
I don't know, man. Huatsai, they won a game today. You know, they've broken the barrier. So
have you not seen Spiels' tweet? Come on. That team should not do
he's
anything.
calling his teammates out. So maybe the IGL's going to wake up at least
or maybe they'll
earlier than 5 minutes.
10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost as bad as you, Mitch. But let's talk about today's results.
At least he wakes up.
We do have today's results. Let's take a look at
least it's before the match.
I'm sorry, Mitch. I kind of like watched that one. Invictus versus Huatsai. Yeah, Huatsai, they beat Invictus. They beat Invictus. You can't forget that. It was 16-14, 16-14.
If only
on the 2
After Gaming had won, this would have been the most like janky day we've ever seen of Counter-Strike.
Like, you come into this day, right, Tom? You look at Invictus Huatsai. Yeah, that's easy. Invictus. After Gaming Beyond, that's easy Beyond. It wasn't
beginning
easy
of the
Beyond.
tournament. That's 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Like, without a doubt, if you ask me for predictions.
It was a 2-0.
Yeah.
Quick 2-0 for the last game of the day.
Yeah, there was a 2-0 at the end over there.
I'm
So
counting
it was
that as an
checkmate.
0-2.
Oh, fine, an 0-2. So the day of the underdogs, of course, beyond at this point, I guess they're underdogs as well, even against After Gaming. Let's take a look at the group standings. This is where things get very, very exciting for me personally. Remember, out of the 10 teams, 6 make it to the playoffs, and 4 are going to be knocked out. We have 2 more days of games remaining in the group stage. Tyloo on top. So far, they have been flawless. 7-0. Tiger, 6-2. Tyloo, again, they have yet to play 2 more games. Tiger have 1 more game to play. Invictus, 5-3. Checkmate, 4-4. They have 1 more game remaining. They're 12 points, tied with VG. VG have 2 more games, fair. Then you have Beyond, you have Sigma, you have After Gaming, you got Brent, all tied on 9. And who else at the bottom, of course. But honestly, I mean, Mitch, I'm excited. I'm very excited heading into the final 2 days. We have no idea how this is going to pan out. There is a reality, considering what we witnessed here today, that VG might not even make it if, I don't know, if Sigma or Beyond, even After, overperform here.
There is a distinct possibility that they go out, which is absolutely crazy, and we will legitimately never hear the end of it from Dinko after what he said today.
I mean, there was a discussion before this match started whether or not Vici were going to make the final. Now we're questioning whether they're going to make the playoffs.
What a wild thing Asian Counter-Strike is, ladies and gentlemen. Things don't really plan out the way we expect them to. But let's take a look at tomorrow's matchups here. Now, you know what's on the line. Let's take a look at the games. We have a few nail-biting matchups. We have Beachy against Beyond. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. That is going to be the opening game. That's going to be exciting. We have Sigma and Bren. Again, both still in the running to qualify for the playoffs. And in the end, over there, we have the 2 teams. Tyloo looking to extend their flawless run so far against an Invictus who, I guess at this point, they have kind of qualified. So it's kind of like, I wouldn't say it's a meaningless matchup. I feel Invictus would still want to win this game, Dinko, just to ensure that they don't face Tyloo in the opening matchups in the playoffs, right?
They can want all they want, but it's not going to work. They're going to get banged out. Tyloo, I don't think they're going to struggle against Invictus. They did before. I mean, they lost to them in the last PAL, but this time around, this looks like a wounded Invictus. They're limping along. They're not doing a great job, and I think Tyloo should be pretty comfortable in tomorrow's matchup. So at least that's the only series I'm confident in.
Yeah, well, one thing I'm confident is that Asian Counter-Strike, it delivers surprises in spades. And Dinko, well, he called it. Gentlemen, he said Checkmate's going to win, and now he said Tyloo's going to smash Invictus. So, of course, that's exactly what we're going to be seeing tomorrow. But that's it from all of us over here at the Perfect World Asia League 2020. Once again, shout out and thanks to Dinko, Mitch, and Tom for joining me on this wild journey. I couldn't have done it alone. I would have been molding by now. But thanks to them, I've distributed all the pain, all the excitement equally. And yet, Dinko looks fresh every single day. I don't know how he does it. He just looks fresh no matter how
special routine.
weird.
It's rejuvenating.
Guys gotta try
I need to try some of that. I know. I'm not too old for it nowadays, though, Dinko. I can only do it like once every few days.
I'd probably fall asleep for the broadcast if I did it.
All right,
to be honest.
Let's get out of here. See
Mitch, maybe you could do Dinko's routine in the morning, but don't complete it so you remain fit and ready. You know, you're excited. Anyway, on that note, we're going to be calling it a night.
Okay.
Sorry, Mitch, go on.
I go for a jog for half a mile instead of a full mile.
Well,
right.
That's easier. You don't even exactly half a mile. You're ready. You're pumped. You know, you're good to go. And
you don't get the thrill and excitement of doing the full mile of going all the way.
Tom's left the building. Dinko's left. I'm getting out of here as well. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. GG, well played. Adios. I'm out.